We haven't got an on-time performance that matches IndiGo's or Air India's yet, or even Akasa's. SpiceJet's, perhaps. But we've got an on-time performance. I said to Peter, 20 past 10, we're going to start. So here we are. So, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second Aviation India and South Asia Summit. My name is Mark Pilling. I'm the managing editor. I'm a managing editor within the Aviation Week Network. And as the program director for Aviation India, it's my privilege to chair the summit in this incredible country. This event, Aviation India, is organized by Times Aerospace. Mark Brown is here, the MD, to talk to you. And it's in partnership with the MRO Association of India, so thank you both. This summit is designed to give us an insight into how India is shaping the pathway for Indian aviation. And this is certainly an industry transforming at pace. That you all will agree with that, I'm sure. The aim with this summit is to create the definitive annual gathering of India's commercial aviation industry. This is number 2, the difficult second album, as I like to call it. We'll see what happens next year with number 3. But as you know, India has it all. It's the 3rd largest economy on the planet now. See, Peter, I listened to your briefings pretty closely, right? 3rd largest economy on the planet, a population hungry to travel by air, and a wonderful geographic position. Now, 2025, this year, has been a monumental year for Indian aviation so far, with significant events in every month. No more so than in Delhi in June, when Prime Minister Modi took to the podium at the IATA AGM and to speak of his commitment and his conviction that India's aviation star is rising. Of course, a few days later, we had the tragic crash of AI-171. Over the next 2 days here in Delhi, we gather to reflect and consider the way forward for Indian aviation. And your presence in the numbers here, and I expect to see more people, the doors will keep opening and more people will be coming in as they fight the Delhi traffic. But that's a testament to your ambition. It's your desire, India's passion for this country and for this market to enter a new era. And in that era, the modern aviation and aerospace hub that India deserves will emerge. And as the leaders here will explain, it is on its way. It's already being built. Yes, there are challenges, of course, big ones. But the plain truth, in my opinion, who am I? But anyway, is that India will get there. Imagine what we'll be speaking of if we come to one of these in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. India's going places, right? And that's what we're going to talk about. It's a rich market. It's all about mining that market, mobilizing talent, investing wisely, and backing the best leaders. I think the aviation ecosystem, as I've definitely learned over the last 2 years, in the last year working on this event, has leadership in abundance, as we'll hear over the next 2 days. So, we've got the CEOs of all of India's major carriers here, speaking on stage, and many of its leading aviation businesses and its industrial concerns. They're here. We thank them for their support. We thank them for their presence. A big thank you too to our 30 sponsors, our exhibitors, 50 or so speakers, and believe it or not, even though the room isn't full yet, it will get fuller. There are 800 delegates registered for this Aviation India event. So let's get on with hearing from the people that matter. Without any more ado, let's welcome Pieter Elbers, the CEO of IndiGo, to the stage. India's adopted Dutchman. Peter, come up on stage. Please give Peter a hand. There are some. I know he can jump up here because he's probably one of the fittest CEO. Only Rob Fyfe of Air New Zealand probably looks fitter than you.
Thank you.
Am I right?
Thank you, Mark.
You remember him?
Yes,
doing the hacker at the AGM.
Yeah, but I won't.
You're not going to do a hacker?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Pieter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for being here. So why don't we start with a little video, please? Thank you.
This is India's moment. A bold, new India. A powerhouse that is the world's fastest growing nation. A country on its course to become the world's third largest economic force by 2027. An India where ancient heritage and diversity meets cutting-edge technology. Where every Indian dares to dream and dream big. As the nation takes off, it is IndiGo that gives wings to the nation. Connecting people and aspirations. Today, we are the 7th largest in the world in daily flights and flew over 118 million customers last year, with more than 2,200 flights taking off daily. With that, we welcomed 1 million delighted customers every 3 days. And yet, we exceeded expectations with continued operational excellence. We elevated our customer experience through digital transformation, be it 6E Sky or booking via our website and app. With a network of over 130 destinations, our wings span across 90 plus domestic and 40 plus international destinations and 50 plus destinations worldwide with our strategic code share partnerships. We're not just expanding, we're breaking record with the single largest order of 500 aircraft. We've set a new benchmark in Indian aviation. That's not all. We placed an order for 30 Airbus A350 aircraft, marking a bold entry into the wide-body era. We are poised to reshape the future of Indian aviation. We redefined air travel for India by launching IndiGo Stretch, a tailored business product on our busiest routes, and introduced IndiGo Blue Chip, which in no time has soared to over 3 million members. Not just planes, we reach out with our hearts through our CSR initiatives. With one of the world's youngest fleets of fuel-efficient aircraft and e-buses, we ensure carbon-neutral progress. Every IndiGo cargo flight carries more than just packages. It fuels economic growth. We've sustainably democratized air travel, making flying accessible to all, and are passionately driven by girl power and diversity. With 220 plus PWD professionals steering us higher every day. From taking pride in being Indian to taking pride in being made in IndiGo. We are uplifted by the collective spirit of our 6E stars and the power of we. Passionately consistent, service from the heart, and delivering an always safe experience unfailingly. This is what IndiGo delivers without fail. And yet, we are a profitable airline with a network as ambitious and diverse as the country we serve. IndiGo doesn't just move people, it carries an ambitious nation forward. It is a promise etched in every flight towards new heights across new frontiers. This is India by IndiGo.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone. A warm welcome for those coming from overseas. Welcome to India, welcome to Delhi. It's perhaps not the best time of the year to visit Delhi, but still a warm welcome to all of you in Delhi. Mark, thank you for organizing this. Congratulations for getting this audience together. It's really, really nice. Perhaps just before we go to the fireside chat, just a few words on, where IndiGo is standing and what's the direction we're taking. I think for those coming from overseas, everyone living here in the nation itself is very familiar with it. But India is the right place to be at this point in time for aviation. I think the video just shows it. The growth is unprecedented, and Mark, you were almost correct. We're almost the third largest economy in the world. That's by 27 only. Today, it is number 4 and will be number 3 by 27 only. So if you see to the growth of the country, and I like the line in the video here, IndiGo doesn't just carry people, it carries the ambitions of a nation forward. And the growth of India and the growth of IndiGo is deeply connected and interconnected. And there's many countries in the world still struggling to come to levels in aviation prior to COVID. I'm very glad to say that IndiGo has moved from 77 million customers on an annual basis prior to COVID to 118 million we welcomed last year. So that's just a 50% increase compared to that situation back then. The timing could not have been better. Actually, Mark, we launched our flights into London and our return into China this Sunday. Obviously, a very important moment for us. I think for every airline in the world, landing in London means something, and more than just a destination. It kind of is a reflection of your network and your expanding network. So for us, the start to London this Sunday was really important. And obviously the reintroduction of flights from Kolkata into China was also happening this Sunday. And Sunday was a wonderful day because we started the winter season, the IATA winter season, with a total of 610 routes. That is 60 more routes as compared to last year. So that number in itself is just an enormous increase. So 18 more destinations compared to last year, 12 international, 6 domestic, but a total of 60 more routes. And just as a reflection, today we operate 600 routes, 470 domestic, and the remaining ones international. So I think that is just a reflection and perhaps an introduction, Mark, to what all we're going to talk about here. Once again, a warm welcome to India, those from overseas, and the ones from India. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, Peter. Come and sit down. Come and sit down. You don't clap him too many times because his head will get big. He's good. Thank you, Peter. And I think one of the things that is amazing on there, already in 18 years, 18 and a half or whatever it is, you're already the 7th largest carrier by ASKs, RPK, which one?
No, we are, I mean, the numbers are as follows. IndiGo was founded 19 years ago, so the next year is going to be very exciting. We're no longer a teenager next year. We'll be turning 20 years young in the summer of next year. And in those 19 years, we've become the 7th largest airline in the world in terms of daily departures. I think in terms of passenger numbers, it's pretty similar, but 7th largest airline in the world in terms of daily departures. In the video, you saw 2,200. By now, it's 2,300. Actually, the winter season, we started with 2,300 daily flights every day, which is a phenomenal number. And whenever I'm in our operations control center and 11 o'clock in the morning and I look at the screen, some 800 flights have left already. Yeah. So that's just a reflection of the enormous size. I think by now, what time is it? 10:32, we should have had like 700 flights who already left and operated for the day.
I'm just thinking of all the rupees that are coming in all the time there.
Yeah, but they are rupees, not dollars.
Not all the, yes. There we get onto this because the great thing is I was with you in Manchester when we launched Manchester in July?
1st of July.
1st of July, thank you. Because now you've got Manchester, you've got Amsterdam, you've got Copenhagen. What's the other international? London. I remember that. I live there. London? Yeah. I do live there. The great international drive is underway. The thing, not that you came to do, because you came to run IndiGo, but this was the big target. So how happy are you that it started in this big way?
No, I'm very excited about that. And when I joined IndiGo, we had like 23 international destinations, and we started this IATA winter season with 43. So it's about double in the last 3 years. But that number in itself, I think, is just a reflection of the enormous opportunity which is out there. And for a long time, for probably a whole host of reasons, a lot of the Indian international traffic was channeled through hubs outside the geographical scope of India itself. So the opportunity to have direct flights is just enormous. So the strategy for us really was first to beef up the number of routes in the region itself. I think Singapore is a great example. 3 years back, we were flying to Singapore from 3 Indian cities, today from 9. Abu Dhabi, we used to have 35 flights a week. Today we have like 115. So those are kind of numbers reflecting the enormous growth we did in the region. But that's not it. And geographically, the further you move away from India, the lower the market share gets. from Indian operators. And if you take Europe, there's like 70% of the seats provided by European operators, 30% by Indian operators. So I think the opportunity for Indian operators like IndiGo to get a part of that pie is enormous. And the response, for example, for Manchester has been overwhelming. Amsterdam is a bit more crowded market, but even there the response has been very positive, not only for India, but even in connection. So we're very excited with this international expansion. And Manchester was great, Copenhagen was equally great, and clearly London this Sunday was very exciting for IndiGo to land for the first time ever in London.
And just tell us about how, you'd mentioned a bit about the bookings and that, but just, to give us a bit more colour on booking levels. Are you able to get a reasonable yield at the moment? I'm sorry, we're getting a bit techie here, but is it, and also your forward bookings on the newer routes?
Well, I just saw Campbell walking out the room, so I can now tell about yields and loads and everything. But in general, I think the response has been very, very positive. And where we see that a lot of Indian travelers now starting to shift their minds that they can fly non-stop from Indian cities to many of these places where prior there was no non-stop connection. Manchester, you always had to transfer somewhere. Now we have Mumbai, Manchester, and Delhi, Manchester coming up as well. So that's a very positive response. Amsterdam, for example, we find a lot of travelers using India as a transit point to other places. And that's very helpful, and I would say very much in line also with the philosophy of the Indian government to turn India into a global aviation hub. And if you're soon the third largest economy in the world, if you're obviously the largest growing aviation market in the world, if your geographical position is such that 65% of the world population lives within a 5 to 6 hour range of India itself, there's no reason why we cannot develop proper hubs in India. And I think slowly we start to see that. And then the geographical opportunities for Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, I think provide that opportunity to further build on that.
And building up those international routes, Pieter, it's not something you do from a standing start. You've been very deliberate with the way that you've tackled your international partnerships, your partnerships with other carriers, whether that's to get access to slots and access to certain airports or to get access to traffic flows. Just talk a bit about the importance of that. And presumably you're not a difficult sell when you come and say, we're IndiGo, we want to partner with you, or...
Well, the network IndiGo is having in India is unparalleled. The fact that in India we fly 470 routes, 94 destinations in India itself. The fact that 90% of the Indian population lives within 100 kilometers of an IndiGo-served airport. So I would say we're a pan-Indian operator. And again, look at that statistic, 1.45 billion people, largest population on planet Earth. 90% of that population lives within 100 kilometers of an IndiGo-served airport. That opportunity is a great asset for foreign operators to connect to that network. So I think historically IndiGo was providing that connections to foreign operators coming into India. Increasingly, we ask for a return of that favor in connecting to other parts. And for example, with KLM, we have now a certain set, 20 to 25 beyond destinations. And clearly for us to come to, not only to fly to Manchester and London ourselves, but to have connections to Leeds, Bradford, to all these smaller sort of communities are really helping us to build that position. And I think in addition, the IndiGo brand and the IndiGo awareness is huge in India. It's a household brand, if you wish. For the Indian diaspora, it's huge. But for a lot of non-Indian overseas customers, it is a sort of new kid on the block. And the opportunity for us to start making those codeshares and getting that brand and market awareness there is really helpful.
Thank you. China as well. It's been closed obviously for quite a long time, resuming there. But resuming is great, but you're obviously launching too. What's the great potential, of course?
Well, I think the potential is something which is perhaps difficult to put in precise numbers. If you take the two populations together and the two economic sizes together, it's just massive, right? And with the barring Hong Kong for the last 5 years, there were no flights between India and mainland China. So if you take that fact and that statistic, and even though the trade balances today are still rather modest, but the opportunity going out there is massive. So we're very confident on, and actually very grateful for the two governments to sort of allow flights between the countries. So we started this Sunday with the very first flight, reintroduced a flight from Kolkata into Guangzhou. That started this Sunday. And on November 10, we will launch flights. So that's in, 2 weeks from now. We'll start flights from Delhi into Guangzhou. And clearly for us, the ambition is to start connecting that. And again here, the geographical position where IndiGo has a significant set of Airbus XLRs on order, which pretty much allow to cover from a lot of different Indian cities to cover a lot of fairly sized Chinese cities. And, if you take India with 60 to 65 cities with a population of more than 1 million, the opportunity to connect it to similar cities in China without going through all kind of hubs is just massive.
I mean, one of the things that occurs to me as I look at the international expansion is what is the right pace for India to move to sort of a more liberalized open skies type of environment. Sure, we'll talk about it later on Willie's panel, but I wonder what your view is, and how you talk to the government and your other peers around trying, I say to influence that, but just what is your view?
Well, my view is that there's, India for a long time had a situation whereby the capacity share from non-Indian operators was significantly larger than the capacity share from Indian operators, whereas the market is pretty much here. And there's a number of countries where the market is, let's say, 90% in India or 95% in India, and the terms of seat capacity is exactly the opposite. And if a country doesn't have operators to operate it, it could be justified. But I think in today's India, with a set of operators who are committed to build this into a long-term venture, it's not a short-term thing. So I think this is a long-term venture. If you just take the fleet orders of the Indian operators, IndiGo being one of them, but look at the entire landscape and let me for a minute talk on behalf of the Indian operators. The size of fleet orders is enormous. So the commitments we've collectively made to invest billions and billions and billions of dollars into building that infrastructure in the air, and the government and private operators are building that infrastructure in the ground, we must make sure that we can operate that. And I think as long as the traffic rights still have room to operate, we'll fill that room actually. That's one. Quite a few countries over the last few years have updated their service agreement. With Thailand, new agreement has been done, with Kuwait, with Indonesia. So I think the image which some like to portray that India is not giving any traffic rights is just wrong. India is giving selective traffic rights wherever it makes sense to allocate those traffic rights. So I would say the opportunity is out there. The traffic rights are being given, but in a way where it's taking into consideration whether they're consumed on both sides and what is the overall equation of doing that. And in that landscape, new deals, and again I mentioned Indonesia, Kuwait, Thailand.
Yeah.
So they're all moved in that direction.
So I get the feeling you're pretty comfortable with the pace at which that market or that government move is going. You approve of it.
Well, it's not for me to approve anything from the government, but what it's for me is to provide input. And the input is we have put out massive orders as Indian operators, and IndiGo was certainly the largest massive order. The video still said 30 wide bodies. We have actually doubled that to 60 already, so that's just a massive number. And for that, obviously, we need traffic rights. But if there are still certain destinations where 90% of the seats are being operated by non-Indian operators and 10% of the seats are being operated by us, I think then the opportunity first to fill those seats and then to talk about potential further expansions is the right sequencing. And again here, a couple of examples demonstrate that the Indian government is taking the right steps when it comes to, opening these markets whenever it's there.
Thank you for that input. It's a subtle one, it's a tricky one, but it has to go at the right pace for a country, doesn't it?
Well, it's I would say it requires a balanced approach and taking all the different angles and all the different inputs and again looking how today India is moving forward. And if on the one hand side our country is investing billions and billions of dollars in infrastructure in aircraft, we need also to make sure that the airlines can stand up for that competition and actually operate there. And I'm very convinced, and there, speaking about IndiGo, that we can compete in the international arena. And our first flights into Europe are actually showing that. Our flights in the Middle East are showing that. Our flights in Southeast Asia are showing that. But you need to walk before you run. And I think what we have been doing in the past 3 years is making sure that we can walk. So we have done a lot of work on IndiGo. We have introduced a loyalty program. We have introduced a premium product. We have introduced all kind of aspects, a lot of IT and technology investments to make sure that we can start competing on an international scale. It's a very different equation to compete domestic as to compete international. I think we're getting ready for that next round of competition.
And all the time, thank you, Pieter, and all the time you don't forget the bread and butter of your business, which is your domestic strength, which is densifying that network, this serving the new airports as well. Just talk about, not losing focus, if you like, on your bread and butter, as well as doing the sort of the sexy international stuff.
Yeah, no, thank you for addressing that. And
I'm not just saying it to be clever. It's a reality of your business mix, isn't it?
It is, and I think there's plenty of examples in the history of aviation where operators kind of lost track or lost focus on the very foundation of who they are and what they are. And for us, the Indian market is indeed the bread and butter. It is the very foundation of the operation we have. And the fact that we fly 20 a day, 40 sectors between Delhi and Mumbai, 15 to Bangalore, 14 to Hyderabad. So those are, the huge numbers. But the expansion of the overall network is really that connectivity. And the fact that we have now 94 destinations in the country, I think that will slowly creep up. But we come to a point where I guess we have a saturation in terms of number of airports. The next step, and that's why all the investments which are made by both government and private operators so important, is to have bigger airports and airports who allow connectivity. And that is the next stage of doing that, because still domestic connectivity is still a massive number. And if you want to go from Dharamshala to Chennai, it's going to be a long time before we have a flight from Dharamshala to Chennai, because that's an ATR operation. It will never go to Chennai. So you have to connect somewhere. So in that mindset of all these traffic flows, and from Bihar, the airports in Bihar to Goa, that connectivity network will continue to be there. So what we are doing is in fact expanding on two axes. One is scale. We're going to double by the end of the decade, which means our 118 million customers would move to 200 million by the end of the decade. That's a number which will bring us to the likes of the huge American operators. And there's no reason why India, with this population and this economy, should not have airlines of the same size. So one is doubling in size, and that will still have a significant domestic growth and development, more in frequencies than in destinations. And secondly is all the new stuff we're doing in internationalization, cargo, loyalty, and MRO is our next big frontier to start developing.
And all of this doesn't happen, of course. I'm just going to check the time because we did start. We're doing all right. We're doing fine. None of this happens without your production capability. But I just want to reflect on one thing first. And you mention it, of course, in all of your earnings calls, which obviously I'm very diligent in listening into, and I think there's one next week as well.
Yep.
You always guide on the GTF groundings. And I just wanted a reflection from you on just, it's... We always talk about it now as it's like, well, the groundings, it's like almost like it is part of the business, doing business. But it is a remarkable loss of production capability in one foul swoop over these several years. And I just wonder, as a CEO, how much does that really pain you? And it's just an observation, but I just wanted your sort of personal thought about this. This is a whole airline that isn't flying.
Mark, if you have like 40 planes grounded, it's a terrible number. But by expressing each and every earnings call how much are grounded, or today on stage being extremely frustrated about it, it doesn't bring any of these planes back in production, right?
No.
So we are discussing it obviously with the suppliers, and we put all our emphasis, and that's exactly what I voice in these calls. We put all our emphasis in mitigating measures and making sure that we got the right airlift in place. And over the past 3 years, when this problem started to surface, we have actually done such a wide range of initiatives in terms of damp leases, lease extensions, temporary rentals, bringing back aircraft, that each and every quarter we kind of live up to our capacity guidance. So rather than, spending half an hour in complaining about what it is, I rather explain half an hour what exactly we are doing to mitigate the impact. And yes, when the doors are closed and the mics are off, of course I'm frustrated about it. But it doesn't bring it any further in endlessly sort of complaining about it. It's a sad reality of the supply chain in the industry today. And we put all our efforts, and I'm incredibly proud and grateful to the IndiGo teams who each and every time find solutions in bringing aircraft in, delivering our capacity guidance, and are able to grow. And you're right, it's the size of a reasonable airline. But it should not stop us from our ambition to keep growing, keep serving the market, and keep moving forward. And I think we have demonstrated that for the past 3 years, and will continue to do so. I think another thing where IndiGo is perhaps in a better spot than some others, we got a new plane coming in each and every week. So every Friday or Monday or whatever, you pick the day of the week, every day of that particular week, the next week and the next week and the next week. Last year we got 58 new aircraft coming in.
58.
So that means every week a new plane comes in, and every week we have sort of alternative capacity coming to address that. So as upset as I am about these AOGs, it should not divert our attention from the core objective: running the airline, growing the airline, expanding the airline, serving our customers. That's, I think, where the focus is.
Thank you. And I did notice that Volaris said that by the end of 27 they expect their whole fleet to be back. Have you said when you expect the whole fleet to be back?
I think it's already challenging to predict a quarter, leave alone to predict to the end of 27. What I know is that by the end of 27, which is basically another, 26 months from now, 26 times 4, we have received another 100 plus Airbuses. That's where the focus is. So we have a capacity guidance for 27. We'll live up to that. We got the XLRs coming in at the end of December, early Jan. We're very excited that will give new opportunities. We'll coming back to the network expansion. We can start flying to Athens from both Delhi and Mumbai. That's a next milestone we're going to do. So the focus really is keep growing. We'll deal with it. And these conversations are not the most pleasant ones, but the focus is moving forward.
Yeah, no, it's real. It's a real thing to deal with, of course. You mentioned the XLRs. First one in December. Then what's your stream after that?
That's part of the discussion we're having with Airbus. And for me, the sooner the better
Right.
they come in. And again, the opportunities for the XLR are, in fact, I would say threefold. It will provide us the range for totally new destinations. I think Athens is a great example. Our today's aircraft don't bring us all the way to Athens. Now we can start flying to Athens. So that's a great opportunity. That's one. Two, it will also allow us to move to destinations which are currently served out of certain parts of India. Nairobi, I think, is a good example. We fly today from Mumbai to Nairobi. Delhi is too far. This will allow us to fly also Delhi to Nairobi. The same goes for Bangalore. So there's a Bangalore to Bali that will allow us Delhi-Bali. So that's another opportunity. And then clearly China, I would say, is the third one where huge opportunities are arising with the XLR. So that will open up a whole new range of opportunities for IndiGo.
How many do you hope to get next year? How many do you want? I know you want as many as you can, but like 10?
Exactly. Again, we have not published any specific number, and I have no intention to do so today, Mark.
Fine. No, that's fine. I have to ask.
But no, you have to ask. That's fine. I'm not sure if Airbus is in the room, but the more we can get, the better it is. So that's good.
They know that.
Yeah.
And the same goes for the 350s, of course. I mean, obviously, you're using the interim 787s, and you've got 3, I think, today. The other 3 coming over the next 6-7 months or something.
When we enjoyed when we discussed with the board in 22, what's the strategic direction of IndiGo? The philosophy was we should build it into a global airline, and an airline which is representing the size and the opportunity of the country itself. And there's more than one, obviously. And wide bodies clearly are an integral part of that vision, and that's already. So we took the bold move to order 30, but that was in 27 delivery stream only. Actually, over the last couple of months, we have signed first an MOU, and 10 days back, we have confirmed that MOU into a firm order. So we have 60 wide bodies on order now, which again, for a country of this size, for us to order 60 wide bodies is still, I would say, a very first step of something which can grow into much bigger. My previous company, we had a country which is 80 times smaller in terms of population as compared to India. We had 65 wide bodies. So the opportunity for us to build on that is just enormous. But they are only 27, 28 time frame. And we didn't clearly want to wait for that. India is in a hurry, and so is IndiGo. So we indeed picked a batch of temporarily damp lease 787s. 3 of them are in operation. They fly now to exactly the destinations we alluded to earlier: Amsterdam, Manchester, Copenhagen, and now London. And we'll have 6 before this financial year is over.
And then the 350s will be coming in 27?
Yeah.
They can't bring them forward a little bit, Peter?
No, that's the same story as the XLR. The sooner the better, and we'll be very, very keen to start bringing them in and start serving them. And we're not ruling out any other sort of intermediate solutions to come to that. I think the opportunity for us, Airbus is coming in.
Greetings, Jürgen.
The opportunity for us to start building that is just enormous.
Thank you.
He was just asking me how many XLRs do you want next year? I said, wait for Airbus in the room, then we get the answer.
He hasn't told us. He has told us a number, actually, Jürgen. Just we'll tell you later. Nice to meet you. We haven't met yet, so he's already thinking, oh my God, who's this guy on stage? We will have a couple of questions in a second. I'll just get up so I can see. So if we do have the mics in the room, Peter's would like to take a couple of questions. Very happy about that. We'll get them in a second. We'll come to you, sir. When we go to the questions, please make it a question and not a statement, because I'll probably stop you. But Peter, just while we get the questions brewing, we talked about IndiGo's unique business model. You've become a 10 billion revenue company. I mean, this is significant. You've got a pretty cool rating from one of the Fitch or somebody. These are sort of big boy airline steps. But I think the question is,
we're a big boy country, right? So we should have an airline which is a reflection of that. And I think last year we, for the first time, crossed the $10 billion revenue mark, which was an important step for IndiGo. Indeed, the financial rating was a very important step for us, given all the financial sort of deals we have to make for getting the fleet in. So it's just a reconfirmation of how solid the company is. It is a very, very diligent process you go through. So for us, these were very important milestones to reach.
I recognise that, and so do your financiers and your investors. But just, keeping hold of that cost leadership, that's your roots. How do you do that when you are diversifying, when you are going so fast? The investment required is large.
Yeah.
What's your thought on how you keep a tight grip?
Well, just to underline the importance of cost leadership, and I think whoever sort of starts losing that focus, especially in the market as competitive as the Indian landscape,
and as price sensitive as this one.
and the call it value consciousness of the Indian consumer and the Indian market. So you need to keep a permanent focus on that, and I think IndiGo has been doing that. The next step really is to beef up our innovation efforts, where technology clearly is helping us. So like others in the world, but I think we are blessed with an incredible amount of people here which are talented, willing to move, willing to work in terms of technology and AI and all the things we're having. So one is, how can technology help us in doing that? I think another important part, and I mentioned that already, is whatever we're going to do in the field of MRO, We have a lot of lease returns, we have a lot of maintenance, we keep our planes longer. I think India is blessed with thousands of fresh engineers every year, and the opportunity we're having. So we're going to build a huge facility in Bangalore. We have acquired the piece, and I think Bangalore is becoming a little bit the sort of eco center when it comes to ecosystem, when it comes to aviation. We have today a little hangar here in Delhi. We have a little one in Bangalore. We're going to build a massive one there. So that is a way to keep control of our cost, especially looking what's happening on the global stage with labor shortages, all kind of other problems. So re-insourcing some of that work, which I think historically made a lot of sense to have it done outside the airline and perhaps outside the country, to re-insource that back into the country, I think it's a great opportunity. So, and then the last part I would say is processes and technology. We started a lot of digital tools and digital help and AI agents type of support, where increasingly, our customer interactions can be supported by that. And, today we're having 1 million customers every 3 days. We're going to double, which means we go from 3.5 lakh customers a day in the range to 6 to 7 lakh customers each and every day. That needs a lot of IT support, and there's perhaps no better country in the world to be than India to get that organized. So we're investing a lot in that at this point in time, and that should help us to keep that incredibly important cost leadership.
Thank you, Peter. Have we got a microphone down here? Have you got a microphone, sir? Let's get the microphone down here, Rhonda, please. The gentleman there with the nice moustache. You go. A lot of people in India have nice moustaches. So, gentleman there, tell us who you are and please make it a question brief.
3 small points, Peter. Let me introduce myself, Jayant Baranwal from SP Guide Locations. What kind of maximum or minimum age of aircraft you plan to retain in your fleet?
Thank you.
Commented.
Can we just have that one question first?
All right.
Keep it moving.
One smaller question. He said something sadly about supply chain. If you can elaborate on that.
Okay.
Let me come back to the planes. Again, IndiGo had a model where planes were taking on relatively short-term leases and then to be returned. That's not unique to IndiGo. Other airlines in the world had pretty much the same. And that model works extremely well until you reach a certain size, and until the rest of the world is becoming shortage in terms of manpower and facilities, and basically having just a couple of opportunities to do that maintenance done. So today we are a 430 airline operator. So that's 430 aircraft airline, which is a massive number in itself. So that average duration of having planes in the fleet is actually moving up gradually. So it used to be 6 years, it's now going more to 8, and perhaps even longer going forward. A lot of the engine work can be done here in India itself. So I'm not putting a precise number on where it's going. With all our new fleet coming in, IndiGo will remain, for the time to come, the airline with the youngest average fleet in the world. But undoubtedly and undeniably, the average age will go up, and that again can and should and will be supported by a very strong local MRO facility which we're building. When it comes to the sort of supplier chain, it's mostly around the engine side, where basically parts of the engines, let me not go into the precise details, but parts of the engines basically are awaited to be delivered in order to make sure that the engines can.
So in terms of age, we can say average 6 years. All right.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
That was when it started.
Have I got a journalist? Is there one of my journalist colleagues in the room? Are you a journalist, madam? Do you want to take the microphone? You know her, Peter?
Yes, I do.
Right.
I'm Jagriti from The Hindu. Peter, 2 questions for you. You mentioned XLRs, you mentioned A350s, and then you mentioned an interim solution. I also want to know whether you're interested in smaller regional jets. That's question number 1. Question number 2, you've spoken about MRO. Of course, we know about those plans. Are you also looking at setting up pilot training infrastructure, which we've seen Air India, make some announcements on? Thanks.
Thank you. When it comes to the new fleet coming in, we have Could you kind of come back to your first question? Say again, first question.
Regional jets.
Regional, yes, yeah. You know, we have 45 ATR aircraft in operation. 45-ish, could be one more or less. With that, we're able to serve all the sort of smaller airports we wish to operate. We keep a keen eye on fleet development, and you know me by now, I will not make any speculations on further or future fleet developments going forward. We have 45 in operation. That helps us a lot in serving all these smaller cities going forward.
And we do have a session on MRO tomorrow, and Parache is speaking on that one. Thank you. So we'll get that one, and also pilot training. We have a session on pilot training tomorrow as well, and Captain Mitra is on that one. So we do have lots of Indigo. Appreciate that, Peter. What time for? I think one more. Neelam. Sorry, Neelam first, and then.
Thank you, Mark. Neelam Matthews, independent writer. Peter, has the Cape Town Convention been finally ratified? And because there's no clear talk about that. Thank you.
To my knowledge, it has, but the fact that you asked the question, perhaps I should double check that. But to my knowledge, it has.
And the reason that's important, Peter, is?
Well, it's important for all the leasing arrangements we're having in the country. And again, to my knowledge, it has, or it's in the process of, and perhaps it's the latter one, but it's moving at least in that direction. But
right, quick one, sir. If you want, just very quickly, then we're going to go on to the leaders' debate.
My name is Sanjay, representing Sunrise Mirror. So my question: you recently had a flight from Calcutta to China, right? It was much reported. So how do you see the competition? You know, what are you going to offer for the customer? What are you going to offer for the customer so that he switches on to IndiGo?
Well, the flight, first of all, it's the first direct connection and reinstatement of a direct flight from Kolkata into Guangzhou. I think the fact that we have a direct connection is really an important asset. And clearly from Guangzhou, it connects pretty much to the rest of India very seamlessly. That's one. And I think our 3 customer promises, affordable fares, on-time performance, and a courteous and hassle-free service will continue to be there, and also on these flights. Clearly, that's the very key of it. In general, clearly, we are kind of diversifying our product, where the further we fly, we're adjusting it, and our flights to London, for example, have hot meals. Our flights to XLR will also be different than these flights. So we will diversify our product depending on the stage length. This flight with 5 to 6 hours is still within the sort of today's range of operation.
Thank you for your question. Peter, we're going to wrap it up there and go to the leaders' debate. But I just want to ask just an observation, really. You know, you're running IndiGo 3 years now, strong shareholder, investment, a sort of pretty good government that's backing an amazing market. Is this a dream come true for a European CEO that's used to not all of those things, shall we say?
Well, you know, I think today India is perhaps the, and if not the, then certainly one of the most vibrant aviation places in the world to operate. That's India. I could not have landed in a more exciting company than IndiGo. I've been warmly welcomed and sort of hosted by my colleagues at IndiGo, and basically it's like entering into a total new environment, which on a personal level has been wonderful and super exciting. And then to take a company which is extremely well known in India, to take it to the global stage as part of the rise of India, that is, you may call it a dream come true when it comes to, you know, your professional opportunities. And these opportunities are out there, I guess, not that often. And you know, it happens. There's a few examples in the world where it happens, and for a whole host of reasons, this obviously is India's time. And then to have a company with such strong foundations and roots, and you know, when I joined IndiGo, the transformation which was ahead of us is a very different transformation than you may find in some other companies. it wasn't broken. There was nothing broken, but it just needed to to be prepared for the next stage of where we are going. And that next stage was internationalization, or is internationalization. And to together with my colleagues, navigate that company through that next stage by all the expansions, the growth, yet keep a very keen eye on securing the basis, that is a fantastic opportunity. So yeah, I'm enjoying that.
I know you are. We can tell. And India's welcomed you with open arms, quite clearly. Please give it up for Pieter. And thank you, Pieter. Thank you. You're going to stay for we're going to transition very quickly to our leaders debate. I'm hoping our leaders are here. I can see a lot of them are gathered down here. So Campbell's here. Thank you, Campbell. So let's just transition to that. We're going to spin around a couple of things here. Yep, okay, good. We're just going to spin. We've been up for 5 minutes doing this, don't you worry. So I'm going to invite my guests, our guests, your guests to the stage. We've got Pieter, of course. So Campbell, please, would you come to the stage? Campbell Wilson needs no introduction, but the Chief Executive Officer of Air India. Campbell, nice to see you. Thank you. Salil, please come to the stage. Salil Gupte of Boeing India, the President and MD, or just President? President, please, you have a spot. Toby, where's Toby? Come onto the stage. Toby is the CEO and MD of Dynamatics Technologies, surely one of India's most aspiring and interesting companies. Please find your seat. Jürgen, it's lovely to meet you. Jürgen is the new head of Boeing India and South Asia. Jürgen Westermeier from Airbus.
Not really.
Not
Boeing.
Did I say Boeing?
Yeah.
Did I? I'm so excited. I do apologise. You can take the Boeing job after this one.
Okay.
Exactly. From Airbus, Jürgen. Thank you. Sorry, my friend. I'm not. Yeah, you're living rent-free in my head. Thank you very much. I probably ought to get the actual list out, then I don't forget anything. Yes, I've got Barrett. Of course, I'm going to get Ashish. Where's Ashish? Thank you, Ashish. We haven't met either, so probably Ashish Rajvanshi, who's the CEO of Adani Defence and Aerospace. We promised you the leaders, and we've got them here. Ashish, lovely to see you. Thank you. My pleasure. Please, you're on the end. Mr. Kidwai, Faiz Ahmed Kidwai, was he just outside? Great. Oh, right here. Sorry, sir. The DG, the Director General of Civil Aviation from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. So nice to meet you again. You're next to Pieter. Thank you. And last but not least, have I missing somebody? Oh, Ashish. Where's Ashish? Where?
Yeah, he's getting his...
Oh, Ashish. Oh, he was here. He was there too. I was just getting mic'd up, sorry. Communications, just saying. Bharat. Come on, Bharat Malkani, the CEO of the MRO Association of India and the MD of Max Aerospace. Bharat, please jump up here.
Thank you.
Now, I've got a little bit of an opening. Ashish is just coming. So where is India today on its aviation journey? Peter's covered it. We've talked about it a lot. The world's changing. India's changing. The government is backing aviation as a source of good. Thank you, Ashish. Airlines have ordered 100 aircraft. Regional connectivity is booming. But in many ways, India is still playing catch-up. The airlines are subscale internationally. The MRO capabilities in this country are subscale. The country does not have an indigenous aircraft manufacturing industry for actual aircraft. It's got lots going on, but it's not there. The largest cities, capacity constrained for years, that's starting to change. You have a huge recruitment and talent challenge in this country. So I think the question we're going to try and discuss at the leaders' debate is, can we meet this demand? Is it fast enough? What do we need to do to go further? So just to get our voices in the room, I'm going to ask you one question. I'm going to start with Dr. Kidwai, just to say, just comment, good. We're going to do sort of like a scoring system. So how are we doing? This comment on the status of India's progress so far. No big speeches yet, but just how do we mark our card? Good, average, could do better. India.
I would say good, at the same time could do better.
Really? Okay. We're going to come to that. Salil?
I'm not going to disagree with the DG. Absolutely.
Oh my God. I will come and give you one of those Chinese ones. So go on. Is that it?
Look, let me just make the comment. For so much of my career, I've always, as a proud Indian American, being here in India and then growing up in the US, have always asked when India's moment would come, okay? When India's aviation market will achieve what we all know it can in terms of potential. And I was always told the day will come someday. I've been saying for the last 2 years now that someday is today. Someday has very much arrived in India, and that's why all of us are on stage with such excitement.
Okay, thank you. Now this is what we wanted. Ashish, what's good?
Below average.
Average, could do better.
Below average.
Below average. Just quickly, why? Which bit is below average in your?
See, the size of the opportunity what India offers versus where we stand. So 2005, very quickly, Captain Gopinath made a statement of a 1 rupee ticket for the end traveler, and 20 years later, we haven't met the dream. So we still have to do a lot.
Okay, fantastic. Campbell.
I'm still shocked with the 1 rupee ticket. Look, I think a good start. I think the ingredients are in place, the policy's in place, the investment is coming, but you look at the size of the remaining opportunity to tackle. You know, the propensity to travel in India by air is 1/5 that of China. And so I think when you look at how far the domestic aviation market has come, it's come a long way. But compared to where it has left to go, it's really only tapping 30 or 40% of its opportunity.
So could do better, but doing better. Toby.
So from a manufacturing, innovation, design perspective, engineering perspective, there's massive opportunity and we're doing great on that curve. Everyone in India. We're at the beginning of a massive curve.
And
doing
great.
well.
Great, okay.
Yeah.
No, well, okay, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Jürgen, you're coming in new to India. What's your outsiders at the moment? In a year, you'll be dressed like Pieter and Campbell. You'll be with Salil. You'll be Indianified. Maybe I will as well if I'm doing this next year. But what's your observation?
I'm not sure if I fully count as an outsider, as I was supporting the manufacturing growth the last 5 years. And what I can say, the growth trajectory is not even good. It's excellent. So really incredible. The place where we are now, yes, could be higher, but with the growth trajectory, with the elements we have in place, I'm really excited to be here.
Okay, thank you, Jürgen. Fantastic. Bharat, you've got the last word just on this little section.
I do.
Good,
Okay.
average, could do better. A bit like being at school, Bharat, isn't it?
Let me concentrate on the MRO aspect, which is what we do. I must admit that we could do a lot more. But to temper that could do a lot more, I must officially congratulate the Ministry of Civil Aviation. We received a gift last night of the new proposed changes of policy, which really sets the cat amongst the pigeons. Massive effort by every department, DGCA, BCAS, MOCA, AI, to make all the historical archaic rules go away permanently. Something we've been working with the government for a long time. So given the MRO scale, which is still extremely small, I see a massive growth happening from here on. And when I say massive, I'm saying some organizations could hit triple-digit growth rates within a year or two. Of course, the challenge of infrastructure needs to be met. We need more brick and mortar. But it's also the reason why perhaps Air India, IndiGo are investing in MRO. So MRO, I see a big growth curve. It'll be specific to organizational strength, because these regulations also need you to be a lot more competitive on a global scale. But I think we're up to it.
So it looks like we're breaking news here. So just repeat what you said at the start about a government
So policies,
Policies.
that impact MRO, which we have been pursuing and working
these
with
are-
ministry, they've been officially published. This last night we received a letter that these have been cleared up by the Ministry of Civil Aviation.
So, Leo,
Yes, it's a big ticket.
You're
item.
nodding. Tell me what your thought
Well,
is.
so look, I think MRO. There's a whole panel on MRO tomorrow,
Yes.
so I don't want to steal its thunder. But MRO policy advocacy has been a focus not just for the MROs. It's been a focus for Boeing and Airbus as well, because we need MRO to be liberalized and to grow in India so that our customers can be successful. This is what Peter was talking about bringing some of this work back into India.
Faze, what do you want to comment about this? I mean, it sounds really good.
So I took this charge about 9 months back, and the first thing which I told my team was that we are at a cusp of a huge growth. And unfortunately, we have the same set of people to work with. So either we cut down on the regulation and all that and make things easy, or we have to do double or 3 times the work than what we are doing. And fortunately, we are working as a team. I would tell you, we have more than 200 civil aviation regulations. And in the course of 6 months, I think we have revised almost 100 plus. And that we have done with the industry, not as DGC alone. We have, on each of these, we have discussed with the industry, where are the bottlenecks, what we can do to help you. And we are doing all that. And this is also accompanied with a lot of automation. So and you see, from 400 airplanes to close to 900 now, going to 3,000. These are things which need a lot more work and almost twice the number of airports, and you're still number 3 in the world. But then, as Peter said, our per capita travel is one of the lowest. So even if that becomes double from 0.5 to 1, which means everything is doubled. So you look at where we are going, and I think with the right policies, we are on the right track.
I see quite a lot of nodding going on, which makes me quite pleased. Who's nodding away, Peter or Campbell? What do you want? Respond, please.
Well, I think that the numbers which were mentioned, they require a lot to be done. And I think most important is that the mindset is very much aviation as a force for good. And you were earlier making some comparison to other parts of the world. I think the Indian government is truly embracing aviation as part of the economic and social progress of the nation itself. And if you embrace that, then whether 100 regulations are changed today or 110 or 90 becomes less relevant. The direction is, I think, most important. And at least in the 3 years I'm here, I've witnessed quite a few regulations which were of a certain size, and they're of a different size today, a smaller size. And clearly we still have discussions about we should change this, we should change that. And that's normal, and that will continue to have. But the mindset is, if all the planes which are ordered for the country need to operate here, we need to start doing things differently. So my answer to your first start was, it's taking off, but as it's taking off, Indian aviation will still need to do work on the people side, on the regulatory side, on the infrastructure side. And I think most important, and I think this is just a great example on the MRO, is that all these things are being implemented now, allowing us to move forward and allowing to do aviation what it's best, serving as a force for good for the country.
Campbell, do you want to amplify?
Well, I fully agree. One of the things I've observed over the 3 years is progression toward an outcome orientation. And I think that's across government, particularly in the DGC and the ministry, that it's no longer a continuation of the way things have done in the past because that's the way we've done them or the way we've done them here. It is policy making with a view to a specific outcome. And perhaps it's being a little bit forced by the sheer number of aircraft that are coming, the sheer scale of the opportunity, but it's very welcome, and we can see the progress happening. I think the other element that we now need to progress to is that because of this supportive policy, because of this acknowledgement and indeed enthusiasm for the catalytic role that aviation plays in social and economic development, We've seen massive improvement in airport infrastructure and the number of airports. We've seen privatization and consolidation of the aviation industry, and as a consequence, massive investment in fleet. We still need to see some improvement in airspace. There are projects happening, but that's going to be potentially a constraining factor. But over it all needs to be coordination. The secret ingredient of places in the Gulf and Southeast Asia and the big hubs in Europe is bringing all of these parts together in a harmonious way, including policy and regulation. And I think that's probably the next phase of India's evolution to fully maximize its potential, is bringing all these parts, which are individually progressing very well, but bringing them together into the symphony that actually is a vibrant, growing, customer-orientated and commercially successful aviation ecosystem.
Now, you put that really well, Campbell, but what does government need to do to make that symphony work in tune, work together, or what?
The ecosystem can only move as fast as its slowest part. Right. And if the constraint is airports, terminals, if the constraint is aircraft or MRO or training or customer facilitation, it's going to be held back and be inefficient. So individually, we can't solve this problem. Collectively, it must be solved, and really the only party that is capable of doing it collectively is a government, a regulator, a ministry.
So we've heard about the initiatives that you've been discussing, that we've talked about. Is government really committed to this? It's committed to it, that's not the right question. Is it going to do it in the time scale that you need in your businesses to succeed?
You see, governments work in a very, I would say, classic fashion. There's a time for everything. And I think this is the time for aviation. And it is not only the government, it is the ecosystem which forces the government to work. And with the economy growing, you see, for example, we saw a bottleneck with the MRO sector, because we need more maintenance, more repairs, more such activities within the country, because we see that the turnaround times are affected and things like that affected. So you have to do it. You don't have a choice, because of your actions, the sector is getting affected, and you realize that, and you don't want to be an impediment. So it's not a matter of choice. It's something which we have to do, and we are committed. And thankfully, there is support all along. That's a big thing.
Support within government?
Within government, up to the highest level, yeah.
Hello.
Barrett, do you want to comment?
I want to qualify what my DG has said. It's the first time I have experience, and for many people who know me here, I've been an MRO warrior for a long time. And what we have actually achieved in these last 3 months, we've been working on for 10 years. It was a simple note that came to us 3 months, and Mr. Kidwai is an inherent part of that team. And as usual, we had all the enthusiasm and energy to go and progress that. So it was IndiGo, Air India, ASIL, all of us were part. It was a first time a joint team between industry and government. And in 3 months to have gotten a clear-cut response, this is done, it's absolutely phenomenal. So I think the government is fully committed. I cannot deny that.
Thank you, Barrett.
Look, I think what you're seeing is that when industry and government are aligned, things can actually move very quickly in India. If you go back over the last 5 to 7 years at different things that have come into place. So in I think March or February of 2020, the reduction of the MRO taxation under GST down to 5%, the reduction of MRO customs duties, the rationalization of royalties, at least at the government-owned airports, on MRO. And that's just on MRO. Somebody asked a question earlier about leasing and Cape Town. The setup of Gift City over the last 10 years and the normalization of taxes there to be able to try to compete with Ireland and Singapore. Then the Cape Town aircraft objects bill that was passed this year to try to bring India's asset treatment of airplanes to global norms. As Peter noted, the implementation of that is still in process right now, but the bill was passed. These are all reforms that were advocated for a long time, but then when everyone got aligned, they happened fairly, they happened fairly quickly after that point. And so it's really about achieving that alignment between government and industry that takes a while, but then yields quick results after that.
So thank you, Salil. So if Peter, go on.
Well, I think it's important to underline, we speak here on MRO.
Yes.
Just what was just mentioned, Gift City, I think is an incredibly important step. So for all the fleet financing, India was dependent on leasing companies outside India. The establishment of Gift City as an entity from where leasing can take place, from where fleet financing can take place, it is just another very important building block in the entire ecosystem, which is going to be built at this point in time in India. So I think, and looking at the points you mentioned in your conference, it's about the people part of it, it's about the policy part of it, it's about the MRO part of it, it's about the financing part of it. And there, I would say, on all these different aspects, you see actually a lot of movement, and Campbell was rightfully so addressing the need for orchestration of that. But it's all moving in the right direction. And the fact that, 3 years back, there was no fleet financing in India itself. Now it is there through Gift City. So I think we'll be, by the time we're in 2030, we'll look back and we'll say, wow, what happened in India over the past decade? We'll have huge MRO facilities. We have operators who fly all over the world. We have a workforce who is ready to sort of move forward. We have fleet financing in place. We have an ecosystem collaborating, including production. And again, what's happening in other parts of the world with shortage of people, I would say environmental elements driving production outside parts. I mean, the shop Toby is running is just phenomenal. And that's happening in India itself, and the opportunity to expand it. I think we'll look back in a couple of years from now and witness that a massive transformation has taken place.
Thank you, Peter. So what's the next priority to get, to do the government sort of orchestration? Which sector? Is it airports? Is it airlines? Is it training? What's the bottleneck after MRO? Salil, you don't point at somebody else. Or Peter or Campbell, why don't you give us the next one?
Let the customers go first.
Yes.
Look, there's been a massive expansion in the number of airports. It's probably been mentioned already, from 79 to 154 over the last 10 years, with another 50 coming in the next 5. Unfortunately, most of those airports want to be connected to Delhi, Mumbai, or Bangalore. And Delhi is becoming constrained. The current Mumbai is constrained. There's a new airport coming outside Mumbai, but it's not fully connected with ground infrastructure yet. There's potential new terminal development in Indira Gandhi Airport, but the ownership structure of the airport constrains long-term planning for investment in such things. So I think that's probably the up-and-coming bottleneck physically. The other bottleneck, I think, is airspace and air routes. We've already got a huge challenge with respect to on-time performance as an ecosystem, again, because of the constraints of the major hubs and the impact of fog or monsoon. And I think we need to look at that, because with the doubling of the fleet domestically, there's only so many routes that we can fly.
Yes. No, I appreciate that. Barrett, if you want to be more direct at me, which is like, Mark, I want to come in, just do that, because
Mark,
I'm not shy.
Mark, I'm coming in. I think a real constraint we're all going to face is skilled people. Every time I look out there, whether it's MRO airlines, we have the engineers, we have the people, the pilots, but the transition from wherever they graduated from to what they can do with us, get into the aviation ecosystem, is a bit of a challenge today. We do not have enough institutes. Perhaps a little brashly put, the ones we have are not up to the challenge either. So to me, really speaking, is you'll be able to build a building with bricks and mortar, but can you fill it in with the right people? And I think one of my friends, Ashok, is really doing a great job at GMR, and they built a skill training college. But it's not going to be enough by any stretch of imagination. I think we need tens of thousands, and we're still looking at hundreds.
But is that a government thing, or is that an industry thing?
It's a partnership.
Okay.
Mark, go ahead.
Toby, Toby, jump in. And then I'll come to you.
That's really important. That's a really important point. The industrial capacity of the country rests on the shoulders of the skill of our people. And for example, in Bangalore, and to talk about a PPP, there's a government ITI at the Bangalore airport, which is managed and run by us. So this is a model that's going to explode across India, and you'll have more and more private companies partnering the government, taking local ITIs like we've done, and generating the skills. We work with 55 villages. And, everybody talks about Bangalore as a great center of engineering. The greater Bangalore area has the largest cohort of engineers in the world, on the planet. It's got 3 million engineers in the greater Bangalore. So that's a big power. But for manufacturing, you need technicians. And these villages are home to some incredible craft traditions. So we take children of craftsmen, and then they train for 3 years to become very advanced aerospace workers, and this is world class. And to the message given earlier by Peter, is across the world you're seeing a shortage of people, because post-COVID a lot of the craftsmen retired, and the youngsters don't want to do craft anymore. Aircraft, it's crafted. Spacecraft, it's crafted. So you need craftsmen.
So the government has a role in encouraging this, working in partnership with the ecosystem to subsidize it,
I think there's a reverse way to a reverse subsidy. The government owns an incredible network of industrial training institutes, ITIs. The asset is theirs. We don't care about the asset. Let the government own the asset. The government can work with really good local industries like they've done in Bangalore with us. And then it's a reverse subsidy. We are using our CSR to run that ITI, and it's not just for us, it's for everybody. Even our competitors get their workers from our ITI.
Not too many.
God's work, yeah.
Only the ones that...
No.
Joking. Ashish, and then Jürgen. You wanted to come in, Ashish, did you?
Yeah. See, we need to pass the accountability now away from the government to the industry.
Yeah.
Government has done in terms of policy and giving the right platform to the industry, but has industry done what industry has to do? So to put some perspective on my previous below average question, 2015, the penetration was 5.7%. 2005, the penetration was 2.5%. And 2025, the penetration is 11.6%. Yeah, so we see the numbers, double, 2x growth in the last 10 years. But on a CAGR basis, 7.7%. GDP growth in India, anyway 7 to 8%. So what has the industry done to exploit this opportunity? India is throwing a massive opportunity over the next 20 years. But as industry, are we thinking big and are we setting the targets? We continue at the same 7.8%, we are going to have penetration of 16% with 200 million people flying. Compare that to China, 770 million people flying. What are we talking about? So we need to take a more ecosystem approach. Airlines, OEMs, MRO, training, all need to come together. Government, I think, has done what they have to do. We need to think big, we need to deliver.
What does that look like, though, Ashish? What do you mean? Like, you guys are going to walk behind this stage and figure it out?
No, it's about first setting a target. This is not about meeting 220 million passengers flying in 2030. This is about how we can make 500 million passengers fly in 2030. Work backwards. How many airports are required? Yeah, how many people are required? How many MRO centers are required? Everything is possible.
So I get that. And it's a really good way of expressing it. I'm just struggling to see how that's orchestrated, to your point, Campbell. I get the orchestration bit as well, totally, but who is the actor that draws that together? It's
the people in the ecosystem. So we have the airlines, we have the airport operator, we have the MRO operator. All of us have to work together. But we no longer need to go to the government and say, please do X and Y for us. They've done ample for us.
Right.
So I think the investment, the action is happening by the individual players, as I said before. Yeah, but between us, I think we account for a year's production of these guys and these guys.
Yes.
We're building a 12-bay maintenance facility in Bangalore and a training academy to produce 200 engineers a year. We've got 22 flight simulators being installed in Gurgaon to train pilots. We've got 34 aircraft coming to train pilots ab initio. I'm sure IndiGo has got many such similar investments happening. all the parts are coming. It's just how do we make sure that it is sufficient? Is there an incentive and a recognition for the investment and effort that's being made? Is there some vision that's given to others to come in from the private sector aside from us and contribute to this mission? I think that's the gap. Investment is being made by individual parties, but how is it being orchestrated?
No, Jürgen, you did want. Thank you, Campbell. This is core to it, isn't it? Jürgen, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in and maybe a step back. Aviation industry is really driven by human capital, and I want to come back to the human capital. And I have a very interesting number. During COVID, the aviation industry as a whole reduced their workforce by more than 17%. More than 7%. And this is what we still feel today, because we are missing these experienced people to do the ramp up. In the end, all the constraints come back to not having the human capital. And we are now in a place where aerospace, we will build another 40,000 aircraft. That's at least the demand for the next 20 years. We are here in a country where the growth is higher than everywhere else. A significant portion of our production goes to this country. So I see an incredible chance here to build this human capital, especially with the really great amount of young people getting into workforce every year. So if we join forces, if we have the right universities, Airbus is sponsoring, is participating in Gati Shakti University. I really love the approach of Toby, because aerospace production is really craftsmanship on the highest level. You never will automate like you do in other industries. So utilizing, having the government support with the right schools, with the right approaches, let the industry, let us support with the right curriculums. We know what we need. So really building up this human capital is, for me, the foundation that India can take off as we all want it to take off.
Thank you.
So it seems to me we have the celloist, the violin, the band, and everybody here, the trumpeter, but we probably need a conductor for this orchestra.
Well,
I think that's the missing link here.
I think
everyone's looking to
I'm looking in a direction.
You see, it's not that we are not working on those lines or we are not conscious of this fact. If you see aircraft maintenance engineers, now I would say about 10 years back, there were our engineers who were not getting jobs. But today, out of those 54 AME schools, we fall short. They are all recruited. Quality definitely is something which we need to work more on. And now with the likes of GMR and other such industry partners coming in, it will improve the quality. If you talk of pilot training with the likes of Air India and IndiGo and such companies getting into pilot training on their own and establishing one of the biggest schools in this part of the world, it will definitely ramp up quality amongst others. What we need to look at exactly is where are the gaps, and whether we are training our people to fill in those gaps, because in this space, technology is something which is constantly changing and improving, and maybe we today are not doing all of that. We are doing a part of that. And how do we ensure that 10 years down the line, when we are doing much more, do we have the human resources to complement that, those areas? So that is something, again, which we need to work on, which as a government we need to identify and facilitate. Ultimately, it will come from the private sector, and we have to look at models like the one which Toby was mentioning. These are kind of models which the government has been working with, and I'm sure these will give us the solutions.
No, thank you. And we really appreciate you coming to bring that viewpoint. Yeah. Thank you. I'm sure everybody does here. let's just talk a little bit about Ashish here, because MRO is a business where your business, your company, Adani, has put its money where its mouth is. The airlines are too, but we're just going to ask you first, is that you've made some big moves. I'm going to come on to what they might mean and ask Peter and Campbell something, but just tell us, from Adani's point of view, you've explained the opportunity there in a sense, but with the Airworks acquisition, with Indamar, you're really putting your money where your mouth is. Why?
I'll tell you. A couple of years back when we started to look into the sector, sustainability from a long term was one of the key criteria, not only in aerospace, but also in defense. When we saw deeper what's happening in the industry, there's not an industry, with due respect. Between Airworks, Indamar, some of the other subscale players, it's still a workshop. So when we're talking about growing the Indian aviation industry, it has to migrate from a workshop to actually an industry. And when we talk about 1.5 billion people who are going to potentially fly over the next 15 years, one of the most important element is how do we provide in-house or within India MRO for a faster turnaround to our customers, whether it's IndiGo or Air India or the people. Yeah. And if you break down the whole MRO bucket, what India is doing is predominantly structure, which is 30%. The big chunk, whether it's of engine or components, still going outside the country. So when we talk about the whole dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat, this is more than the Indian aviation industry, but to build an indigenous ecosystem, 70% is getting outsourced. Yeah. So when we talk about the 20 years roadmap or the 2047 roadmap of the Honorable Prime Minister of making India a developed economy, which is going to run at the back of Indian aviation industry, how can we not have a MRO industry which is running into billions of dollars? So that was the thought process of looking at how do we bring some structure, scale, but most importantly, credibility. Because for my customer, what matters is if the plane is going into a workshop, will it come back safe? The turnaround time will be respected, and will my customer be satisfied? And that is what Adani is going to bring to the table.
Yeah.
Salil.
So I just want to note one thing that Ashish noted is the synergy between commercial or civil and defense. Every successful MRO industry in the world has generally leveraged that synergy. And Airworks is a great example of it. You know, we several years ago put P-8s, our maritime patrol aircraft, into Airworks for MRO with the blessing of the US government. This was for the Indian aircraft. But the US Navy themselves came and saw the quality there, and they were incredibly impressed. The point is this. It's that we can develop capabilities and scale in MRO largely by taking advantage of both of these growth areas in India. If you just focus on one, you're competing with folks in the world who do both, which is a challenge. The other thing is this. In defense, you're able to leverage certain capability business cases. So for example, there might not be a business case to bring in landing gear capability for a certain aircraft type just on its own for civil, because the airlines might have contracts already to do that work elsewhere. But if you can do it for defense, which we did with AIESL, then you develop the capability in India. The next time those contracts come up for the airlines, they have the opportunity potentially to contract with Indian MROs. So that synergy is not just at a single point in time, but it grows over time.
Thank you, Salil. Peter and Campbell, how, the movement of somebody like Adani, good news, but you want to do it yourselves, really? Or do you want to do it in partnership, mixture? Is it good news?
I think it's good news because the sheer capacity which is needed and the sheer ecosystem has to be built. Then what part we're doing exactly ourselves and what part is done by Adani's or others or even in joint venture type of configuration, that will all play out going forward. And I think that combination of partnership and competition at the same time is not unique for India.
No.
There's other parts of the world where there's airlines having their own MRO facilities, having a both partnership and competitive relationship with some of the OEM providers. That's the nature of the industry we're in. And I think the fact that India is moving into that direction is just underlining the fact that the industry is maturing, that we're preparing collectively for that big step forward. So from my personal view, from IndiGo's position, I think it's good news. Then exactly how it will play out will be over time, because we need to get that ecosystem sort of going and up and running. And I agree with Campbell's point on orchestration, but to some extent, I think it will kind of organically also come together in partnerships, competition, and way forward. And then we'll see again, and I think Toby's wonderful company is a great example of that. We'll see winners emerging in India, which will attract talent and which will attract other parts to become part of that. And it's a global industry. As significant as we are, we're still part of a global ecosystem in parts and supplies. And I think what is perhaps sometimes missed in the discussion, it's not only what's happening in India, it's also what's happening globally, where the workforce is actually shrinking in many parts of the world, and we have the opportunity to have it here. So I think the opportunity out there, and again for perhaps Adani's or other providers, they're looking perhaps to a global scale and say, what are the work from other parts of the world we can bring into India and have it done really here? That's not per se what we at IndiGo would be looking at. We have plenty of stuff to do ourselves. So I think that overall ecosystem will have a combination of work being done for Indian operators and perhaps even work being done for places outside the world, where outside India, all over the world, where the shortage of labor and the shortage of talent and the shortage of resources really is there, which we can start building up here. So I think that part of the equation sometimes is a bit missed when we look to third largest economy and so many people. Look what's happening on the global scale, and as large as we are as operators, still we are a relatively small part of the global aviation. And again, there's a lot of parts of Asia which are aging so fast, and where labor shortage is going to be the big issue in the next decade, where the opportunity for India is massive. And then we come back to discussions with government. How do we easily bring in parts? How do we easily bring in planes? How do we have GST sort of matching to all that equation? I think that is the opportunity, which is next to whatever Campbell, myself, and others are doing. That's a huge opportunity, I would say, for the ecosystem.
Thank you, Peter. Toby, you're nodding at me, but I think you're just nodding in agreement, right? It's okay, fine. Yeah. But Ashish, so Peter's very eloquently, Campbell's echoed it as well. Adani moving into this market, great. And I'm sure part of your business case is international third-party work. Absolutely. Okay, great.
Yeah. But I just want to make one more comment.
Please.
See, we have been talking about shortage of labor, shortage of people. What we are not looking at the flip side, we haven't done ample digitization and automation in this industry in India. Yeah. So when we're talking about MRO and with the OEMs and the airline sitting here, we don't need like an army of people to tell us what's going to fail. Yeah, this is data analytics, and this is having a data lake where the data is coming and the analysis is happening. So we have to move away from a workshop mindset that once a plane lands into my workshop, let me correct it, to a more predictive and a proactive model. And I don't need 2,000 people. I need 20 good data analysts who can actually make this happen and provide a better customer service to Air India or IndiGo or to SpiceJet in the future.
Right.
So the country is still looking at running the same business model, what we have been running for the last 25 years, rather than saying everyone is talking generative AI, everyone is talking artificial intelligence. We are not imbibing anything. Where's a digital backbone for Indian aviation industry?
No, that's a great point. A great point. I'm going to ask you just one question, Ashish, before we move on to the next section is, so Adani's into airports, you're into MRO,
Absolutely.
You're into manufacturing, profit, airline business. Oh. Well, apart from IndiGo, of course. And everybody will follow. Campbell will be there. What about the airline business for Adani? Come on, you're massive. You've got money pouring out of it places. Get stuck into the airline business, my friend. India wants you.
We call ourselves the technology infrastructure company, and we want to leave the airline business to the experts who are doing it very well. We can only be the enablers to them, and we want to be the enablers to them in the future also.
No, there's just one catch. If you're an airport operator, you can't run an airline.
Well, that's banned?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the regulation.
You'll have to sell those useless airports. Get into the airline business, Ashish.
We may be interested.
Yeah, they're ready. Thank you. I didn't know. Well, I kind of knew that, but I'd forgotten it because I'm getting so excited. So Ashish, we can't expect you to be doing an airline soon. Oh, damn. Okay, let's move on from that. That was fun. Let's talk about Made in India. I mean, I put a question out which you all know about, which was, will we ever see a Made in India commercial airliner? I don't just mean sort of bolting it together and taking it off the design board from Boeing or from Airbus. And I'm just going to ask Jürgen initially, just because you bought more stuff. How much in your 5 years did you buy for Airbus in value?
Every year about 50 billion.
50 billion. So 250 billion. Has anybody in this room ever spent 250 billion over 5 years? There's some rich people in this room, but that's pretty dumb. Peter's like, what? Maybe with your aircraft purchases, maybe. Oh, that's kind of, yeah, okay. So, Jürgen, you've got a great view of India. You've been working in this market for a long time yourself personally. The Airbus board came here a couple of weeks ago, which there's some really interesting signals. These are very obvious signals, I guess. But just tell us from your perspective, and you've come here to India to run this Indian operation, which is, by the way, lining you up for great promotion opportunities in the future. Remy knows that. So, but just, this is a place to be. Yes. It's a cool place to be. Campbell's here, Peter's here, everybody's here. Just, give us your thoughts on what this means. What does Airbus think about India, and what does this signal to us? You coming, the board coming.
So where do I start? First of all, I'm really excited to be here because for me, we are kind of an inflection point. As I said, the trajectory is great. If we follow up, sky is the limit. And being here for 4 weeks, I had the opportunity to host the full Airbus board. It was for them the first time to go to India as a board. And I think I'm allowed to cite my chairman, René Obermann, which he just recently repeated. He was blown away. It is the professionalism. We visited the shop of Toby. It was the humble leadership while being very integrative, doing sustainable technology. It is what I experienced myself in the last 5 years. Very good at build to print, but we already have diamonds where they are not just copying our parts. No, we are utilizing the engineering capabilities. We are re-engineering the parts and producing them better, more efficient, with better quality. So this is really an exciting place to be. And what we at Airbus want to do, we want to really develop an aerospace ecosystem. And this starts for us clearly at manufacturing, where to step aside, where this is really already a powerhouse in manufacturing. During COVID, as chief procurement officers, we all were struggling with the ramp up. And I can tell you, without the Indian supply chain supporting us, and members are here on the panel, the ramp up would have not happened as it happened. The next step is already assembly. This is something what we are supporting, and right now we have, next example, which was not here 5 years ago, we are assembling complex parts like A220 doors here in India. Then we also want to support maintenance, and there was already a good discussion on this. I will not elaborate more on this one. Another thing is engineering. We are growing our engineering footprint. I nearly had said like crazy. We are hiring up to 20% more people every year in the engineering area because we have the opportunity to get great people. And this is also our contribution to create this human capital, which aerospace is needed, but there's a limit what we can do. We want to support leasing. And so really our target is to build this comprehensive aerospace ecosystem and to support also our customers in the next step of growth. So just to sum up, I'm really excited to be here. There are many, many opportunities. And to come back to one, you said, I think you said final assembly line, right? We are already doing this. It is already decided, and we are on a great trajectory to doing this. We are building a C295 final assembly line. We are also building a final assembly line for H125 helicopter, the most successful helicopter in the world. And this final assembly line is, you could say, a testament to what we believe India is capable of. We decided this while the Indian market for helicopters is very small. We decided this to invest, to do this, while we had no contract, while we had nobody saying, I want to buy these helicopters, but we said, we believe in the growth of India, and we will inaugurate this final assembly line next year in March. I hope we will have great attendance there. So this is what we are already doing, and this is a step by step to really develop this ecosystem with this final assembly line, with more engineering capacities, with building up the production ecosystem. And if I look at Salil, we already talked on another panel about this, and it needs to start from the raw materials. Today, we are more or less importing all the raw materials, which is a big chunk of value creation. So first step is bringing in the raw materials, and there I look at the DGCA, the government. If you want to support this, today, now aerospace industry is a long-term industry. So it's you need to have a lot of start-up investment to get the things going. And we have in India this production link incentive. Why not extend this one to the aerospace industry? This is the growing industry, so this would enable us unlock all these things. This could even support the creation of raw materials. So to sum it up, I see opportunities in all areas. I'm really excited to be here, and fire away.
Jürgen, I'm just going to give Mr. Kidwai a pen, because you can write that bit down. he's giving you a bullet point. Action point. Action point.
On it already.
I know, he knows that already. Sorry, Salil.
We've advocated on this point a fair bit. So, from the Boeing standpoint, we've had a lot of firsts over the last, 5 years. We're the first to get to 10,000 crores of sourcing, of any foreign OEM in India, and to have a joint venture that's doing fuselages here that we do with the Tatas. First to do full-scale determined assembly that we do with a number of suppliers. Toby, of course, has the capability as well. But what I will say is all of this capability builds on top of one another. So, it's fantastic some of the things that Jürgen has noted that Airbus is doing, because they're doing a lot of that with our suppliers. And we're doing a lot of the work we're doing with suppliers that they've developed. And that's terrific. And both of us are working with Lockheed suppliers. And this is all fantastic because it builds the capability in the right direction for India overall and allows us to start thinking about what is next. And I was going to raise the concept potentially if we want to talk about something like regional transport aircraft. Because as we move from simple assemblies to complex assemblies to working with composite materials to FSDA or advanced manufacturing techniques and final assembly, all of this is building in a stepwise fashion to India designing its own aircraft, certifying its own aircraft, building its own aircraft, and maintaining its own aircraft. And one of the things that the government has floated is this regional transport aircraft that they will need Indian industry and US industry and French industry and German industry to work together on to try to bring forward. And I wanted to go to actually Toby on this because he's been instrumental in those discussions.
Yeah. No. So
he's putting you on the spot, Toby. You've got answers, I know.
Look. Peter talked about this earlier. He talked about 42 or 46 ATRs that they have. There is the long-range, wide-bodied international routes. There are all these big, single-aisle routes. But then there are these incredible little towns filled with businessmen and amazing tourist destinations, literally in forests. And what's amazing in India is during World War II, the Brits built 500 strips all over India that aren't used, but they're there. And if we had that right kind of third-tier aircraft, you could open up India in a way that we haven't even imagined. That last mile. Because you could get to where the tigers are, you could get to where Buddha was born, you could get to amazing sites, and you could get 2-3 million tourists every month that we don't dream of from the rest of the world. So there has to be a holistic view, and a small regional transport aircraft will become the critical piece of that puzzle. And then of course you've got to have resorts and everything else. But it will be a massive employment and tax generator for this country.
Are you going to do it?
No, I'm talking in presence of airlines, government, and an audience.
Yeah, so that as a concept that has been there. There have been some efforts earlier, but I think again now with the right kind of ecosystem, and it is something which was attempted initially by the government solely for some time with a foreign partner. But now I think with the private sector and the government getting into this, and the opportunity is there, because you see the Udan scheme, which is connecting the hinterland with the mainland, is a scheme which needs these kind of aircrafts. And today, if we need around, I would say at least 200 of these kind of aircrafts to effectively implement the scheme. And if we have that kind of numbers, I'm sure with the right kind of policies, getting all the actors in the ecosystem together, it should not be something which we can't do. I'm sure we can.
We can.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's technically possible. I'm just wondering, from an airline point of view, is this a business case? Do you want to do this kind of stuff?
Sure. If the cost of operation are relative to the cost of tickets,
yeah,
and I think that's exactly where this equation comes in, and we have to be realistic. You know, the numbers in India in terms of penetration are still low, and I think part of the shift from rail to air has been facilitated by exactly that philosophy and that policy. And today, tickets in India are perhaps the lowest in the world in terms of, if you compare domestic US or domestic China or intra-European ticket and then compare it to India. So the smaller gauge of planes you go to, in general, the cost per seat is going higher. That's the simple economics of it. And I think it is important for India to develop an aviation ecosystem which is sustainable in the long run. So yes, we're interested in that market. That's exactly why we are the largest ATR operator in the country itself, and doing a lot of the small town flying. And really, we can see the change in these small towns. Whenever we start operating, it's changing really the fabric of these smaller towns and smaller cities. At what point does that reach a saturation? We don't know. I think it's important now to look at the holistic system. So yes, we'll have these, but it can only go hand in hand with an increase of capacity at the larger airports, because you want to connect these cities to somewhere. And I think there's a lot of flying from, let's say, tier 2 to tier 2 or tier 3 to tier 3, which eventually will be very difficult to sustain because it's competing with road and rail. And with all the investments the government is rightfully so making in roads and rail, you'll find tier 3 to tier 3, it's very difficult to maintain that. What will help is connect all these cities to the larger airports in connecting them to the rest of the nation. I think Bangalore and especially Hyderabad is a great example where we have our largest ATR bases out of Hyderabad. And that's connecting to a whole range of smaller towns and cities in that region, connecting through Hyderabad to the rest of the nation. So, but that will require, and I think Campbell was mentioning that earlier, that will require capacity in Delhi, in Mumbai, in Bangalore, and Hyderabad to connect to all these cities. So I think the answer is perhaps a bit more nuanced than, hey, there's an opportunity out there. The opportunity should be connected to the larger airports or the larger regional hubs for that matter, rather than connecting tier 3 to tier 3 cities, which now again, with all the investments being made, I think Jaipur is a great example. We fly from Delhi to Jaipur, but the real traffic on board is people connecting over Delhi to Jaipur. There's not many people anymore taking a plane from Delhi to Jaipur because it's like a 3-hour drive and you're on a good day and you're there. So that will start to develop into a connecting ecosystem, again, very much like other parts of the world. So I'm a big believer in it. But it comes back to an earlier point. It should connect to a holistic view on how we build up capacity in the air and in the ground to connect to that.
Thank you,
To
Campbell,
emphasize
and then Toby.
The first point that Peter made about the cost of operation. Small aircraft, relatively short flights, high unit cost. And can we recover enough revenue to cover that cost? I think that challenge is why it's such a subscale part of the market at the moment. Theoretically and intuitively, it is a massive opportunity. Strategically, it is something that is really quite compelling. Socially and from developmentally, from an economic perspective, it is something that I think should be really encouraged. But there's a reason why 47 aircraft, there's a reason why no such aircraft. It's not for a lack of interest and a lack of enthusiasm. It's just the business case doesn't really quite stack up yet.
Yes,
that's the key, actually, the business case. And I mean, just this weekend, I flew to Dharamshala from Bangalore, and my Delhi Dharamshala sector was more expensive than my Bangalore Delhi sector, which means it's profitable on an ATR. And so what created that profitability was the demand. People flying to Dharamshala. Like I said, there's this incredible Indian entire network of cities and towns and villages connected with the Buddha circuit, which would draw in 2 million tourists from Asia every month if we had an ecosystem. But you'd need to serve it, and you'd have demand, which is not the domestic demand, but it'd be a destination. People flying into India to see tigers or to go to the birthplace of Buddha or to go and see some forts that, it's like being in Egypt. I mean, we get more tourists in Egypt than in India. It's a small country. So the critical last mile is that small little aircraft that we need to think about. But there has to be a bigger holistic thinking.
The bigger picture. Again, Jürgen, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, and I personally think that this would be a great opportunity for India to have this ATR. And I like what you said, Campbell. The question is, can we bring all the ingredients which we have here in India to make this ecosystem from production, operating, that it is a business case?
Yes.
That this really is supporting the country. I'm positive what I see, that it can be done, but...
I'm just going to elevate... Avashish, go on, please.
Yeah, see, we are doing defense manufacturing now for the last 8 to 9 years. Just ticking the box and saying we are putting up a final assembly line neither adds value to the country nor employment. So we need to be very careful what we are trying to do. Are we just making ourselves happy and comfortable? We have a FAL line, so we have done a great deal in terms of indigenization. It's 5% of the total value of the platform. Then RTA is definitely a good opportunity in terms of connecting through UDAN scheme, the 200 and 300, but we are still thinking incrementally. The model has to become completely decentralized, and you fast forward 10 years, how can I fly from the parking lot of JW Marriott all the way to central Delhi? So VTOLs come in. This is not about just an 80-seater, this is about the 8-seater or the 6-seater, where the engineering talent of India gets utilized, where we are actually able to see we are doing Make in India rather than just a FAL line based on foreign technology.
Right.
So we need to be very careful that are we just satisfying ourselves and walking away saying a big tick, but it's 5% value, or we are really building an ecosystem from a long-term perspective.
Jürgen, yes, thank you, Ashish. Great observation. Of course, it's spot on.
This is a great comment because you're fully right. The FAL is really nice to look at, but it is just a very small value creation. The potential lies in the ecosystem. What I said, starting raw materials, manufacturing, assembling, really having this here, where subsystems, maybe even electronics, where we are not yet there, where we could probably be in India. So this is the first step to build, and at some point, then maybe a FAL could be a logical step, but it's.
So I'm going to put my question about will there ever be an assembly line for a 737 MAX or an A320 in India? I could put that on the shelf because we've got to walk before we can run. Am I right?
So I can say the following: we are not capacity constraints with our FALs. There we have enough.
The capacity constraint is somewhere else.
It's somewhere else, and the capacity constraint is somewhere else where India can really help us. And this is what we are developing, and this is really creating value. And I would not focusing on 5% where we anyhow not capacity constrained. So we need to do the right thing, and this is what we are doing.
You're giving a bit of a thumbs up to.
Absolutely.
I know you would do that.
No, the real value is in the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, I would say present tense. On the other 95%, India is supporting, and its performance has been very strong.
Gentlemen, and by the way, diversity. Sorry about the diversity, gentlemen, but this is we'll work on that for next year, okay? I mean, they're all beautiful. But they're not diverse, are they? But let's just do a final go around the houses before we stop, because we've got a hard stop, and I really appreciate all of your time. What have you, in a little sign back, please? What have you taken away from this discussion that you might not have heard before? You do this a lot. You talk together. You've got your teams. Just give me something you've taken away from this discussion. You might all agree. Who wants to start? Mr. Kidwai?
I think I'll have the last word on that.
You want the last word? Oh, smart. Bharat.
All right. So the first thing I'm going to take away is it's been a while, and I want to thank Mr. Kidwai that we've had a DGC on any discussion, sir, ever.
So thank you.
MRO Association has been doing this for years. We've had some junior officers from MOCA, but never RDG. The greatest takeaway thus for me is the proactive position of our government. To go out there in the front of the public on a forum like this and present themselves and be open to all kinds of questions. It shows a commitment. Insofar as my colleagues and friends on the dais, it gives me a little bit of insight, not a deep insight, as to where they're going from here. What is the next step? One thing on the RTA, I'm not convinced that we can handle it. I think as a person who lives in Mumbai, it used to take us 5 hours to get to Pune. It takes 2 hours on the expressway. And this will increase. I think India will develop a road and rail network which might not be the necessary item for that last mile connectivity to be on air. But I go with Ashish on the eVTOL. I'm not convinced about the 1920-seater plane being built by us now. I think the eVTOL makes sense, and that was the big takeaway.
That was great. A tiny bit too long for a soundbite. Just saying. Anybody who wants to go next? Jürgen.
Not something I was not. Or let me put it this way: there is something. If you look at this panel, this represents really aviation in India, and what I was not knowing before, but what I was hoping is we are really super aligned, and especially we also having the DGCA here, how we want to grow, how we want to progress, how we want to develop the Indian aerospace. So this is something I'm really happy to fully be convinced now after this.
Alignment.
Yes, the alignment.
Yeah. Salil.
Just a reminder, usually when we do these panels, it's the MROs talking to one another, the aerospace OEMs talking to one another. Rarely, Mark, do we have somebody pull customers and OEMs and MRO on the same panel. And the value of that is a reminder for me, which is that in a way we are all here to serve Campbell's customer, to serve Peter's customer. That's the passengers.
Yes.
We're all here to build an Indian aviation ecosystem that enables every single Indian to fly. And I think that's what the importance of these types of discussions brings home.
Okay, thank you.
My observation, I've been coming to these things for 15 years in India, and the contrast between then and now is just chalk and cheese. And I don't know what the audience think, but certainly my takeaway from this discussion is that now you've got clear focus, you've got a lot of investment, you've got a lot of optimism in the future, you've got action happening, you've got coordination improving, you've got regulation improving, you've got government supporting with an outcome orientation. You know, the constituent that's missing from this discussion is the airports, but I know that if the airports were present here, they would be similarly aligned. It really is an indication of where Indian aviation is in terms of its development, its optimism, its aspiration. And so I think it's really exciting.
Peter?
Yeah, well, I guess just echoing what Campbell said, a great display of shared vision and direction. I guess for you and perhaps some of the others in the room, a bit disappointing in terms of all that alignment. I guess you just want to have a headline, one is contradicting the other, something like that. So I'm sorry for the friends in the media. They were not having any fireworks on stage today, but a lot of alignment. But overall, I think it's very encouraging to see, all the different dimensions nicely coming together. And what was new for me, I didn't know about this new MRO regulation, which was announced actually last night. So that's, to your point, what is new, that's new for me. And I think that's great news.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Ashish?
Yeah, see, the takeaway for me is the policymakers are thinking in a very progressive manner, and they've created a platform for growth for India and the aviation industry for the next many decades. The players on the dais are serious in terms of intent and building the country. The passion exists. I think the focus has to be on execution.
Okay.
So the vision is there, the direction is there, the focus is execute, 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 and we'll be there.
Toby, execution. You're pretty good at that.
No, I think everything's been said, but I mean, if we say the word now is the moment, it's the next decade is now, not like not the second decade. And we've just got an incredible opportunity as a country, as an industry, and we just have a lot of hard work ahead of us. Great hard work.
No, I think you're all very used to hard work, I'm just saying.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
you wanted the last word, right?
Before you, I think you will have the last word.
No, I won't.
But so I think we are on the right track in two things. One, creating the right ecosystem, which I think all the panelists have certified here. And the second is with the right kind of mindset. It's both of them have to work together. And you can see the ecosystem is coming in place, the mindset is already there, and now it's for the industry to take it forward from there and to, as Ashish said, we have to have a much bolder vision, and the opportunity is there. And if the industry comes forward with that kind of a vision, we can do much more. As a regulator, I would say that my job is not only promoting this, but at the same time, I'm a safety regulator. So my job also becomes much more challenging when I'm operating only 400 or 1,000 planes in the sky to 3,000 planes in the sky. And that is something which we have to ensure that's our bread and butter, I think, for the DCCA.
Thank you. Thank our panel. I'm not going to have a last word. My last word is thank them very much for their time and their passion here. Thank you, everybody. Apart from Campbell, please go and make this ecosystem work, get this alignment going. Oh, you want a quick, have a quick snap at the front, please. Thanks, Barrett. So we're going to go straight into the fireside chat with myself and Campbell in a minute. Thank you very much, photographers, everybody, for your interest. Rhonda, thank you. Thank you, Peter. See you later. Yeah, lovely to meet you. Take care. Thank you for your contribution. Toby, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. No, it's good. It's very good.
It's okay.
Thanks, Sally. Yes, I'm still live. So if I say anything, how long have we got? Thank you, Ashish. So everybody, we're going to start now. So more people will be coming in. So will you please encourage? If you come in, you have to bring somebody else in. That's kind of the rules. I made that up, by the way. We've got a couple of videos, just very short videos to play first. So, Rambil, go ahead, play those videos back to back. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Well, Campbell, I had the pleasure of, in fact, I've had the pleasure of flying on your 350s at least 3 times in the last year, actually.
Glad to hear it. Thank you.
And it's not just the product, because the product is one thing, isn't it? But it's and I don't know, because I hadn't flown India a lot, like in the 70s or the 80s or but it's the service. That truly, that's what I would comment on anyway in terms of standing out.
Look, I think that is India's secret sauce, to be honest. It's a naturally warm and hospitable culture. There's no secret that some of the best hotels in the world, whether it be Taj or Oberoi's or others, are Indian, and it's the service that really makes them stand out. Anyone can invest in hard product. We are investing in hard product, but the polish on the top is the consistency, the warmth, the genuine hospitality of the crew and the people that people interact with on the ground. So I think that as we bring all of the different components of the new Air India together, I'm really excited by the future. I really think we've got a very strong proposition. It's already present on our A350s serving London and New York from Delhi. But over the course of 2026, there is a massive expansion in this modern international product. And it's an exciting time.
Well, I mean, to compete with the likes of Emirates, Singapore Airlines, where you used to work, Qatar Airways, Turkish, you need to be as good, you need to benchmark against these people, I guess, and aspire to be even better.
Yeah, well, look, if you get on board the 350, which you have, and I encourage other people to do so, I think you will find that the product stacks up very competitively to any one of those airlines that you name. The added advantage, of course, is that it's a non-stop service from India to New York, London, and eventually anywhere else we fly. We already fly to nearly 50 international destinations. And so not just the product and the service, it's the convenience and the time and the loyalty membership that then allows you to redeem your points on a more relevant network to you. And so I think we're really building towards something that is going to be, and already is in some aspects, globally competitive. When you talk about all of the dimensions we discussed earlier today, the size of the market, the growth rate of the market, the size of the diaspora, the fact that so many travelers from India currently go via somewhere else in a very inconvenient fashion, the opportunity to attract those customers back to an Indian carrier with the Indian product, Indian crew, facilitating Indian employment and the whole Indian aviation ecosystem we talked about, I think will be a significant attraction.
No, absolutely. I'm talking to Campbell Wilson, by the way, who's the Chief Executive of Air India. How about that? Just in case we didn't know who it was. And I was lucky enough, Campbell, to interview you on stage at the Farnborough just over a year ago, learning myself about the Air India transformation journey. The Aviation Club in London, you came to speak at as well. In February, we came and I interviewed you. We did a piece for Aviation Week. And then, of course, with the IATA AGM, we were prominent. We did a roundtable, really learning about India, but of course about the Air India story. The Air India story obviously took a turn. There was the tragic events of the 12th of June. And I just wanted to give you the opportunity to say what it is that you feel is appropriate at the moment on that tragic and solemn time.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And this is really the first public engagement that we've done in India since that tragic day. It was absolutely devastating for the people involved, for the families of those involved, for the company, for the staff. And since that time, we've really been doing absolutely everything we can to support those affected, both families and also those on the ground, also the first responders, and really do whatever we can to ease their journey forward. We've had more than 600 people on the ground in Ahmedabad. We've set up a trust through Tata that was providing ex gratia payments to all of the families of those affected. We've obviously completed the interim compensation of our own and working through the final compensation. And really the commitment from both Air India and from Tata is to do absolutely all we can for as long as it takes to bring closure to those that have been affected. We're also working with the investigators. We're not involved in the investigation directly. It's something that is run by government. The interim report indicated that there was nothing wrong with the aircraft, the engines, or the operation of the airline. We obviously, as with everyone else, we await the final report, and if there's anything to learn from it, we will absolutely make sure that we do. But for the moment, our focus is on those affected and making sure that we help them in the best way we can.
No, thank you, Campbell. And on an ongoing basis, has it influenced, or how have you sort of changed anything that you do internally, or has it really been, continuation of your business practices, your practices that you undertake on a day-to-day basis?
Well, in the initial phases, for the 3 months following the accident, we took what we termed a safety pause, where we reduced the volume of flying by about 15% internationally, just to ensure that there was time for even more checks than would normally be the case, to recognize the fact that pilots and engineers were being even more cautious than usual, that we had deliberately, both voluntarily and from a regulator caution perspective, put in additional checks. That has now progressively gone back to a more normal level of operations. But it's anything that happens in the industry, whether it's us or others, is a cause for introspection. It is a cause for reviewing practices. As I said, the interim report indicated that there was nothing with aircraft engines or practices that required changing. But of course, we're always looking at how we can keep improving, keep getting better, and keep learning.
Right. Campbell, thank you. We appreciate you giving us an update and speaking about what was such a tough time for India, for you, for the team, your colleagues, obviously for the people affected massively. So thank you. And it's good to have you back, if I may, and it's that we can talk and you can come out into the public domain. So thank you. Of course, the business has to run, has to continue. Mm-hmm. It's a massive undertaking with thousands of people affected in terms of employed, directly and indirectly. So you have to continue. And you're in the middle of this transformation plan, or 3 years into the 5. You're into the climb phase, aren't you? That's what you described, right?
We're well into the climb phase. Look, and to give a sense of scale, Air India has grown from a little over 100 aircraft to now 300 aircraft. As a group, we have about 30,000 staff. We have a flight takeoff roughly every 65 seconds across the group. And so it is a significant organization that needs to keep going regardless of whatever challenges come our way. And the organization that we see today, even though it's significantly larger than it was at the point of privatization, is only going to get bigger because we've got 524 aircraft yet to be delivered in a firm order. All of those will come by around 2031. We've been taking an aircraft about once every 6 days for the last 2 years. We will keep taking an aircraft about once every 6 days for the next 3 or 4 years. And I guess most excitingly for us, 2026 sees us start to really ramp up the wide-body fleet. We'll be taking a new wide-body every 6 weeks or so for the next 2 years. And in addition, we start seeing the return to service of our legacy wide-body fleet, which is going in for an interior refit of completely new seats, completely new in-flight entertainment systems, bringing them up to, and in some cases slightly beyond, what you experienced on the A350 flight. So by 2027, mid-2027, all of the 787 fleet will have been refurbished completely.
And how many aircraft is that? Just
That's 26.
26, yes.
And then subsequently from late 2026 through to early 2028, all of the 777 aircraft will be refurbished. And that's in addition to the new aircraft being delivered off the production line every 6 weeks. So the foundations have been laid, the organization has been restructured. We've brought in 9,000 new people. We've replatformed 140 IT systems. We've consolidated 63 offices. We've merged 4 airlines together. We've inducted 100 aircraft. But 2026 is when we truly start seeing, from a customer perspective, the new Air India properly emerge. You're already seeing a little bit of it domestically. We just completed yesterday the refit of legacy narrow-body aircraft. So now we have 104 full-service narrow-body aircraft operating in India and around the region with a very modern interior product.
With the consistent...
With the one you just saw on this
one.
video.
Yeah. And that's so important. And it's not a flick. This is, I think, one of the, not misconceptions, but people think that, I don't know, in some businesses you can literally overnight change a business. You can flip the product or you can do whatever. I mean, I've been around in the airline business long enough, reported on it, to know, especially when you get to scale and especially when you involve legacy. I mean, you're not Riyadh Air. You don't have a clean bit of paper to start, designing your IT system or designing your risk system.
Especially when you're dealing with wide-body aircraft and first and business class products in particular. It's relatively easy to do narrow-body aircraft, and that's why 104 aircraft have essentially been upgraded already. But if I order a wide-body aircraft today with Salil's best of intentions, it's going to be delivered in 2032. He's
looking at you quite sternly there, Salil, by the way. I'm a bit frightened.
If I go to the market to get first and business class seats will take 4 years to be installed on the aircraft. If I want to do a new first class seat and design it to Air India spec, it's the best part of 7 years. And so let's
just say that again.
7 years.
7 years to spec and design.
And certify and manufacture and install and then recertify the aircraft with the new seats.
Right. And that's not his fault in a sense, because that's another part of the supply chain, partly.
Look, that's how long it takes. It has been particularly bad the last few years in the emergence from COVID. As was said by the previous panel, there was quite a significant contraction of the workforce of seat suppliers and others, which made the process even longer than normal. But we started the process of procurement, of design, of certification, of manufacture in mid-2022.
Almost as soon as you started.
Yes. And the first wide-body aircraft with that new product comes out, let's hope, in January 2026. That's how long it takes.
So that's your first 350.
That is our first 787.
7-9.
Once the first aircraft comes out and is certified, we'll be rolling through 2 or 3 aircraft every month with the new product.
I do apologise for getting confused sometimes with Air India's labyrinth fleet. It's what you've got to do. But I think, again, just coming back to that idea of the expectations, perhaps in India, of what a transformed Air India could do, how fast. Was that always going to be unreasonable? People sort of almost think it in a year, and then you get quite a bad time about, oh, look, my product on my 777, whatever it is. Is that just par for the course? This is the market we're in. We just got to suck it up.
it's par for the course anywhere. I mean,
Yeah.
as a passenger, of course, you want what you want when you want it.
Yeah.
You've got the comparison of what the other guy is offering now. And you say, why can't this happen fast? You don't understand the certification, the regulation, the supply chain, all of the complexities of the business, and nor should you. But we were very clear from the beginning that this transformation would take 5 years. And supply chain challenges maybe stretch this by 6 months or so. But it was always a 5-year process, and we communicated it as regularly and clearly as we could. But clearly, if I'm a customer, I want the new product now, and I can't understand it, and I don't want to understand why it isn't available now. So it's just the nature of the business.
Just the nature of the business, yeah, absolutely. You talked a lot about your fleet just now, and there's lots of. Let's just unpick a little bit, just so I've got that really clear, and all my colleagues do. So you've got the first of 20 789s come in early 26, or end of this.
First of the new ones should come in December.
December, right? He's not going to.
I'm looking at Boeing.
So the first 789 December, and then next year one every 6 weeks.
One every 6 weeks, mostly 789s and a couple of A350s.
Okay, let's just be specific. So you're expecting 2 A350s next year?
Next financial, yep.
Calendar year, or
might stretch into January, February, which is the financial.
I'm just, I think it's important because
one every 6 weeks. Let's not confuse people.
No. Okay, fine. Those are 900s for the 350s. Those are the ones that get
1000s.
They're 1000s. Yeah. Okay, so you're going to start with the 1000. Have you got 900s as well?
We've got 6 900s already.
Yeah, and I'm just sorry for not. Have you got any other 900s on order? Or are they all 1000s?
No, we got 900s as well as 1000s.
20 of each, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I did my research. Ravi helped me, and hopefully I got it right.
I hope there are some aircraft nerds in the audience. This is very getting into the weeds.
I'm quite cool with this. I love this. This is what because I'm going to. Salil knows what I'm going to ask next, which is so the confidence in your order stream from both Boeing and Airbus. You're a massively important customer to them. They're going to look after you. That's kind of a question, but also, are they looking after you?
Well, I think the two OEMs would be the first to admit that they have had challenges ramping up their production to the level that they had hoped. And I think all customers have been pushed back, 6, 12 months. I think we're being pushed back in line with everyone else. So yes, we're being looked after in that respect. Of course, we would like the aircraft to be arriving when we originally hoped, but that's the nature of the industry. And it's not just the assemblers, the airframers that are facing this challenge. There are supply chain constraints with engines. There are supply chain constraints with seats. There are supply chain constraints with lavatories. There's supply chain constraints with interior panels that they themselves are trying to work through. And it's incredibly better now than it was 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago. But it takes time to ramp up this production.
No, I understand. I do. Obviously, I understand. You've got a whole order stream of narrow bodies as well, which is they're coming at a nice rate.
We've only got 400.
400 left.
Yeah. As I say, one every 6 days.
Exactly. Yeah. So great. 777s.
777s, we have
10,
a commitment for 10. The aircraft isn't yet certified by the regulator, so we still plan on taking those 10. Should it be certified? But question mark.
It will be certified. So it will be. But you're not sure when you're going to get them. Or that's a question as well. Do you know when you're going to get them? Depends on the certification.
It does.
So we'll wait and see. Okay. This rate of growth is phenomenal in any airline. And as you mentioned earlier, Campbell, the transformation plan is, it's a plan. It's a huge plan. I mean, it probably must take you days to go through, just almost where are we at? Everybody comes in and catering comes in and everybody tells you or updates you, hopefully. And then what does this year, the impact of this year, do to the timing and the pace of that plan, if anything? What is your assessment of that, and what is it going to delay it? Is it going to slow it? What does it do to that process, please?
The aircraft delivery stream is the pacing item. and that is independent of anything else that's happened over the past 12 months. We need to prepare the organization for the arrival of these 524
It's scale,
more
isn't it?
aircraft. And that comes from training pilots ab initio and then building the simulators to keep them current and proficient. It's building training academies to develop cabin crew, of which we need thousands upon thousands. It's the engineer school to train the engineers that will maintain those aircraft. It's building the MRO base that will maintain those aircraft. And that's just the sort of supporting infrastructure side of the business. Then there's the sales, the marketing, the IT infrastructure, the physical premises, HR. All of it is being put together to support a rapid and massive expansion of an airline in a market that is itself evolving and maturing. Yeah, we heard on the previous panel that there's some fantastically exciting things happening in India, but it's happening from a relatively low and immature base. And so to build a big airline quickly with the quality that we aspire to, and indeed demonstrate in certain areas, it's not the easiest and smoothest of paths. Where the challenge of this last 12 months really comes in is more on the business recovery or business development side, because we were hit by a few things this year which are really quite unprecedented. One would almost call them black swan. Aside from AI 171, there was the war with Pakistan, and it was a war. Mm-hmm. The consequence of that was quite significant impact to the network, domestically, particularly around the border, and of course to travel sentiment of people traveling within and to India. Then, of course, there was the Israel-Iran conflict, which resulted in the closure of Middle East airspace, but also the ongoing closure of some Middle East airspace. There's the continuing closure of Pakistan airspace, which affects particularly us on long-haul flights to North America and Europe. Then, of course, there's 50% tariff being applied on India by Mr. Trump. There is also the constraints on the H-1B visa, of which India was a very large consumer, and just the trepidation that sort of environment has on people's willingness to travel to and from the US, in today's context. And so all of these things are quite unprecedented shocks to the system. And so this year will be quite challenging from a business perspective, but it can't derail us. It won't derail us. We have to continue building the rest of the business because we have these aircraft coming, because we still have the vision of making Air India a world-class global airline with an Indian heart, and because we still have the 5-year target in which to make this happen.
So despite that, the core mission clearly remains intact.
Absolutely.
It has to.
And it has to for a few reasons, but more so is the opportunity. We've talked about the size of the Indian market and its rate of growth. We've talked about the fact that Indian airlines have underserved the Indian consumer with non-stop high-quality capacity to the places they want to fly. We've talked about the size of the diaspora. The opportunity remains. Now is the time to capture it. Now is the time to seize it. We've put all of the building blocks in place to do so. As someone said earlier on the previous panel, now it's time to execute, execute, execute.
Mm. And that execution is ongoing. Have you got you've been taking a lot of people on, have you got that talent? Is that talent there for you? Can you buy it? Do you have to train it? Do you sort of ship it in from, how do you do that?
It's a bit of everything. If we look back 10 years ago, Peter said before, 19 years ago, IndiGo didn't exist. But 10 years ago, it was a very, very fragmented airline landscape in India. Multiple subscale players, undercapitalized, with Air India in the middle, without really a strong profit motive that was sort of causing the profit pool to be evaporated. And in the last 5-6 years in particular, it has started to professionalize as a consequence of government policy. There's been consolidation. There's been some players fall out of the system. There's been significant investment in airlines and airports and other infrastructure. But this is so recent, and the scale and pace of change is so great that the pool of talent that is experienced in working with large global airlines, with large full-service airlines, with multiple fleet types is just not as developed as it is in perhaps places that have matured earlier and for longer. Similarly, the MRO ecosystem, the flight training ecosystem for cadet pilots, again, it's relatively subscale. And as the DG said earlier, the quality of what they were producing probably wasn't as consistent or as high as everyone would have liked. And so we're trying to move a lot of parts at the same time. Mm. And so, look, in one respect, it's challenging, but in the other respect, it's incredibly exciting and incredibly fulfilling because we are seizing this opportunity, which is really once in a generation, and is something that can absolutely transform India, not just Indian aviation, and give something to the Indian consumer that it's not previously had.
And I think that ability for direct service as well, and obviously you've got the bread and butter that you've got domestically with yourself and Air India Express, hugely important to that core of the business. But internationally, the ability for you to grow that network with the fleet is going to enrich your business, but also the ability, for Indians not to have to go to brand X, brand Y, etc., outside of India.
Totally. Air India has always been a predominantly international carrier. About 60% of capacity has been deployed internationally. About 25% to North America, approximately the same to Europe, Australasia, East Asia. The domestic and sort of short-haul international business has historically been a comparatively smaller part of our business. We see huge opportunity expanding internationally, which is why we've ordered such a large number of wide-body aircraft. But we really see opportunity domestically and short-haul international because that has been something that Air India has underplayed in the past. And so hence the 400 aircraft there too. So look, transformation all round, opportunity all round. It's really just up to execute and seize it.
And in terms, you're back with the winter schedule. I know there's some big additions. Are you back now to the international capacities? The 15% is all back more or less, is it? Or are you still, some routes are still to be?
For the most part, North America we have not fully gone back for some of the reasons that I mentioned before. It's the longest market in terms of flight duration that we serve. It's also therefore the most impacted by en route airspace constraints and the other sort of impacts that I mentioned. So we haven't fully put that capacity back. Also, refitting aircraft means that they're on the ground for a while, so that we have aircraft on the ground in the hangar being refitted that we would otherwise be flying. So we're still a little bit below the capacity that ideally we would have liked, but it's for a good cause, and we want to upgrade these aircraft as quickly as possible. And a year and a half's time, it'll all be done.
And the picture will look different, clearly. China?
China, we're just waiting on a final regulatory approval. We're ready to launch a new route to China. I won't say which one yet,
no,
but that's imminent.
Okay, great. And generally, I asked Pieter the question as well about the pace of liberalization, the move to open, whatever open skies looks like in India at some point. He made his comments about that. Just wondered, in terms of your view at Air India, what is the right pace of liberalization? We know some markets outside of India want it faster for their own commercial reasons. What's your thought?
If you look at the long-haul markets, for the most part, Europe, Australia, North America, they're already liberalized. If you look at where the constraints are in some of those long-haul markets, it's not the air service agreement, it's the access to airport slots.
Yes.
And so we believe that the first movers in those markets, which were typically the carriers flying into India, secured an advantage in terms of the airport slots in both ends of the route, that we don't have the same luxury to enjoy, given that we are starting somewhat later. And so we think that there should be some association between access to the market for both the Indian carriers and the foreign carriers. Closer to home, we have to look at what people are using any excess traffic for. 95% of what we would carry into the near hinterland around India is third, fourth freedom traffic, which is terminating or originating in either end of the route. For some of the other carriers, upwards of 60, 70, in some cases 90% of what they're uplifting from India is transiting and going on towards somewhere else. And to the extent that Indian carriers are investing tens of billions of dollars in wide-body aircraft to serve these markets directly, those are customers that we're relying on to fill the aircraft that we're investing in. And so if the pace of liberalization is too much, it completely undercuts the investment case that we're making to buy and enter those aircraft into service. And if we can't enter those aircraft into service, all of the ancillary benefits to MRO, to manufacturing, to tourism, to all of the things that are facilitated by air connectivity start to erode. So I firmly believe that it's in India's interests to make sure that the pace of liberalization is such that it doesn't undercut the investments being made by Indian, not just airlines, Indian aviation players, to develop India into the thriving, large, world-leading, world-attracting ecosystem that I think all of us want it to be.
So it's about appropriateness of pace in a balanced manner at the right time.
India is still, in some respects, a developing country. We're competing against countries that developed much earlier. I think it's prudent that the pace is not dictated to by the most developed, and not necessarily by the least developed, but is prudent for all parties involved.
Yeah, I think you make a great point about literally, the investment made, the infrastructure, that's the ecosystem. We talked about it on the panel, that's coming along on this journey. It all has to work in tandem. Okay, Campbell, thank you for those observations. You mentioned it about the challenges of this year, clearly, in terms of the business side. Just give us your thought on, and I know Air India doesn't provide us with, I don't go to an analyst call like I do with IndiGo and get the whole chapter and verse, etc. But just give us the update you'd like to give us on your business performance in terms of that route, which I know is part of your ambition, that route to break even. We talked about operating profit, I think, when we last talked. But just give us an update, please, on the performance, the financial performance of the carrier at the moment, and what you're expecting it into for this year, and what you're hoping for next year, if you would.
I think it's very difficult to speak about that at the moment because there are so many external factors, and I mentioned a large number of them a little bit earlier in the conversation. It's been reported that the airspace closures that we face alone will be in the order of 4,000 crore impact.
4,000
crores, or $500 million US. That's clearly a big sum in anyone's book. It's not something that anyone had anticipated. It literally came out of the blue. So look, it is challenging, but as I say, it's something that we have to deal with. The shareholders are committed to the vision. The vision is still very real. The opportunity is still very real, and we're building towards that. And we just have to navigate the challenges as they come.
You say just. This is big, but this is a massive task. I mean, it's no just about it. This is where you earn, where your team earn your big bucks.
What is the alternative?
No. No. This is what you do. And this is why you're here. This is why you, Campbell Wilson, have been brought in by the Tata Group, because you bring this experience, this nous. You've done it.
No, look, it's not just me. It's the whole team.
I know.
It's the whole team. We are committed to this vision that we set out and articulated 3 years ago. We're making good progress with all of the foundation activities and things that we've been putting in place over the past 3 years. We know what we need to do to bring the next 2 years to closure. Have there been surprises along the way? Of course. Some has been supply chain, some have been external events. That's the nature of the world. But do we still believe in the end state that we're building towards? Absolutely, yes. And we think it's going to be spectacular for India. And you can see in the earlier video of the 350 that it's already present. It's already present on a number of routes. It's going to become increasingly present throughout 2026. And by 2027, 2028, it will be ubiquitous.
I love that word, ubiquitous. We've got a couple more areas, I think, before we finish. Just one, you talked about the ecosystem and your investment in various areas, pilot training, the joint venture with Airbus. You just recently opened that, I think.
Yes.
This is big, double-digit simulators in partnership with
It's
Airbus.
$100 million US investment. The one with Airbus is 10 simulators. With another partner for the Boeing aircraft will be more than 10 simulators. So very significant.
Right. That's not announced, is it? Is that announced?
Partnership is still being discussed.
Right. We have a session on pilot training tomorrow. We'll have a little dig around in that one. And the MRO piece we've talked about, and I'm sure. Are there any bits of that ecosystem that you haven't touched yet, which you think, we're going to get to that?
Not really. The reason we're investing in the ones that you mentioned is because we see them as absolutely strategic enablers of the airline and the growth and the quality and consistency and culture that we want the airline to have. There are third-party providers for some of these things, but to be entirely reliant on third-party providers carries a very significant degree of risk, especially for an airline of the size and the pace of growth that we have. Also, the relative immaturity of the Indian market means that there's not the same choice of third-party supplier that might exist in Europe or North America or elsewhere. So it's a necessity just for business continuity, risk management, for us to invest in it. There are other things we would like to do, both in the supporting infrastructure as well as network and fleet. But we've already got a huge amount on our plate.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure that we don't stretch ourselves too thin to jeopardize that. So there will be time for more.
There will be, yes. And I thought the discussion was quite interesting about the sort of the 30 or 40 seat, small aircraft market. And you made some very good points about, what's the unit cost, and is this a real business opportunity? Is that the sort of thing that's on the nice to do list? At some point in the 2030s when we've got the transformation program, the processes. You're making, you're in the black. You've got things set up. It's not for now,
look,
is it?
I'm not going to put any timelines to it. 2030 may be too long, maybe too short. But there's a long list of nice to haves and opportunities that we'd like to attack. But just going back to that small aircraft, if you look at the airfare that is on some of those short routes, and you look at the proportion of the airfare that is consumed by landing, parking, and navigation, it's 40%.
Right.
45%. And then all of the other elements of operating the flight have to squeeze into that 50% of an airfare which is competing against a train.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where I think that whole ecosystem discussion and a role for government comes into play. That, as I said, there's huge logical reasons to expand that sector of the market, but there's some real structural impediments to doing so that are not entirely within the airline's capacity to solve.
I guess airport charges and the airport, not access, but charges is something, which is always a topic for airlines. And I know when you go internationally, you'll have a great discussion about incentives and all the rest of it. But in India, Campbell, is that flexibility on charges, is that partnership on charges there? Because I know you've asked, I think you've made pleas and said, look, this is, even the hub airports, too expensive. There's something here that's not working very well. We could work much better, perhaps, in this area. What's your thought about that?
I don't want to speak about any particular player in the ecosystem. It is how viable is the ecosystem in totality? And are all of the participants in the ecosystem able to extract an appropriate return on their investment? And that is why there is a role for coordination and regulation. And indeed, there is coordination and regulation. It's just, is it happening with a view to maximizing the pie rather than redistributing
individual people,
the elements of it?
Yes.
And so that's where certain jurisdictions that perhaps have a single family P&L where airline, airport, ground handler, caterer, duty-free supplier, everyone is part of the same P&L, have a little bit more leeway because they can mix and match between who's earning what from whom. Here, where you've got a very much more fragmented environment where everyone is pursuing a profit objective of their own and not necessarily looking at how they can collaborate for greater good, it becomes a lot more difficult. Yeah, and India is one of the most diverse, I mean, in every respect, geography, religion, food, culture, climate, it's one of the most diverse places in the world, and no less so in the aviation space. The number of airports, the number of airport operators, the number of airlines, the number of states, it's complex. And so it's never going to be quite as clean as a much simpler environment, and nor should it be.
No.
But that fragmentation does carry a cost, and so therefore the need for some alignment becomes a little bit greater.
I guess that's one of the difficult, as we said on the panel, finding that alignment. Who makes that alignment is quite a difficult task. But as you get more successful, as you grow, your business becomes more powerful in that sense. Your buying power, your influence becomes more powerful. Have you sensed that? Do you see that in your discussions, negotiations, interactions with different partners, with different players? I'm not trying to say that you're, trying to be the big I-ams, but as you become more successful, you will be, your influence, your impact increases.
Look, we don't think about things in that way. I think probably the biggest signal that we made in this context was the commitment to 470 aircraft, now 570 aircraft in 2022. List price $100 billion US worth of investment. That, I think, signaled to the aviation world that Air India was a serious player prepared to invest significantly in assets, in growth, in people, in excellence. I think the product that you see flying is also a further example of seriousness. That, I think, gives people the confidence to speak to us as someone that is a significant, influential, incredible partner, both now and in future. It's not about power, it's about opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to put one eye to that, which I can see we're nearly out of time. But just give us a thought, Campbell, about the market. What do you expect, for your market? I mean, I flew out here on the aircraft. It was packed. I talked to your crew in London. You've added a 7th daily to London. Everybody wants a bit of India as well, by the way. The whole British Parliament and lots of big wigs were here the other day.
Yes.
Lots of people want a bit of India. What does your radar tell you about this year, and as you look into next year in terms of performance, traffic, market outlook, please?
I think the operative word in 2025 is uncertainty. Uncertainty in global trade policy, uncertainty in global economic policy, uncertainty in global stability and peace. Politics, and I think that does have an impact on the demand environment. You look at what other airlines are reporting, and they are noticing that there's a little bit of few wobbles. But what happens this year, what happens this month, what happens this week is not so important in the context of what we're doing. And we're building a new Air India. We're building Air India that carries Indians to the places they want to fly around the world conveniently, safely, with high quality, and which represents India in the way that India wants to be represented. In so doing, we're facilitating an ecosystem, not just for aviation, but for tourism, for business, for soft power across the world. That is something that India has long wanted, and we feel that we're in a position to contribute to. So there will be ups and downs in the short term, but the longer term is very, very exciting and very, very real.
Campbell, thank you. We're going to end it there. That's a great note to end on. Thank you so much for spending all this time with us, and to your team as well for their cooperation and great collaboration. It just leads me to say to the audience, please thank Campbell for being here today.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Campbell. Thank you. Brilliant. We now go to the lunch break, so we can have some fuel for this afternoon's sessions. Do visit the exhibitors. They're looking forward to seeing you. Thank you for your time today, for this morning, and we look forward to this afternoon and then tomorrow. Thank you very much. was all right, wasn't it? Nice, thank you. Thumbs up, thank you, sir. Good. Right, let's get on with the afternoon program. I hope you enjoyed this morning. It was a real pleasure, wasn't it, to see so many of India's leaders with what we promised. That's what we delivered, and they delivered as well. So lovely. Thank you very much. People will be coming in, obviously, as they finish their lunch in the next minutes. But I'd like to introduce a really good friend of ours, a good friend of the industries, Willie Boulter, who is going to moderate this panel. Willie's he's worked in about 80 countries around the world. He's worked for about an equal number of airlines around the world in senior positions, running the commercials. So an extremely experienced moderator to lead us through this panel, which is the market dynamics of India and South Asia. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand over to Willie Boulter, who's now a consultant available for hire. He's expensive though, I've heard. But Willie, please come up here. And I'm going to hand over to Willie to manage this great panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay? Yes. Great. Right. Well, this afternoon's panel is about the policy environment that underpins aviation's growth in India. And I think that it's relevant to everybody here. As we heard this morning from Campbell and from Pieter, it is an ecosystem. The growth of the airlines directly impacts on the growth of the MROs, the growth of the flight training academies, the growth of headhunters in India, aviation headhunters. There are one or two here, I know. The growth of aviation journalism and so on. But it's all underpinned by really the number of aircraft that are coming in. And what is important there is what is the policy behind those aeroplanes coming in, particularly in the international environment. And to discuss that, we've got a really stellar panel this afternoon. All three gentlemen I've worked with in one way or the other over my long career. And first of all, I'll introduce Abhijit Dasgupta, who is head of planning and revenue management at IndiGo. Welcome, Abhijit. Abhijit actually was the first ever management trainee at Jet Airways back in 2000? 2002. Yeah. 2002. Graduated from Delhi University, I think. Yeah. And he's been absorbed in aviation since then. I first came across Abhijit actually when I was at Etihad. And we did the infamous Etihad Jet Airways deal, where Etihad took 24% of Jet Airways and in return got 40,000 seats, I think it was, between Abu Dhabi and India, something like that. Anyway, a long time ago, that's where I first came across Abhijit. And if anyone here doesn't know, in an airline, the two big profit levers that you have are network planning, fleet planning, and revenue management. And under Abhijit, he has the whole planning function and he has revenue management, and he's a master of both. So I think we're going to hear a lot from him this afternoon. Secondly, I'll take Stephen Greenway, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Flyer Deal. Stephen and I actually worked together in 2003, I think it was, or 2003, back in Virgin Atlantic in the UK. Stephen's had, like me, quite a varied career, very successful career. He was in a number of airlines, including Scoot, Singapore Airlines' low-cost subsidiary in Singapore. He was Chief Commercial Officer of them. He then went on to WestJet, and they appointed him actually to run their ultra-low-cost carrier called Swoop, right? I thought I was going to confuse the two, Scoot and Swoop. But since then, he's also worked through the ecosystem in projects around not just airlines, but and some startup airlines, but also around immigration in particular, I think, and security at airports. So he understands a lot about the policy and regulation of those areas. So again, I think he's got a lot to contribute to this this debate this afternoon. And then finally, Sandeep Bal, who runs the US India Aviation Council, I think it's called, and has been program director for the last, oh, it's up there, isn't it? Sorry, cooperation program, yes. For the last 7 years, we've been involved in that. But little or lesser known, perhaps, for the last 7 years, he's also been teaching in China, teaching aviation economics and strategy at a university in China. So Sandeep and I first bonded over a trip into China. We went to a conference in Kunming, and that's where we first got to know each other. So he's very well experienced, and we're going to talk a bit about China a bit later, because I believe that India-China nexus is so important for aviation, of course, for the world in general, but particularly for aviation. And I think, as Pieter Elbers described this morning, IndiGo are starting back into China this Sunday, and it's a very key market. So, but Sandeep's also been involved in a lot of other policy issues, works with the Indian government from time to time, and again has a very good perspective on these issues. I think what we'll start with maybe is just a little recap of some of the themes that we talked about this morning, and that we heard the CEOs talk about, and also the other luminaries in aviation in India. Obviously, we heard from Airbus, Boeing, the MRO network, and so on. This issue of market demand. There's a sort of rule of thumb in aviation and airlines. There's a rule of thumb that if you have GDP growth, then your airlines grow in that particular country at something between 1.5 and 2 times GDP growth. So in India, where you have GDP growth, in fact, when I was here a few years back, where you have GDP growth of 7 or 8%, you can realistically expect your aviation demand to grow by 15 or 16%. And GDP growth is interesting because it sort of works in a circle. And I always like to think of Dubai. In Dubai, which, as you know, is a huge airline and a huge sort of aviation base, about 30% of Dubai's GDP is actually driven by Emirates and the airline and the hotels and the tourism demand, etc. Now, Dubai is an unusual case because it is a relatively small economy and so on, and 30% of it is driven by aviation. And equally, if aviation is doing well, then it improves the GDP. And when the GDP increases, they need more aviation. So, it's a circular relationship. So, with India in mind, as I say, you're getting 7 or 8% GDP growth. You would expect your airlines to be growing at 15 or 16%. But is that really happening? And is the market demand there? And particularly with the international side being grown, by both Air India and IndiGo, a lot of orders and so on. That's what I'm going to ask the panel first. And to open the batting this afternoon, who better than Abhijit?
Who better than someone who never played cricket? So thanks for having me, Willie. And historically, if you look at the last, I want to say 2 decades in India, the market in the long term has kind of tracked to that number, roughly 1.6 to 2x of GDP growth. Some years, of course, have been higher, some years have been lower, essentially paced by capacity, but in the long term, we have tracked to that. we don't see any reason why the market should not continue to track to that kind of a metric. Again, in the long term, there will be interim ups and downs, largely influenced by capacity, sometimes influenced by external events. But this market is quite resilient. Even the recovery from COVID was just so strong, and that kind of defines or shows us how resilient growth is. I think what we are going through now is that domestic has kind of settled into that kind of a cadence, but we are seeing a little bit of an inflection in international, especially near international flying, and there are a lot of underlying dynamics that are changing in demand dynamics that are changing in the international space. Historically, India's international demand has always been driven largely by Indians settled abroad, right? People coming home to visit what we call VFR, visit families and relatives. And of course, the next big driver has been outbound, what we call one-way traffic. Indians going abroad to either work or study or whatever the case may be. So those have been sort of the classical drivers of demand. At least in the sort of near international market, which is, say, 6 hours radius, what we are seeing now is that there is a very large number of Indians that have reached the right sort of income strata to consume outbound international travel for leisure. So we're seeing this major inflection that is happening, particularly since COVID, where there's this new sort of part of the market is really starting to travel abroad rather than travel, or rather complementing their travel within India, because frankly, it's not like domestic tourism has fallen off. Right. And that's enabled by a lot of different things. Visa regimes being relaxed in many countries have really been an important enabler for this travel demand. Pricing, of course, as pricing becomes, I won't say more of rational, but just more affordable for more people. There is just very big inflections you see in appetite. And whether it is Thailand or West Asia, Indonesia, we have started operations recently into secondary markets in Malaysia. Across the board, we are seeing a lot of appetite for regional international travel. And thankfully, we have the fleet pipeline to really service that extensively. And then gradually we'll start seeing that spill over into longer and longer lengths of haul. At the same time, there are still a lot of sections of the portions of the market that are heavily underserved or undertapped. Inbound tourism, for example, is a massive. I mean, for a country of this kind of geographic, cultural, ethnic, culinary diversity, we're just scratching the surface on what inbound tourism can create.
Right.
And that has its own sort of, as you mentioned, multiplier effects on primary and secondary industries.
Yeah.
So I think our fleet order speaks for itself that we are quite bullish about about this market in the long run. And frankly, we don't see any long-term drivers or long-term indicators that we're going to see any material slowdown in this appetite to travel.
Right, because there's an astonishing number of aeroplanes, right, on order.
Yeah. It's as a network planner, it gives you a lot of sleepless nights, but thankfully the demand in the market has been very supportive.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Sandeep, maybe you can comment from a North America sort of point of view, because I know you've worked for a number of those airlines, Delta, Northwest in the past. How do they view the sort of India market right now?
So thank you, Willie, and thank you, Mark, for inviting me here. Abhijit has a great point where India market is huge, but when you look at it, especially to US market, which is a very long haul compared from India. North America market is in a unique position itself. It's a huge market, number one marketplace in the world. It has a lot of industries there, a lot of travelers from India to US and US to India, they come. A big population, the VFR traffic is also to a number that you just can't count on a single plane easily. So the demand and the market size of US is huge. And US is also in a good position in a way. India is catching up as it become number 3 marketplace in the world. US is number 1 for a long time, right? One airline in US will probably have the number of planes that the whole India has, right? So just recently, American Airlines announced 1,000 plane, right? The 1,000 fleet plane. So there's a lot of more to learn from US what is happening, but at the same time, when you look at the traffic between the two countries, it's growing. Earlier, before COVID, most of the traffic would go via third country. But I think what Campbell was saying, or what Air India got niche into, the first thing they did was capture that marketplace, where because Abhijit is very sharp in getting all this, the 6-hour radius. So Air India started looking into that. So I can't tell you the numbers, but you can see most of the flights of Air India are full. Currently, because of the issue in between Russia and Ukraine, not many US carriers are coming. But before the war, United has 5 flights a day, non-stop into India. American Airlines has double daily. Delta launched one in Mumbai. And then Air India basically has 6 destinations into US. So the market is there.
Right.
And US market is a little bit, it's I wouldn't say it's tough to get into. There's a lot of competition because there's, India is an outbound big marketplace. And then we compete with the markets which doesn't have much domestic sectors, right? So they all look at India to grab all the customers to fly into or take them to US or Europe. So those challenges will still be there.
Right.
Yeah.
And Stephen, I mean, you're going to be depending on this market demand. I mean, I think you had a very well-timed interview this morning in the Hindu.
Yep.
Jagriti's here somewhere, and very interesting. You're looking at 4 or 5 points in India. Maybe you'd like to expand on that.
Yeah, I said so. The lens we look through obviously is Saudi Arabia, India, slightly different market than what we're talking about in terms of North America. Predominantly inbound into the kingdom. There are 3 million Indians in Saudi Arabia, everyone from a doctor to a street cleaner, you name it. The VFR traffic that comes back, so they come back at least once a year or every 2 years. And we have the religious pilgrimage traffic coming into Jeddah as well, which is significant. There's a lot of attention about Hajj, but Hajj is a very short amount of time and very restricted. It's more Umrah, which now goes all year round. That segment is booming as well. And I think if you just take a step back, I mean, just have a look at the numbers. Saudi Arabia and India both are in the top 5 in terms of trading partners between our countries, number 1. Number 2, we've both had a history of weak national carriers and so forth. That is changing dramatically, particularly in the past decade. Obviously, the onset of IndiGo in the past 20 years as well. Saudi has got their act together in the past 10 years, is truly going premium and stabilizing. You have Riyadh Air coming online, you have us, et cetera, and I think our mission, both countries look at it in the same view, and this has come up in the interviews that I've done around this conference, is that for too long a third-party airline has come in and poached both our respective countries' traffic. Right. And we want our fair share. They're not going to disappear, but we want our fair share. I find it the argument about the US and so forth going over Dubai and so forth, I sort of get, but considering we're only 4 or 5 hours apart and people are still coming via somewhere, yes. So there's an excellent opportunity there to crack that open. So we're coming into the market in Q1 of next year. Effectively 2 things: labourers, so bring labour traffic into the kingdom, again, high volume, low yield, and pilgrims, both for Hajj and Umrah, but particularly Umrah because it's all year round. That's really our 2 targets. Obviously, Saudi Arabia is changing quite dramatically and welcoming. You talked about inbound tourism to India. I'll talk about inbound tourism to Saudi Arabia. That, I think, is probably like India, a bit of a slower boil. We've got to present our credentials. We've got to get all the big projects like the Red Sea resorts coming online. They're all coming online over the next couple of years. I anticipate it's, as I said, it's going to be particularly from India, it's going to be the pilgrims, it's going to be the labour traffic. I think where the leisure is going to come from is, think about it if you're Roman Catholic, you go to Rome, see the Pope, and then you go to Milan to go shopping. I know it's a bad example, but if you're going to Jeddah, you'll do your pilgrimage, and then you might actually take the opportunity to look around Saudi Arabia. And I think so the first elements of leisure from India are going to be pilgrims coming over, doing their pilgrimage, and then electing to stay and potentially go to one of the theme resorts that are starting, or Red Sea, or whatever the case may be, and staying for an extra couple of days, wherein previously it was very strict and very tight. You came into the kingdom, you did 3 days, and you left.
Yeah.
You had to leave. And it was tour operator controlled and very strictly visa controlled. So that's what we're seeing. But I think predominantly, at least in the interim, it's going to be that pilgrim traffic and that labour traffic that we're stimulating and bringing into the kingdom. As opposed to coming into India, particularly for leisure, I think it's got a way to go in terms of convincing Saudis that this is the destination they want to go to for a holiday, be it Goa or whatever the case may be. That case needs to be made, just as the case needs to be made for Indians to come to visit Saudi Arabia on a leisure capacity.
Yes. And I think the development of the Saudi sort of inbound tourism is a lesson to many countries, actually. The amount of money that Saudi Arabia is putting into its inbound tourism is astonishing.
What I will always say is, you mentioned Dubai. I mean, Dubai wasn't an overnight success. Okay,
Yeah.
I worked for Emirates as a consultant many years ago. I think it was at the time 95% of the traffic was connection.
Yeah.
I got off an A380 a couple of months ago from London, sat there where it literally baggage hall this way, transit this way. I probably counted 80% of their traffic was getting off.
Right.
Which was quite
It
revealing.
has changed.
Yeah,
Yes.
life has changed, but that inbound tourism piece, it will take time. And again, that's why I think it's going to be linked to the pilgrimage, because they're already in kingdom, and it's very easy then to say, let's go to the Red Sea resort, let's go to whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
The other item I was going to say that you said at the start, the factor of two, the domestic growth in the kingdom is about 15-16% at the moment. So
Right.
I think the calculation is that, plus you need to take in the immaturity of the market. So the factor for us versus GDP is probably 3 or 4 at the moment, simply because we're paying catch up
Right.
with the rest of the world. Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Well, we've talked a little bit about Dubai. Let's talk a bit more about it. Because when you look at the policy underpinning aviation in India, you get Sir Tim Clark coming every few months or so to complain that there's not more access to India. And I just thought I'd get the views of the panel on those complaints. I mean, are they justified, or what should the government be doing? Abhijit, maybe you can kick off.
Well, you'll have to ask the government. Look, we have our opinions about these things. We're engaged with the government. In some cases, the bilaterals are constrained from both sides. In some cases, they're still imbalanced in terms of usage. But by and large, to the points I was making earlier, I don't think we are finding that to be, as IndiGo, we are finding that to be our major stopping point for expansion. There is opportunity in multiple directions. And I think that's the encouraging part of this last 3-4 years, that this appetite for outbound consumption isn't pointed towards just the classical destinations, right?
Right.
It's more democratic in its shape. So as a result, bilaterals have not become a constraint for us.
Right.
And there are, from a policy perspective, of course, there will be other things to weigh when you start looking at bilateral expansion. And we're engaged with the government on that. But over a period of time, I frankly, as a planning problem, bilaterals are not my major constraint. The other point I want to make about the ecosystem of bilaterals in general, taking the sort of focus away from just one country and just looking at it in a wider lens. I think, bilaterals are an enabling provision for growth, right? They are not everything about growth. And bilaterals are built on the principles of balance of benefits, right?
Reciprocity.
Yeah, balance of benefits, right? Okay, whatever is available to airlines of both sides. So both countries are able to benefit from that. Customers are able to benefit from that. And balance of benefits can get influenced with things that are more than just traffic rights, right? So in many places, for example, infrastructure becomes a challenge. India is such a large country that you have so many bilaterals where India offers different points of access, whereas the other country only has one. And that one point of access is infrastructure challenged, has you struggle to get slots. Sometimes you struggle to get slots at the right times of day sometimes, and that kind of negates or mitigates or reduces the value of balance of benefits that those bilaterals represent. So overall there is a larger ecosystem at play that needs to sort of evolve together. But specifically about bilaterals, yes, incrementally we will continue to see growth. Indonesia has recently grown, Thailand has recently grown, Kuwait has recently grown. So as there is enough merit seen from both sides, saying, hey, there is enough balance of benefits to be had for both sides to add more capacity in the bilateral, it will grow incrementally.
Right, right. Sandeep, the US bilateral is basically open skies, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So no, Abhijit's point is correct. When you look at bilaterals, they are generally look at the reciprocity between the countries. The bilaterals are originally, when they were designed, really, they were designed so that there's free movement of people, right? That's where it started from. In today's world, bilaterals are taken for granted for trade negotiation, taken for granted for political purposes and whatnot, right? Specific to US, the US-India has open skies. Open skies for all of you is basically gives each country right to fly as many destination or as many times into each other country. It gives you rights to as many carriers of the country's carriers can fly as many times they want to. So there's no restriction on capacity, on demand, other things. But as Campbell, probably if you heard, Campbell mentioned, you get the rights, but if there's no infrastructure, as Abhijit said, in one city, and then you get stuck. So if you don't have access to an airport slot or a gate, then even you have a bilateral access, then you get stuck. Luckily, with India and US, both are large countries, and our demographic is like this. We have 5 or 6 cities that can easily have a US service, right? You look at Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore. These 5, 6 cities big enough to have a non-stop flight. And same in US, right? US is so widespread, and especially Indians are everywhere in US, right? You can actually go to Denver, and you will find more Indians there than in some of the cities in India. So what I want to say is the bilaterals between, so US has this very good system of open skies, and probably only country in the world which has almost 125 countries under the open skies agreement. India only have a handful of countries with the open skies. And then besides open skies, US also have what we call MITAL, which is a multilateral air services agreement, is to grow the, so like for example, is to grow the air services between two countries. So this was an example that I always use when I was with Air New Zealand. New Zealand and US has MITAL. So what does it do is, US understand that New Zealand is a small country. They might not have, if we put open skies, all the US carriers will just go and bombard and take all the traffic into or out of New Zealand. So they said, no, we wanted to create this program where they wanted to encourage even the local carrier from New Zealand to go. So they have also done this with Singapore Airlines. And the Singapore is a great example. The US is gigantic, right? And then you are saying to open skies to Singapore, that means all the US carriers can just come and bombard capacity into there. So they also developed the same program with. So US is very pragmatic, looking at a way where we can help both countries' people-to-people exchanges, but at the same time making sure both countries' airlines also benefit. Of course, they're very open about competition, right?
Right.
The US encourages competition. The government just says, go compete. But I want to tell you something. It's not that easy, even though you have open skies, and Willie probably knows that you can get access easily. DOT has a very stringent process about allocating the rights to fly.
Yeah. Talking of allocating rights to fly, and this is maybe a little bit of a kind of, I wouldn't say academic, but it's an important point, that once you agree the bilaterals between the two countries, once the bilateral air services agreement is there on each side, then each government has to decide which airlines are going to take advantage or going to be allowed to take advantage of that bilateral. And India is reaching a very interesting point, it seems to me, where the bilaterals, as Abhijit's commented and Sandeep as well, the bilaterals are becoming relatively available. But India has now got two very substantial international carriers in the shape of Air India and IndiGo. They've also got Akasa and SpiceJet also operating international services. How does India divide up the bilateral between those carriers? And as I say, it's maybe a point that not many people appreciate, but it's quite an important point for the airlines involved. And perhaps I'll ask actually Sandeep to describe the way the Americans do it, because I think it's quite interesting.
Yeah, no, thank you, Willie. So the bilaterals, as I said, they get very, it's a significant issues for airlines to operate. They do a lot of capital investment, buying these planes and building up network, and then thinking that they have the right to fly. So what US does is US has a very defined process of allocating those rights to different airlines. Of course, it's open skies, but then there are restricted. So Japan and US, for the case, I give you an example of Japan and US. It's open skies, anyone can fly as many times, but Haneda Airport is a restricted airport from Japanese side, because they say we can only, it's open skies, but we can only give so many slots into Haneda. So now how US government will decide, because all the US carriers wants to fly into Japan or into Haneda, which is in the city, Tokyo. So, and then you have Delta, American, you have United, you have Alaska, you have Hawaiian, they all want to fly into, and then there's restricted. So what US does is this, each of the airline, if there's a route open, say between Seattle and Haneda, they have all the airlines to put a case, who wants to fly, what aircraft type they will bring in, but at the same time, what are the constituencies, what customer base will be benefited if they fly from Seattle to Haneda. Not to forget, a lot of airlines in US, they have their home bases, right? The big hubs. They can always circumvent and bring customers from there. But this way, they give a fair chance about looking at which airline will benefit if they fly to that area. So if if Delta says they want to fly Seattle to Haneda, and United says they want to fly Seattle to Haneda, or Alaska says they want to fly, they will ask Alaska, for example, so from there, what area you will cover easiest? And if Alaska says they can cover, being their hub, so many other cities and so much customers can benefit, then they will give an option to Delta or to United and say, what if you are bringing customers from your other hubs rather than flying Seattle to Haneda? Why don't you fly Chicago to Haneda or something like that? So it's a very good defined process. There's They look into it in a very clear way. It's open to public, and then only they allocate those frequencies. They also look at who is your partner in each country, right? So if United has a partner in a code-share partner or even a joint venture partner, and Alaska doesn't, they will look at it. It will go into the equation, whether it serves enough communities or not. But at the end of the day, just want to let you know, and to be very clear, it's the president that authorized the route. You can come up with anything else. It goes to the White House, and president is the last authority to say, yep,
Right.
this is allocated, right? So,
Right.
and it's a defined process too.
Right.
It's written down. The president has the last authority to say yes or no to that route. But it's a good defined process, and we try to encourage the similar process in India now. When we talk to Indian government, we try to say to them, we are getting into 4 or 5 different players in India market.
Right.
Some of the markets, India has these bilaterals which were done in 1960s, and they were written in a way where, say, each state, I tell you the exact language, each state can have 1 flight a day by 1 single carrier. So that means now if you have India, like 1960, we only have probably 1 carrier, but now we have 4, but the bilateral only say only 1 can fly. Now, it's not possible if you have 4 carriers sitting here.
Yeah.
And then the other country people will say, look, Singapore, for example, we only have 1 carrier, Singapore Airline. Now, sorry, the Scoot is there. But earlier, Singapore has only 1 carrier, and India probably have that time 3 or 4 carriers, Jet, Kingfisher, Air India. And then, so Singapore would say, no, we can only allow 1 carrier too, but Singapore didn't do that, right? They said, nope, let's open it up because they want to encourage more and more travelers. It's the consumer benefit, right? The customer's benefit. It helps. You earlier said the multiplier effect of bringing a wide-body plane into your city, it has a big economic benefit, right? Everybody knows about it. So let's fight for the economic benefit. Let the airlines fight for it, and let people like us have a good fares. Open Skies, just want to let you know, has reduced 30% of the fare on every country that they started signing up this bilateral agreement. 30% fare went down.
Right.
So it really helped the common people. Right?
Definitely. So Abhijit, do you see yourself coming up against Air India and competing for rights under certain bilaterals?
Well, we compete for everything, right? So it's just the function of this market. So of course, we will compete with other airlines for infrastructure, and fundamentally, traffic rights is, at least I personally consider it to be soft infrastructure, right? Yeah. That's just the nature of this business. Competition exists everywhere; it exists here. I think that India has a set of rules based on which allocation happens, but I think the principle in India is at first, traffic rights are there to be used. There's no point in just letting them lie around and be not used. So number 1, whoever wants to use them should use them. Number 2, if demand is greater than supply, then there's a set of rules that they follow to distribute traffic rights. You speak to any one of the participants in India, we will all have different opinions on whether those rules are good or bad. But that's probably got to do with our specific perspective. But in general, there are rules. Right. Over a period of time, I'm sure those rules will evolve. And a lot of industry engagement with the government is about exactly what do you mean by aviation growth in India? Right. How do you want to shape this going forward? What are the roles? What's the role of different enabling capabilities what roles do they have to play? Bilaterals, one of them. Hard infrastructure is another. Learn from what other airlines have benefited from in India, and create the enable the right capabilities for us to be able to grow as an aviation ecosystem and at the same time provide customers with greater choice. And it's important to recognize that all these sort of multiplicative benefits that come from growth of aviation, and there are several examples around the world about this, those multiplicative benefits are skewed towards the growth of local aviation ecosystems, right? Just any capacity does not drive multiplicative, GDP sort of drivers. It is local aviation industry that is more important for those to realize those multiplicative benefits. So I think that this is a larger conversation, but at the very least there is a rule set. It's not just free for all, and that the government follows.
Right. Stephen, do you have these issues in Saudi at all? I mean, you're owned by basically Saudi Air. So.
Well, in the context, I totally agree with you in terms of reciprocity. We're one of the few countries in the Middle East that actually has a large domestic economy. Right?
Yeah.
You don't find that in Bahrain. You don't find that in the UAE, Qatar, etc., etc. So I believe when you talk about the kingdom and in India, there is reciprocity. So we have bilaterals. I think they're reasonably okay. I think both countries, it's in their interest to continue improving those bilaterals. Yeah. We have strong carriers on both ends of the spectrum, and so I'm quite positive about that. Now, entry into the market is just another endorsement, I think, of the relationship between the two countries. In terms of the kingdom, I did 8 years in Singapore, so I had to re-educate myself on bilaterals again because you never had a problem in Singapore. It was always downwind somewhere like Korea or Japan or what have you. But I think the kingdom is bordering on greater liberalization. They very much look at Singapore and say, well, what made it tick? What made the growth and everything? And so what I do see from GACA, our regulatory authority and so forth, and the government and what have you, is the more and more opening up of the kingdom. They're very particularly keen in terms of regional development as well. I know you touched on that. Jeddah, Riyadh is their own beasts, and they do their own thing. But obviously, opening up Dammam more, opening up other places, Medina, etc., etc., etc. So we are seeing that greater liberalism along the way. Will they go ultimately to open skies, free for all? I'm not too sure. Right. But again, you mentioned we're part of the Saudi group, so that certainly helps. Yes. Because you've got quite an influential bloc, and we have 75% of the domestic market share. So from that perspective, when we go in, but it hasn't been an obstacle at this time, and I've been pleasantly surprised how India and Saudi Arabia are working together, and us being able to enter the market as well.
Right. I mean, I think if you look at the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia is really the one where the bilateral with India is in the best shape in the sense. I mean, Kuwait has recently been increased, but obviously the others are sort of stuck at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And I always remember when I was in actually Virgin Atlantic days, 2002, and I went off to appoint a GSA.
Yeah.
And it was that moment that I realized what was going on with Emirates and what have you, less so Qatar, because that was still up and coming. I met the DG of the Civil Aviation Authority in Pakistan for dinner. And he said, oh my God, what have we done? And at that time in 2002, Emirates was already the largest carrier into and out of Pakistan.
Yes.
So, over 23 years ago. And so, again, I think bilaterals have been catching up, realization about what's been going on, making sure you are, to a certain degree, protecting your local carriers to get them to strengthen them to a point. But then there becomes an inflection point where they are strong, India, Saudi Arabia. What do you do?
Yeah.
The bilaterals have been subsumed, so to speak, in terms of or outstretched. So I think that's where we're at on a lot of occasions. I think we have a very strong carrier in Saudi now. We have ourselves, Flynas, which is 70 aircraft alone, and now Riyadh Air coming on board. I think that the policymakers in Saudi Arabia are certainly looking at that and going, what's the next step? Do we go as far as open skies or what? And I think that's a general debate we're all having at the moment.
Yeah, great. I want to spend a few minutes on China, which I mentioned a bit earlier, and which I think Pieter Elbers mentioned this morning, only because it's a market which I'm personally very interested in, but I really think it's such a potential market for Indian carriers. When IndiGo started flying to China back in 2019, I was here and we started a route Delhi-Chengdu. And I vividly remember that we put it on sale we were about 60 days, I think, 2 months before we had the first flight. And after about 3 weeks, somebody from revenue management came into my office and said, I don't believe this. The Chengdu flight is already 55% full, and we still have, 5 weeks to go. And I said, that's China. And China, the whole China-India thing, because I've had feet in both camps. I worked for Cathay Pacific for 20 years, so I sort of understand a little bit about China too. They are crying out for more interaction, more service. At that time, the Chinese carriers operated, I think, 34 flights a week, the maximum allowed on the bilateral. I think it was 34 or 34. India, before IndiGo, operated 5. Air India operated 5 times a week to Shanghai. So I'm delighted that it's opened up again, obviously after 5 years pause for obvious reasons. And now IndiGo is going back there. Calcutta, Guangzhou, and then Delhi, Guangzhou. But what's lying beyond that? And are the Chinese carriers going to come back to the same degree, do you think?
I'm sure they will. And you have to be, both as a competitor and as a marketplace, you have to be prepared for that. Look, there are a lot of boxes this market ticks off, right? Very large populations, reasonably fast growth economies, geographically dispersed populations, which means that there is potential for multiple types of flying. There's a lot of tourism potential, a lot of business potential, trade potential. So there are a lot of boxes, macroeconomic boxes that this ticks to have the possibility for a very strong future, right? So, and I think that we're quite bullish about it, but keep in mind that there are also other characteristics in both these markets that will present their own challenges. They are a high volume, low yield set of markets on both sides, which means that it will always have you have to be super efficient to be successful in these markets. You have to pace the amount of stimulation you want to drive, because that has its own economic challenges. There are a few hurdles that we still need to cross as an aviation market. Visas are have their own journey to take to enable ease of access for large chunks of traffic. So I think that it's an important start. As IndiGo, we are very excited about the future of this market. From day one, we have started with 2 frequencies. And we're already evaluating possibilities of adding more. It's a great example of this sort of 6.5 hour radius story, right? Both from India and from China. So I think that with the right impetus, there is almost endless potential in this market. But there are things that need to fall in place for these things to work over a period of time. But hey, we've put our first foot in there, and we're quite excited about it.
Sandeep, you're a China expert. What do you think?
Thanks. So what Abhijit said, there are challenges. But out of all those challenges, if there's a market or there's a airline that can compete effectively with these mega Chinese carriers, that's IndiGo. Because to beat China or to get those airlines to compete with them, you need to be very aggressive. You need to be fare conscious. And it's not easy, right? They are mega, they have huge population, big customer demand. I think we have the same in India. We have big customer demand, We have a very nimble, very cost-effective carrier. So there is this opportunity because the two mega countries, the most populated countries, most tourism-related activities, the heritage, what you call UNESCO heritage points in both countries are big. So just to give you an example, India has not allowed any Chinese visitors to come to India for last 5 years, right? 70,000 visas were issued by China in first half of this year already to Indians. So last 5 years, a lot of Indians will continue to go. Some of the hotels I go to, they are, and I'm not talking the small hotels. There's no big OUs there. So I'm talking Conrad or Ritz-Carltons and all. You go to their morning buffet area, you find a corner exclusively for Indian or vegan meals. In those, so you can imagine how much big Indian numbers of Indians are going there.
Yep.
So there's an opportunity. Why? When Willie tell me that he was going to start this Chengdu flight, I was so fantastic. It's a great destination to go to, and not to forget, there's a lot of shopping to be done. On the other way around, India hasn't done this incredible India yet into China. But if India able to do it, imagine the traffic between those two countries. It can just go berserk. We have seen that example of India and China and Japan.
Yep.
You know, you're talking almost like 2-3 million on every quarter. Customers are going, right? And then India is just, whatever you know about China, there's a lot of Buddhism there, and we have a big Buddhist circuit here. They like to eat good food, and we got a lot of vegetarian food. But there are heritage points that they want to see. Indian culture is very much appreciated in China. Don't forget, they came here to Nalanda and learned a lot of things from us. So you will find it, and IndiGo is actually in the right spot. Like, if Abhijit take me as his advisor, I will tell him, man, there are 7 cities you go every day, or some cities go double daily. You will make it.
Yeah, great.
So China, but it's a difficult market, okay?
Yeah.
Bilaterals are very tough. Both the countries don't open up that easily. Slots, Abhijit doesn't get a Guangzhou slot yet. That's why Delhi flight is not announced yet. But
it's already selling.
You got it? Oh, good. I know Calcutta is done.
Delhi's selling.
Oh, good. And then, what Campbell mentioned in the morning, they're planning Shanghai flight. The good thing for us right now, for India, if you want to know the crux of it, Chinese will come. Definitely. Chinese carriers will come. Their main, generally when they were also coming earlier, you look at where the traffic was going. Only 50% they were taking from India to China. Rest, they were pushing it onto their networks. Going to Australia, going to New Zealand, going to US. Right now, they are not going to start too many flights into India. I can't see. When the announcement came, we were thinking all the Chinese carriers will be gung-ho to start into India immediately. You didn't see much of the energy coming. Only, I think, China Eastern has said 3 times a week into India. They used to have almost double daily, one to Delhi and one to Kunming, Kolkata.
Yeah.
And now they've just said 3 flights a week. So because their other network that supports India flights is not ready yet. Their US flights are basically very little. Their Canada flights are not doing. They're very little. So we have a great opportunity to start getting Chinese onto our flights and to come and explore, and to transfer them to Dubai from here rather than Emirates taking them.
Right.
Your Dubai flight will be full.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Well, we're almost out of time. Maybe I'll just ask Stephen, Abhijit, Sandeep for a last comment about the policy environment. Any final thoughts?
For me, no. I think I've expressed it. I think that, again, I'm just looking at through the kingdom lens versus India and so forth. I think it's a reasonably liberal. Improvements to be made over time, but I think we just share both, very large domestic markets that we can do that. So I think it's a positive sign and a positive progress. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thanks. Abhijit?
Yeah, look, my view is that we have to recognize that policy is always a journey. It's not a fixed point that just stays the way that it is, right? the policy journey kind of has to synchronize with the journey of evolution of the industry and the ecosystem itself. So there was a certain policy environment in the past that was reflective of the state of the industry in the past, and as we become bigger, bolder players in the aviation market globally, that policy environment will evolve with it, right? What is encouraging is that demand is not a problem, right? Right, which is not what you can say about a lot of other parts of the world, right? It of course needs to be supported with the right cost structure, stimulated through the right cost structures, the right infrastructure. There's a lot of enabling things that need to happen, but if the demand wasn't there, then none of us, all the rest would not have been needed. So I think we're quite positive and optimistic about the future. Yeah.
Right, Sandeep, you've got 10 seconds.
Okay. Policy, as Abhi said, shouldn't be written on a hard stone paper. It should be very agile. The bilaterals and all, once written in 1960s, doesn't make any sense today. Today's the world is changing, and the way we are growing, our policy has to match that. What Abhijit is saying is exactly that what we are looking for. It's not only for India, it's also for the other countries, right? We want our tourists to go there and their tourists to come here too. We just cannot put the restrictions, unnecessary restrictions, for not to allow them to come. As such, the policy melodrama that goes around today, you probably have seen, especially in our aviation sector, it's been looked into in a very good way, because the ministries continue to change. Ministries keep on looking. I think NCAP 2.0 is going to come out. But again, the bilaterals and all should also be considered and taken for revision as the time and as India continues to grow.
Great, thanks, Sandeep.
Thank you.
Well, I hope everyone's enjoyed this session. I certainly learned something, as I always do. So please give a big round of applause to our panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Willie. Great stuff. Thank you very much. But give it up for Willie again. Thank you very much, Willie. Great stuff. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Sandeep. Abhijit, thank you very much. Thank you. Great stuff. Great. And did that beeper go off, giving you an audible get off the stage? Did that go off? Did I hear that? Thank you very much, everybody. Now we go back to, yes, I suppose, go to another one of our airline CEO interviews. So I'm very, very pleased to be able to welcome Vinay Dube to the stage. Vinay, come up. He's the founder and the CEO of Akasa Air. Vinay, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
It's the first time we've met, so which I'm going to go here.
Okay.
Why don't you sit there, Vinay? Come around. Thank you.
Yeah.
Akasa Air. We're going to get the story obviously from Vinay, but this is a really fascinating example of a startup carrier, big ambitions to grow. Great fleet. How many Maxes have you got on order?
On order, 226.
226. You're
Correct.
a startup, Vinay. I just want to remind you.
That's right. I was told we can't be called my young brother-in-law, my 30-something brother-in-law, when I first told him we were starting an airline, said, if you've ordered 200 bicycles, you can call yourself a startup, but after you've ordered 226 airplanes, I'm sorry, you got to think of another name.
So what's the other name then?
We're a proper airline.
We're a proper airline. That's good. Thank you. Well, I mean, Vinay, maybe just give us a thumbnail sketch of, for those of you, I'm sure. Okay, let's have a quick check. Who's flown with Akasa Air in this room?
Right. Okay, the rest of you can leave.
The rest of you, Vinay's got a voucher for you to fly later. So I reckon about a third.
Yeah.
We're not going to ask them what they thought of it because they probably loved it. But you're making an impact. You've got to make an impact because you've got to get your return on capital. But just give us a thumbnail sketch of why Akasa and the group of people you've got together to do it. Just give us that flavor for those of us who don't know so much.
Yeah. So I think the why Akasa has a different answer for different constituents. Given you asked who's flown an Akasa, the why would you fly an Akasa is one answer. Why you would invest in Akasa has a different answer. Why you would work at Akasa has a different answer. So I'll tackle the first one in terms of why you'd want to fly at Akasa. And that's because of our service orientation. We are and have been one of India's most on-time airlines. So the reliability should be taken for granted. In terms of on-time performance, the lowest cancellation rates in the industry for months on end. The best baggage delivery performance is measured by a DGCA study. So reliability, the kind and gentle nature of our flight attendants, the comfort of our seats, brand new aircraft that we're extremely proud on, that comes with a better pressure, better the quietness of the cabin, the freshness of the air, the quality of our food. So the answer from a consumer perspective is fly us because of our service orientation. Mm-hmm. From an employee perspective, it's completely different because we take great pride in being an employee-centric organization. And you should come work for Akasa because there'll be no other airline in India that will give you the kind of growth opportunity.
Are you talking to me, offering me a job here?
I am, indeed. I'm offering everyone a job. We have plenty of jobs for everyone. But really, you want to work for Akasa because A, you will be able to progress your career, but perhaps even more importantly, we take great pride in treating our people with dignity, with respect, recognizing that we're building this airline because of them, not because of me. And that's the approach we have from an employee perspective and from an investor perspective. Look, we hope we're going to create an airline that will provide wonderful returns to our investors. And we hope that story will play out.
And we'll come to that because you've been doing some big moves on that this year.
Yeah.
But just tell me through your thought process. You're an experienced airline, and as are many of your founders. India is the graveyard of many a seasoned executive in this industry. And I understand the growth. We just heard from Willie and Abhijit about demand's no problem. Okay, so it's a bit of a no-brainer, but it's not easy to do. And you came out of COVID. Just give us the genesis of the why did, because it's presumably you got a few dollars in this or a few rupees yourself.
Right.
You've got skin in the game, big style, as have your founders. So, what persuaded you? What's that thing?
Yeah. So first, I'd like to point out that it's not that India has been a graveyard for airlines. People forget. I was at a conference in the early 2000s. And at that point, there was a statistic like in the last 15 years between Europe and North America, there was something like 182 airline bankruptcies.
All right.
So this is not an India issue in terms of the difficulty of doing business. This is an aviation issue. But I also think that was at a particular stage in the evolution of global aviation. Fast forward, the period between 2010 and 2019, a full decade, there were 9 airlines in the US that made money. Every year for a full decade, 9 airlines.
Yeah, it was an amazing decade.
Correct. But it was not that the decade was amazing in that, fuel was at $30 a barrel, et cetera, et cetera. In the middle of the decade, fuel went up to $141 a barrel, right? Plus. It was the maturity of the industry. And so, thinking back to 2020, when the airline was founded, the fundamental belief was that going forward, the Indian aviation industry will mature like the US aviation industry is matured, like the European aviation industry is matured, and we'll be able to create a meaningful airline that can not just serve, consumers and you can build a career at, but will provide meaningful returns in the manner that the US was providing meaningful returns between the period of 2010 through 19.
But, you started off with an ambition that was so great as well. And I'm not trying to sort of, I'm almost just saying, why did you start so big with your ambition in terms of, the size of the carrier, the amount of money this requires, the amount of money you can lose if it goes wrong. I'm not trying to paint a negative picture. I'm just saying you really went for it from the start. Why?
Yeah. Because there's no other moment in history in like the 125-year history of global aviation where you could actually have gone for it in the manner that we did. And let me give you where and at which point in history, at which, anywhere in the world, could you have made a deal with a manufacturer in late 2021?
Yes.
And I've had
Dubai Air Show.
Correct.
I was there.
And I have 20 aircraft delivered between 12 and 24 months after brand new. Between 12 and 24 months after you've signed.
Yeah, there was
your
a good
aircraft
opportunity
deal.
to take those
Correct.
whitetails, wasn't there?
So the opportunity had never been presented to anyone in the history of global aviation.
So did you do this plan like on the back of a cigarette packet in about 3 months, or
No. I think you don't know me well. It starts with an Excel spreadsheet, and this Excel spreadsheet has 50 tabs with every number detailed out, as best as I could do it. So nothing is done at Akasa on the back of an envelope, even today.
I knew that, but it's
Right.
lovely to hear
Yeah.
it from you. But then you found the family owners who were going to back you.
Correct.
What sold the story to them?
Look, I think there are a few different factors, and I'll speak for them, but someday you'll meet them and you can ask. One was they understood the fact that aviation was moving. They recognized the pattern that was taking place in the US and Europe, and understood that now's the time where this old joke of how do you become a millionaire, you start with $1 billion and you invest in an airline, that joke, the time of that joke was passing, because they recognized the fact that in other jurisdictions you could actually make money on a consistent basis. They recognized the fact that India was still at a very nascent stage in its aviation development, and they recognized what Abhijit said and what we've said multiple times, that demand is going to grow multifold for the next 30 years. Right? That's the first part that they understood. The second part that they understood was that this is a business of scale, and you're at this moment in history. If you pick the right partner, and if the right partner picks you, and we're glad that Boeing picked us and we picked them, that you could grow in a manner that's never ever been done before. And the third part, which sounds a bit self-serving, but for any investor to back someone, they need to believe in the team, and they believed in the team that we'd be able to create a professional, airline that would be able to exploit and take advantage of the scenario that I have just painted.
No, the team is 100% what an investor will go with, totally. So, Vinay, I hear that, of course, now, but let's just talk about, where we've got to, because how frustrated are you in a sense that you haven't been able to grow? You've grown fast,
right,
from a standing start,
yeah,
but you haven't actually been able to grow as fast as you would like to in a lot of ways, because obviously you haven't been able to get the metal, the aircraft,
right,
to do that. So just talk us through.
Sure. I'm a big sports fan, so I'll use a sports analogy, and I'll wind the clock back to 2008 and pretend you were interviewing Usain Bolt when Usain Bolt had just run his world record 9.58, and someone asked him, are you unhappy that you didn't run a 9.54? That's the parallel of the question. And the reason I say that is because we have grown faster today at 30 aircraft in 3 years. We've grown faster than any airline in the global history, 125-year history of aviation has ever grown. So how can I be unhappy if I'm sitting at 30 aircraft rather than 32 or 33 or 34 or 35? I cannot be unhappy. It's not with me or within me to be unhappy. I am extremely thrilled that we've got 30 aircraft and we've broken every record, that there is to break.
But where should you have been?
We should have been exactly where we are today.
What, 30 aircraft?
Yep. It's exactly where we should have been. And we're very pleased with it. And we're here because we've got amazing people, by the way, not the founding team, but we've got 4,750 people at Akasa, and that's what has built this company.
So we'll come on to the fleet side and what's next in a second, but let's just talk about your investment story, because that has taken a big leap this year.
Correct.
You've brought the new investors on. Obviously, the family has also come in
Correct.
again.
Yeah.
Was that part of the plan, or was that because actually we're bleeding money, which we didn't expect?
No,
So bleeding is a wrong word.
Correct.
Where the money is, not, the outflow is greater than expected. We need to shore it up.
No, it was not that. In fact, if you, and I've said this publicly and happy to state it, if you looked at our bank balance on the 1st of August 2025, pre-investment money coming in, we had more money in the bank than the original investment, which means we didn't burn a single rupee that had been invested in
That actually
Akasa.
means you were profitable at the operating cash positive.
Cash positive.
Not profitable at the
Correct.
operating level.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. So I just want to, I want to,
put that out there.
Put
on the
that
record.
put that out there. So definitely it was not that. We just think that given our ambition to be a large airline, given one of the big mistakes airlines have made in the past is they've been undercapitalized, and we
100%.
said, look, something else may get us, but undercapitalization is one of those factors that's not going to get us.
So we're going to make sure
we're
that
going to make
are-
sure we get money before we need it, because when you need money, no one's willing to give it to you. So get it before you need it. Have a rainy day chest, and that is our philosophy. The entirety of the ownership of Akasa believes in that story and believes in that philosophy of how to run a company.
And selling your story once again was
with every day it gets easier. So think, when you're flying 30 aircraft, you don't have to sell the story of, by the way, I'm going to sign a deal with Boeing, I'm going to hire pilots, I'm going to build a team, I'm going to get an AOC, right? These are all things we had to sell the first time around. You have an AOC, you've got the pilots, you're flying, you've built a consumer story. People could fly you, people could, sample our food, they could talk to our flight attendants. So every step it gets easier.
And you've established a brand.
Correct. Right.
Good. So you've got that, and is that's part of the plan? That money raising, that capital infusion was part of the plan.
Correct.
How long's that? Is that phase 2? Is there a phase 3 in 26 or 27? What's the next?
No, there's no phase 3 in 26 or 27 that we're planning. Our next phase should be an IPO in a 2 to 5 year time horizon.
2 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Right.
It's pretty broad, but
no, I'm not judging at all. I'm just
correct.
Sometimes I repeat things and I remember them better.
Correct. So 2 to 5 year time horizon is what we expect. But just keep in mind that the philosophy we have is we'll be well capitalized at every step of the way. So if we have to pivot and do something different, if there's something unforeseen, well, that's what we'll do.
And
but
also,
we will always be well capitalized.
And I guess it's also, Peter and Campbell were talking this morning about the black swan events. This year hasn't been an easy year in some ways in the Indian market. There has been things that, we talked about them this morning. Those happen because this is the world. So you have to be ready. It's like rainy chest, rainy day chest. Sorry.
Correct. That's right. And that's exactly the reason for the capital raise.
Right. Very good. Let's talk about the fleet. I'm not sure. I'm sure you would like more aircraft if you could get them, if I may. But 30 is good.
Right.
What's the flow? What is your expectation in terms of the next phase? Because I think you've guided. I just want to see my notes, but you've guided in terms of capacity growth, I think of 25 to 30% a year. Am I right in saying that in the past?
Well, I would hope that for the next couple of years, it should be more than that.
Really?
But we don't provide specific targets of, by the end of the year, you'll have X aircraft or Y aircraft or Z aircraft. What we have provided is a long-term target of, 226 by the end of 2032. That's where we should get to. I would say we'd have very, very healthy growth, because our base is small. You can't have a 30% growth off of a base of 1,000 aircraft, but you can have it off of a base of 30 aircraft. So I would expect, very large growth for the next few years that tapers off as the base increases.
But you will,
and by the way, this is something that we're incredibly pleased because, as you know, Boeing has got approval to, increase their rates from 38 to 42 aircraft, and so the predictability around Akasa's growth has just gotten much better.
But you're going to wait for the MAXes to restart or to start? When what are you expecting? Because I think I've got to press you on this a little bit just to see what you're gonna. Are you going to get any more capacity this year?
Sure, we are.
Couple more units.
No, it should be a lot more than couple more units. But I can't give you the exact number. We're 30 aircraft, whether we'll be 30 plus X or Y is not something we're willing to say, but it should be much more than a couple units.
Sure. And then a delivery stream?
And then it just, every month.
Every month? Through 26?
Every month through December 2032. And hopefully, after.
I can't do the maths for quick enough to know if you get to 200 to 190 by then. Is that?
No, you'll get to 226 by then.
That's right.
That's correct. And it's a non-linear growth. So it's not, I wouldn't do the math of a linear growth between now and then. It's a non-linear growth. As you can imagine that, when you have 100 aircraft, you have an ability to take a few more than when you have 30 aircraft.
So during this sort of the little bit of a delivery hiatus, have you been tempted to go to the market? And I know market isn't easy to get lease aircraft or ACMI aircraft or whatever. Have you looked at that and then said, do you know what? That's not our strategy. It doesn't work, or what?
Yes. So we've looked at that and very quickly said that's not part of
we will stick
our
with
strategy. We're going to be disciplined in our approach. If there's fewer aircraft that we get delivered this year, that's fine. We'll be satisfied with it, but we're not going to chase growth for the sake of growth. We've got a particular strategy. We want our aircraft that we get to be part of our engine maintenance contract or our other maintenance contract. We're not going to take an off-book aircraft that you're then figuring out, how to bring into a particular contract, which gets much more expensive. And the ownership and maintenance costs of those, go awry. And that's not something we're willing to do. So we're very happy.
You're very focused and disciplined on that mission.
Correct.
I can see the tabs on your big spreadsheet. Numbers 48 to 53 went all wrong, didn't they, when you put an ACMI aircraft in there?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. I can see. You're very precise, Vinay. I do like it. So I think we've got the fleet story, and we look forward to talking more about that certainty in this year and into next year, because I think everybody, that's what we do as journalists. We like to talk about, and you like to talk about adding, because you're talking about expanding your network.
Correct.
And you've got, you're going to be in Navi Mumbai.
We will be in Navi Mumbai. We will be in
Noida.
In Noida. Absolutely.
So just talk about your aspirations for what's next on the network side.
Yeah, so I think, on the network side, I could talk for a long time, but I'll focus in two areas. Certainly, these Navi Mumbai and Noida properties are for us fantastic because we get access to the Delhi and Mumbai, metropolitan areas in a very sort of free and open manner. And that's wonderful for us because we've got aircraft coming in, and these are great homes for us to put them in. Doesn't take away from Bengaluru, other focus cities that we have, but these are markets that have been highly constrained. Mumbai and Delhi have been markets that have been highly capacity constrained. And so I think for the people of Mumbai and the people of Delhi, this should be a godsend as well, because you get more capacity, and that's always a good consumer story. I think
just on the timing of those.
Sure.
When did you have those in your business plan that you would be adding? Because obviously we didn't know quite when they were going to open. So when did you envisage that?
We didn't have a particular date to it.
Right.
Because from a network perspective, one can't be tied to your network in a manner that's an emotional connect. And when you start putting, this date and that date, and you're going to fly there, you start building this emotional connect to your network. And when you have this emotional connect to your network design, it's harder to pivot. We are completely unemotional about our network. Something's working, you fly it. Something's not working, you move.
Yes.
Right? And so we didn't put dates to this. We also didn't put dates to this knowing that in these very large mega projects, it's hard to ascertain and get the exact dates. But this would be the perfect time for us to fly, right? They'll be up and open here in the next.
So you knew they were there, you knew they were coming.
Correct.
And it's part of the story, but you just can't put a specific timeline against it. Now you can.
And now we can.
Yeah.
Now we can. The other part that's very interesting for us, Mark, is our approach to international. right? We were the only airline in India's history that launched international within, 20 months or something that. Most others were 5+ years. We today are over 20% of our ASKs, within 3 years and 2-3 months, over 20% of our ASKs fly internationally. That number in the next fiscal year should be 30%, and we will work our way up.
Do you have a sort of a balance where you want to get to 50-50, 60-40?
No, not yet.
Not like
again,
that.
again,
that's tab 29.
That's not tab 29. That's approach 1.
Right.
Don't tie yourself emotionally to a network number.
Sure.
And when you start putting, I'm going to be at 50-50, 60-40, 30-40, then whoever's put that number out has to somehow emotionally and mathematically continue to justify it.
Yes.
We're not justifying that. We will flow our network as it comes, and we have movable assets, unlike a hotel property. We can fly it here, we can fly it there, and we can fly it the other. So no emotional connect to the network, but have a design. And the design is around Noida and current dial in Delhi, around Mumbai and Navi Mumbai, around Bengaluru, and that design will continue to evolve, over time.
And sorry, I did interrupt you about the international network as well. Your thinking around that, just in terms of how you're going to expand.
So I think just the way we have gone from 0 to 20, we'll go from 20 to 30 and 30+, which is, pick a destination, study it, apply for traffic rights and fly and take the Akasa Orange,
to the world.
To the world. Yeah, one by one.
We will go to the room for a question or two. Is that okay with you?
Yes,
Vanessa?
sure.
In a second. So if you do have a question, just brew that up, and I'll just ask one more question of Vinay. So you mentioned about the IPO sort of timeline target, notionally 2 to 5 years. What do you think about in terms of your financial performance? Where do you want to be to match that? Or I say match, but to sync with that ambition. And what do you? Because obviously you're loss making today. It's presumably that's part of the plan. It's not part of the plan to be loss making, but that it takes time.
Yeah.
What is your thinking on that?
So I think the advice we have gotten. By the way, this is not airline specific, but this is anyone who's planning an IPO. You either need to have your numbers for X number of months or quarters to be IPO ready, or you need to have a very, very believable path that you can demonstrate. Now, where we will be over time, we will figure out, and that's the reason why we've got this range. But I can tell you, as of today, our financials are progressing in a manner that we are very pleased with. They're better than tab 34 on the spreadsheet.
So, very blunt question then. When do you, at the moment on that spreadsheet, achieve break even?
Soon enough.
You're not going to tell me any more.
I'm not going to tell you any more than that.
Let's have a look. Let's go out to here. I'm trying, right? That's my job.
Yeah.
Got a good question down here. Have we got a microphone down here? And there's one down here, please. So just tell us who you are and as I mentioned this morning, a question, not a statement. I'm sure you will.
Thank you, Mark. My name is Vasudevan. Hi, Vinay, from ICF Consulting. Now, I've been wanting to ask this question throughout the day, but we somehow didn't have the time for a Q&A in the previous sessions. It's not specific to Akasa, but more from a policy standpoint. We've heard a lot of talk about bilateral. Sandeep spoke at length about it in the previous panel. So I think tourism is something that is still one area that we've always fallen short of, at least in terms of inbound arrivals, right? And we've never really recovered post-COVID, while most countries which have been tourism hubs have done that. So given the fact that as Indian carriers, you're going to have a big role to play with all the new fleet coming in, what is your view on what can really change in terms of changing that equation? Because we have a lot of people flying out, 20+ million, but very little coming in even today.
Thank you.
Taking a 5-year view, where will you put the finger on in terms of how we can change that? Visa is an issue, but I want you to talk about it. Yeah.
Got it. So look, I don't have the competency to talk about a global tourism framework because, includes air is just one component of it, but it includes, land, sea, it includes visas, it includes hotels, it includes, everything else around how you market, the wonderful riches and history and culture of India. So there's so much to it. I can only focus on the airline part of it. And clearly, the more flying you have from one country to the other, the more you're able to support an inbound tourist infrastructure. It's as simple as that. I don't think it's anything more complicated. Yeah.
Right.
So sorry, you get a very simple answer, but I don't have the competence to give you a full framework on tourism.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Vinay. Another question here. Is that right? Sorry, Neelam, then behind you, and then you.
Yeah.
I'm Jagriti Chandra from The Hindu. Vinay, I just wanted to ask you, this is not a hard news question. When you were faced with a situation where you had about 400 excess pilots who were benched, and yet you continued to pay them that salary of 40 hours, how difficult was it to, explain that to the Azim Premji group or the Manipal group who were investing in your airline?
It was easy. Nikhil's here. Nikhil, are you here? There's Nikhil. Nikhil at the back from PI. It wasn't difficult. And the decision was not difficult because, we had the confidence in Boeing, and Salil is here. We knew it was a matter of time. We had the respect for our employees who had chosen to join Akasa when we were still, a piece of paper, and we had to repay that confidence that they had shown. So the combination of the fact that we knew we were going to get aircraft, and we had to reciprocate that it was an easy decision and was very easy to explain. And today, while I have the floor on that question, as the Boeing rate goes up, and these pilots that we're talking about, all of them by the end of, in the next 30, 60 days, all of them, would be accruing flying hours. So our training pipeline is clear that we will very soon launch and get back into rehiring pilots with the intention of rehiring and starting to increase our numbers in the second half of 2026. So, so how difficult that was? Very easy, and it was very easy because we're in the point where we're now, looking at rehiring in the second half, or not rehiring, but restarting our hiring program in the second half of 2026.
Right. Vinay, thank you.
Thank you for first officer ranks. Yeah.
In first officer ranks.
Correct.
Thank you. Vinay, thank you for the question. Neelam, did you want to jump in with one more question here?
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Neelam Matthews, independent writer. Vinay just wanted to check, it's a very simpler than her question.
Right.
And that is that since your service is your priority, given that Navi Mumbai, it's a pain to reach central Mumbai from today and maybe for the next few years, how are you going to bridge that gap?
Well, we're certainly not in the road and tunnel and rail building business. And so I would say there'll be some people who would find Navi Mumbai more convenient to reach. And those people will go to Navi Mumbai, and some people will find the existing airport more convenient to reach, and they'll go to the existing airport, and we will fly from both. We will fly from both, right? And we're not going to connect people. We're not going to connect passengers and move them from Navi Mumbai to, so think of it as a, LaGuardia versus Newark, or a JFK versus Newark. There's some people that find one airport more convenient, and that's where they fly from. Some fly from the other. Not a problem.
So you increase your frequencies to Mumbai?
Our planes are coming. We have to increase frequencies. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for the question. Right, we're nearly at time. Did you hear that beep? That's invasive, isn't it? That's rude. Remember, that's rude. Vinay, we're going to have two more. I've got two more.
Sure.
Tiny little ones, and then we'll let you go.
Yeah.
But we had Pieter and we had Campbell here. They're both establishing big MROs. Are you going to?
Look, we are small today, but we've got big ambitions. I think there's a time and place for it. Today we do all our line maintenance, and slowly we've moved up from one type of A-check to another type of A-check to another type of A-check.
That you're doing yourself?
That we're doing ourselves. Do we have ambitions to start doing at some point C-checks and redelivery checks? Yes. Do we have ambitions at some point of also being able to maintain our engines? Yes. Do we have ambitions at some point of being able to do landing gears and APUs? Yes. But are our thoughts perhaps as mature as maybe what Pieter and Campbell have for those two airlines? Probably not. But do we have the ambition? Absolutely.
So it's in tab 84.
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Finally,
yeah,
you've got all these beautiful Maxes coming. 226 to get there.
Correct.
What about wide bodies, Vinay? Come on. What about wide bodies? Is that in the tabs somewhere?
The wide body is in a keep evaluating tab, but evaluated without any pressure of keeping up with the Joneses. So we will evaluate it, but just because our larger cousins in India here purchased them is not reason enough for us to do it. They have to make economic sense. And we will keep studying it. And when it makes economic sense for us, if it does,
the way that I appreciate that. The way I would frame the question as a follow-up would be, is it an active study or is it a sort of, it's in that long grass study?
No, there's some things we study once a quarter. There's some things we study once every 6 months. This is in the once a year study category.
Right.
So we will keep studying it, and once a year we always run the numbers, think about whether circumstances have changed and refresh it. And so we've run this about 4 times, and the answer has been no 4 times. Ask me a year from now, and I'll tell you what that annual study reveals then.
No, thank you for your candor. We appreciate that. And Salil's going to put his study back for another year, put his flog Vinay some 787s. Vinay, I'm going to wrap it up there. You've been so kind to give us some of your time, and it's a real pleasure for us to have Akasa on the stage, and Vinay, the founder, giving us the line on Akasa, the story firsthand. So please do thank Vinay for coming and talking to us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just wait a second, Vinay, a bit of picture. So we now go to the final coffee break, Mark, is that right, of the day? Final coffee break before we have the infrastructure, the airports panel, which we're going to be talking about some wonderful airports opportunities. Then we'll have the reception where we can all network and visit the exhibition area, get to know each other a bit better, etc., in a more calming environment without me asking you questions. So enjoy your coffee, one more session, and that will be day 1. Thank you very much. Vinay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Mark. Wonderful.
Thank you, Vinay.
Really
thank
appreciate
you. Superb,
it. Yeah.
Superb. Thank you. The final session of the day. After that, permission is granted to have a cup of tea or a glass of wine or something like that. We've had a great day so far. We've just heard from Vinay. We've had Campbell, we've had Pieter, we've had all the leaders debate. And now we're really delighted, and I'm going to ask Chloe to introduce our infrastructure leaders today. But first of all, my job is to introduce Chloe Greenbank, who's one of the senior editors at Times Aerospace, Arabian and African. She's going to lead this panel off. Look, here's a woman on stage. This is ridiculous. Chloe, up to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. So I'm delighted to welcome you all here to this final session today, sponsored by BKJ Airports, where we'll be discussing India's airports and infrastructure on the ground. We've heard this morning how India's air traffic is among the fastest growing globally. But is the infrastructure keeping pace? The challenge is balancing expansion, efficiency, and equitable growth across the airport network. First up, I would like to welcome Mr. Vipin Kumar, the Chairman of Airports Authority of India, to the stage to set the scene by presenting the key role of airport development in India's air transport renaissance. Vipin, would you like to come to the stage?
Thank you. Go. Good evening, and thank you for giving this opportunity. I have got one small presentation, what Airport Authority of India is doing and what aviation sector is doing in India and what's the future plan for civil aviation. So this is the content which like overview of aviation in India. the current state of airport infrastructure in India, government initiatives and policies, impact of airport development, technological advancements and modernization initiatives, challenges, opportunities in airport development and future outlook. So, if we see the overview of Indian aviation landscape, today we are world's third largest aviation market, and it's growing every year. The rate of growth is around 10%. In 2014, if we were having 74 airports, the support of the central government, the vision of Honorable Prime Minister, we have taken up this figure up to 164 airports in 2025. 9 million square kilometer airspace is managed by Airport Authority of India. Airport Authority of India is not the only airport developer, but is the sole air navigation service provider in the country. Even the airports which are under PPP partnership, the navigation services are provided by Airport Authority of India. Today we are having 700,000 aircraft movements annually, more than that. And the growth of passengers from 2014 onwards, now it is 412 million passengers we are handling, and it's increasing year by year. The target we are having as per the Vision 2047 is 350, more than 350 airports in the country. The impact of civil aviation sector is great. New airports are coming up, and whenever and wherever the airport comes, the total economic scenario changes. It's not only the flights or the airport at that place, but the jobs and the vision and the thought process of the people of that area, it totally changes. As per ITA, the aviation sector is contributing more than $53.6 billion to GDP of India and 7.7 million jobs across multiple sectors, including the tourism. As I said, the vision of Honorable Prime Minister is very clear. He knows that time is money, and saving time is providing the new opportunities and aviation and providing the opportunities to fly is bringing and providing that platform to the youth, to the citizens, empowering the citizens, and for that we are having one inclusive mode of transport. We are planning to have, the vision is to have an inclusive mode of transport which will ensure that air travel is accessible to every Indian, every citizen, regardless of income and location. And that UDAN scheme, which was envisaged in 2017, UDAN 1.0, now we are in this position that we are now planning UDAN 2.0. So it is because of this vision of Honorable Prime Minister. Then the vision is having the priorities for robust infrastructure. With India reaching more than 150, it's now 164 airports today in the country. This figure is more than double of 2014. Honorable PM envisions that India should be a global aviation hub. And without this, without India having global aviation hub, we will not be successful in achieving the vision of 2047. With a strong fleet and expanded connectivity, securing bilateral agreements with more than 100 nations by 2024. इसकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है? Can somebody help? It's not going there. इसके बाद फिर
सिविल एविएशन सेक्टर की ग्रोथ अभूतपूर्व है। 10 साल में भारत में एयरपोर्ट्स की संख्या डबल हो गई है। लोगों को, कल्चर को, प्रॉस्पेरिटी को कनेक्ट करने का एक काम इस क्षेत्र के माध्यम से कर रहे हैं। एविएशन के फ्यूचर को शेप करना हमारा शेयर्ड कमिटमेंट है।
So the current situation of airports, as I told you, that total airports in the country are 164, but out of 164, Airport Authority of India is having 113 operational airports, and out of that, we are having 26 international airports and 12 custom airports. We are having air service agreement with 116 countries, where 50 plus countries are having direct flight, international destinations are 90 plus, and more than 75 foreign airlines are operating in India right now. The growth of airports, if you see, 2014 74, and today in 2025 it is 164. If you see the passenger traffic, except 2 years, which are COVID years, 2021-22, there is regular growth with a rate of around 10%. Previously, it was 122 million passengers for domestic flights and 47 million passengers for international sectors. Today, it is 335 million passengers for domestic and 77 million passengers for international. Total is 412, and the growth rate, if you see, it is more than 12%. So now this increase of airports, it needs a vision also. It's not that you can go anywhere and can construct the airport. So how to plan? What are the issues? What are the factors which you need to take care when planning for the airport? First is that air traffic profile. Then what is the available infrastructure right now? Airfield movements, aircraft stands are there or not? Passenger terminal, cargo handling, etc. Then whether these operations will be sustainable or not. So how to identify that break-even point? What is the break-even point? It's critical for the investment purpose also, and we should meet the flight activity also, so that minimum cost of operation is recovered. Stakeholder requirement also, we develop the airport, but the stakeholders, whether the airlines, whether cargo operators, whether ground handlers, they also are interested or not. And then viability of operations. After all these things, whether this operation will be viable or not. But yes, these things are for the big airport. In Udan, we have constructed many airports because objective is not only to earn the profit, but objective is to provide the access of aviation facilities to the common citizen, which should be accessible and affordable also. And Airport Authority of India, as an organization, if we are saying 113 airports are there, we are not having all the airports profitable. It is just around 30-40 airports, the profit we are getting. But with this profit, we are developing airports in remote areas of the country. We know that these airports will be profitable, will be viable, maybe after a few years. So this is the basic philosophy, but yes, Airport Authority of India is going beyond that also. And for this Vision 2047, and to take this civil aviation sector to the new heights, a new policy, National Civil Aviation Policy in 2016, it was announced, and the vision is to create an ecosystem to make flying affordable for the masses. And this is the bottom line. This is that flying should be affordable and accessible. Only two things. If we are providing the access, but it's not affordable, Honorable PM says कि चप्पल पहनने वाला, हवाई चप्पल पहनने वाला हवाई जहाज में सफ़र करेगा. That is the vision. That is the vision. And there are 5 pillars of this aviation policy. that we should promote cargo, MRO, general aviation, aerospace manufacturing, and skill development. At the same time, we should provide we should onboard the private operators also, because everything cannot be done by the government. And when everybody, all the stakeholders, they come, only then we can create the infrastructure, we can afford, we can provide, and we can fulfill this dream. Then deregulation, simplified procedure, and e-governance. This is very important. The rules, regulations which are framed, the acts which exist are like 50, 60-year-old acts. The demand is increasing, so we should also have to think out of box. And for that, before this deregulation, the change of mindset is required of the regulators. The government is working on that. EODB, ease of doing business, is the key, is the principle, is the basic for that. Then through use of technology and effective monitoring, we are trying to enhance the capacity. The same terminal building is there, but if we are getting the technology automation system, so we can have more number of planes the same time, the same runway. And next is that this policy says that we have to promote tourism, increase employment, and we will have to lead a balanced regional growth. There should not be imbalance also, that one area is having all the things and other area is still suffering from all these facilities. Then national monetization pipeline, as per the one of the pillars of national civilization policy, this pipeline has been developed. It says that when we bring the private operators on board, our objective, one is that revenue generation, which is through monetization of airports, and it will enable the balanced development of airport infrastructure also, but at the same time maximize operational efficiency also, which will deliver improved facilities and better passenger experiences. And you know, that means, like, suppose we are getting better or more or bigger airports in metros, so it's a learning for both. As airport operator, Airport Authority of India is also learning from them that what best can be done, but at the same time it is cross learning for them also, that how to provide the facilities in those areas which are for them right now are not making profit. So it's for both. It's not like that it's one party is learning from this. The targets of Viksit Bharat 2047 is that plan to have 350 airports. We are having a target that around 300 to 350 crore passengers will be traveling, if we presume that the rate is 10%, more than 10%, and the locations of airports will be analyzed through available airstrips, which already we are having around 400 airstrips are there in the country. We are trying to find out the viability, and we are trying to see whether we can utilize, we can expand, and the land availability is there or not, whether the state government also is willing, and all other stakeholders, they also are ready to cooperate, to join. So we are trying to analyze, and through this methodology and having new greenfield airports, we are trying to achieve this vision 2047. If you see the impact of UDAN, as I shared in my previous slide, this slide, if you see in the this left side, this is the scenario of 74 airports in 2014 before coming this scheme in existence. And in 2025, you just can see this network. All these new routes, there are 651 new routes. They have been created by UDAN scheme. This is the impact of this scheme. The people, the areas which were not having, they could not have thought about traveling from this destination to other destination. So this is the impact, and now UDAN is coming up in a new version, because you keep learning from your previous experiences. So what changes UDAN needs after getting this input 5-6 years? We are planning UDAN 2.0, and 93 plus aerodromes have been developed under RCS. The connectivity scenario, if you see, Udan was having Udan was supposed to cover uncovered airports and Udan was having two types of airports which was supposed to be covered. One is unserved and underserved. So in the upper one, you see unserved. These are the locations where there was no traffic. There was no traffic. And now, Darbhanga is the success story. In 2020, it started in 2020, there was no traffic, and today, around 5 lakh passengers are traveling. 5 lakh. Just imagine. And similarly, from other destinations, these are the destinations where there was no flight. And in this bottom graph, I have tried to show in Agra, there was just very few flights of passengers. And after Udan, the number has gone up drastically. So this is the impact. Pakyong, Sikkim, it's very difficult, very beautiful place, but it's very difficult to go. You have to travel by road. But the vision of Government of India, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Greenfield Airport has come up, Pakyong. There are some issues, we are handling those issues, but yes, now we can go directly to Pakyong, and these people can come directly to different parts of the country, which was a dream. Agati Island, what a beautiful location. Yes, it's connected now. So what are the targets? What's the strategy? I shared most of the things, operational airports. And this row 2, this is our target. For Vision 2047, this is our target. As I told you that we are having around 400 airstrips, existing airstrips in the country. We have analyzed the viability. Out of that, 110 airstrips have been found suitable. Out of this 110, 72 airstrips can be developed for Airbus 320 and other 22 for small aircrafts. 200 airstrips are under assessment, and accordingly we are having around 459 airports which may be developed other than greenfield airports. Those airports will be in addition to this 200 figure still is subject to the assessment. So this is the forecast, because you know that if you get the airport, then you can't have the aviation or the flying. You need to have airport, you need to have plane, you need to have manpower, ATCOs, you need to have airspace, and ultimately you need to have the passengers also. If you all four come together and there is no passenger, then also it's of no use. So what we need, the forecast is we are going to have around 1600 aircrafts, which is a massive infrastructure push. It needs lot of synergy also among different stakeholders, pilots, crew, MROs, FTOs, ATCOs. ATCO, this navigation is a sovereign function of Airport Authority of India, and we are having 3 training institutions. Capacity is limited. We are looking into it, how to take it forward and how to increase the training capacity of 3 institutions. But yes, today we are having only 800 aircrafts of all types. And how many you are seeing? It's 1600. And most of these aircrafts are wide body. So where these aircrafts will land, who will fly, who will handle at ground? It's a big challenge. So for this, we need to have 34 mega airports. Right now we are just having 5 in 2019. So we need to take this figure up. So the strategy is current operational under construction, potential expansion of airstrips, civil enclaves, more airports, greenfield airports, new locations identification. This is only the civil infrastructure I am talking about. But other than that, all different aspects which I told, like manpower and MROs, that also needs to be looked into in parallel and in synergy with other stakeholders. After that, without technological intervention, it is not possible to make aviation sustainable and profitable, because ultimately the beneficiary is not the operator or not the airline operator. The beneficiary is the passenger. It is the passenger. If you see 20 years back, when mobile functions started in the country, that time the tariffs were 3 minutes, 3 rupees for 10 seconds, or if you are calling me, then also I'll charge. Roaming was different. But now technology has improved, things have changed. It's not roaming in the country. That is, people have forgotten those days that you had to go from UP to Maharashtra. I don't know if somebody remembers or not. You will have to pay extra, you know. Now you don't remember. And now the time has come when I travel to US or these different countries, I simply say, okay, I'm activating this package of roaming, international roaming. So ultimate beneficiary is the passenger, and in this also, if we use technology, the ultimate beneficiary will be the passenger, the citizen, and for this, the digital security, the state-of-art technology, which is for development of concepts such as walk-through security, which will reduce the passenger wait time. And if passenger wait time will reduce, the capacity of the airport or that location is increased, more people will travel, and ultimately the cost on the passenger will reduce. Integration and standardization, green airports, we need green airport for future generation also, digital twin and technology connected systems. Digital twin is a new concept which I think few airports in the country they are having, 6-7 airports. Airport Authority of India also we are going to have at more than 15 airports to have the optimal use of everything available, whether it is the base, check-in points, security, means whatever the resources are available, how to have the best utilization of those resources. But it should not be predictive, it should be AI based also. That is the next step, integration of AI in AOCC. It will take this utilization to the next level. So our progress, this is DigiYatra. It's live on 24 airports. We are expanding 38 airports. By March 2025, if you see, 52 million passengers, they have utilized the facility. And you know that DigiYatra, it will not only reduce the time, but in many countries I have seen, and everybody I think have seen, that there is no outer layer of security at the airports. It's only in our country that to enter in airports also, you have to meet the security person. In many countries, it is the security check only. So there are so many issues that why we have this security layer at the outer gate also. Maybe that in India, many people come to see of one person. So that may be one issue, but this technological intervention and reduction of security people and that money, that fund, which is being spent on the security, ultimately it is coming from the passenger. So it is bringing the efficiency also, bringing more people in the terminal, the same size, same runway and everything, but reducing the cost of security also. So technology is must, and we are doing is through DigiYatra. Then green energy airports, 100%, 85 airports have implemented 100% utilization of renewable energy. There is a limitation that we can have renewable energy up to certain limit. After that, if we produce green energy, so there are some issues how to use it. So, but yes, 85 airports are using 100% energy, which renewable energy. Target is to have 95 airports by the end of 2025. 59 megawatt already we are having, and 12.8 megawatt capacity we are developing. And Hubli Airport, which is one of our airport, yesterday I visited that airport also. We applied for golden category, but it got platinum recognition. It was so nicely done. The neutrality target is that by 2030 we should have net zero operations And green building standards are a requirement for new terminal. Wherever the new terminal is inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister, the most important thing we look into that what features new energy, green energy building we are bringing into this building, this airport, this infrastructure. And it is not the solar energy. Solar is just one, it's not one out of 1,000 components. How we are using the AC, how efficient lighting system is there, what is the construction building, water harvesting, 100% use of recycling. There are so many things which we have to look into this, and this also is one of the important components. Futuristic aspect of airport security. Security is very important, and how to reduce it. The checkpoints, there are 5 checkpoints generally at airports, somewhere it is 4 also. So there should be 1 or 2 maximum. So for that, security should be seamless entry of the passenger, maybe one place only, but not more than one till the entry in the plane. So if we have to ensure, so AI powered CCTV surveillance, artificial intelligence will see that who is suspicious. The person is simply traveling, nobody is going to stop him. Full body scanner, simply go, scan and go, don't remove anything. Automatic baggage screening system, don't take out laptop, anything, put your system, go ahead. Biometric e-gates, seamless secure entry for authorized person like the people who are working at the airports, and it eliminates manual verification and ensures the security and reduce entry time. But at the same time, you see the size of our country. Delhi airports, Bombay airports. Delhi is having a traffic around of 80 million passengers right now, and the capacity is around 110 million. So they also are expanding, but the growth which we see in coming years, in Bombay the capacity is 45 million. Maximum will take 10 more million, it will be 55 million. So what is the option? I know that we have started flying just last 10 years. 10 years before, which I have seen, is that traveling by air was confined to few selected so-called upper middle class people. But now anybody can think flying. I was speaking to my one of staffs, he was asking leave for his going marriage anniversary. So I just asked that, should I get your ticket confirmed? He says, sir, I am going by flight. I booked 3 months before. One person working in my office, he called me, sir, I am going to Dubai to celebrate my son's birthday with family. Then my wife said, just learn something from him. I asked him that, how did you afford? He said, sir, I booked much earlier. But yes, it's happening. So the aspiration of the people is now increasing. How to meet that? We are having 0.12 passenger per 1,000 traveling. That there's some terminology, what you call this. So it is just 0.12 for one person. In 1 year, 0.12 person is flying. While in US it's 2.56 or something. So we are now increasing. So how we will address, how we will meet this issue? So we will have to think about multi-airport cities like Jewar and Hindon. Vidaji is there, he may not agree. But yes, it's a reality and it's good. There should be a competition and there should be healthy competition. Ultimate beneficiary, I said, will be the passenger only. Bombay, Navi Mumbai, CSMI, Goa, Dabolim, Moba. And you know that yesterday I was in Goa. So I visited both the airports. I landed Dabolim, but I took off from Mopa just to learn that what best, what good things you are bringing. How should we learn from you? And you also come to us because you know that the manpower, the people, they are so talented in Airport Authority of India. Because sometimes getting appropriate people for appropriate operation is a challenge. For some, means like for PPP airports, it can be a challenge. They can learn from us. The people who join airport authority in operations from very first day for 35 years, Mr. Raju is sitting out here, his ED operations, for 35 years here in operations of airports. So we can learn mutually. So I visited both the airports to learn mutually what we can do with MOPA and what they can do with us. Then strategic impact improves passenger experience, reduce congestion, enhance capacity. Second, airports are being planned at Bangalore and Chennai also. Chennai, in principle, approval already has been granted for Parandur Airport. They are now in the land acquisition process. And this demand is coming from many other cities also. But everything comes, airspace is not there. Then what will happen? That is the most critical thing. 40% airspace is restricted in the country, more or less for defense purpose. So, new ATC towers, talented ATCOs, best automation system we should have. And this is the prerogative, this is the function exclusively of Airport Authority of India. Everywhere it is Airport Authority except defense airports. So we have prepared a roadmap that by 2030, Airport Authority of India can say that all the ATCs in the country are having the best civil infrastructure, the best automation system available in the world, and the ATCOs are well trained. The training capacity is the constraint for us. That is why we cannot recruit more than a limit ATCOs, but we are enhancing that also. We are in a position to provide ATCOs to neighboring countries and provide the training to other countries in our CATC Prayagraj. In past also we have done it. So ATC towers in last 10 years, 50 new ATC towers have come. 21 more are likely to come by 2030 to meet the future need. And if you see the designs, such a beautiful building. Last month there was inauguration of Tuticorin Airport. So when I was entering in the airport, I stopped that, okay, this terminal building has come. My member said, no sir, this is not a terminal building. This is your technical block and ATC. So it's such a beautiful thing because ultimately it is the aviation, this navigation, which is taking the plane off and landing. And if I don't mention eVTOL, so this talk will not be complete. eVTOL is a breakthrough in next generation aviation, we all know. Already Interglobe has ordered 200 eVTOLs. For that, everything will change. And the most important is the rules and regulations for the 6 verticals. 6 core groups have been framed under DGCA. They are looking into the flexibility, the changes which are required. But it surely will enhance regional connectivity. It will be time sensitive, point to point charter solution, reduce ground traffic congestion, and it will bring sustainable aviation. You may be apprehensive the cost, but in one conference international it was discussed and it was found that it's not going to be very costly. It may be just 5 to 6 times costlier what now the taxi people are charging from you. But obviously we will have to work on that. So while addressing capacity constraints at airport, the key is, this also is, I already told, taxiway, etc., etc. Now, this also we have to think that one size fits all approach is not ideal. What is happening is, whether it is a small airport, whether it is middle-sized airport, whether it's a big airport, but there are so many things which we have to provide at par. The security aspect is most important. Whether it is a small airport, it's a big airport, you have to provide 2 bulletproof vehicles, fully 24/7 or means during the operational time with the security people. So even if there is one flight, you have to give 2 bulletproof vehicle, 24 people, the weapon, the bomb disguise squad, everything. So can with the support with the state government we can reduce. So the demand for remote airports, small airports, regional hub, mega hub, different types of concept and the requirement of different type of airports will have to be different. Otherwise, that capital cost will make these operations unsustainable, will not be sustainable. So that is my view, that is my presentation, and thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Vipin, thank you very much. If you'd like to take a seat by your name here, and I'll welcome the other guests up on stage. Some impressive growth there with the Airports Authority portfolio. But if I can now welcome to the stage to continue the discussion, Mr. Vinay Dube, the CEO of Delhi International Airport, Mr. Mohit Jaju, the CEO of BKJ Airports, our sponsor for this session, and Mr. Gautam Salaskar, the head of in-flight services and ground operations at Fly 91. As my colleague Mark Pilling mentioned earlier, I was hoping to bring the gender diversity to this panel with the addition of Mrs. Kiran Jan from Noida International Airport, but due to the airport's imminent opening, unfortunately, she had to turn back and head back to deal with some issues there. So I will represent women today, but I'm joined by these four wonderful gentlemen. So thank India's aviation sector, and whether it was good, bad, or in need of help. So I want to kind of continue with that discussion and ask each of you briefly whether India's airport infrastructure is keeping pace with the country's aviation ambitions, or whether it's falling behind the curve. So if we can start perhaps with you, Gautam, at the end.
All right. Thank you, Chloe, for that question. And namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience and being present here all the way through the evening. Means a lot to us. Mark, thank you for having us over here. So to answer your question, Chloe, yes, it definitely is keeping pace, but there are challenges and there are things that we can do definitely better to help us, better it, to meet the required kind of infrastructure, etc., that we need right now. But yes, it's on the right track. It's on the right trajectory of growth. There is a lot happening, as we just saw from what Mr. Vipin had to just show. It's humongous. It's very positive and extremely encouraging. So yes, my answer is that.
Great. And Mohit, we come to you.
So, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chloe, for having me here. So, my answer would be both yes and no. Yes, because the way the airport operators have come up, the likes of AAI, GMR, Adani, and the role they are playing in, we have one of the best airport infrastructures in any developing economies across the globe. And when I say no, because the pace of aircraft induction we've just leapfrogged. We were like 600 aircraft stagnant for good 10, 12 years. And now we are straight away going from 600 aircraft to almost 1600 new aircrafts. So yeah, to match that pace, I think we need to get up a little more.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Vinay, we can come to you.
Yes. So if we look at infrastructure development, there is always a cycle. So you typically have to forecast what is the infrastructure demand going to be 5 years down, because any infrastructure takes 5 to 7 years. And then for that, you need to do all the consultation with the different stakeholders. So typically, like we follow a 10-year master plan cycle. And whatever is the projection that is given, based on that, infrastructure is created. So typically, if you look at Delhi airport, like we were stagnant with a capacity of about 75 million, 72 million. We have just gone to 100 million and expandable up to 125 million. That is based on certain projection. In case the rate of growth, and there all the rate of growth, the order of airlines, everything is taken into account. But if the rate of growth, what we saw previously, because in fact our 2016 master plan had envisaged a particular rate of growth in a particular manner, there was strategies which change over a period of time. For example, IndiGo, one of the biggest operators, didn't have a huge international aspiration, but they changed their strategy midway. Then the requirements change. Now, immediately to change the overall infrastructure is not going to be in a day's time. Obviously, there will always be a lag. And similarly, once the infrastructure is ready, it is typically a future-proof infrastructure that you make. Like if I have got a 80 million, I have made a provision for 125 million. Now aircraft supplies have to keep pace. Most of the aircrafts are coming only in 2027. So obviously the infrastructure currently available is more than the current requirement that is there from the airlines. But come closer to 2027, 28, possibly we will need to go for another expansion. So it is always going to be a cycle like that.
Okay, and obviously you've just opened Terminal 2 last weekend with your upgrades. What's kind of next for the airport? You mentioned there that you can now handle 100 million capacity, but you're currently at 80 million passengers. So what are you doing to reach that 100 million capacity within the airport?
When will I be able to reach 100 million capacity?
Yeah. How are you driving that demand?
Typical projection is that in 3 to 4 years of time, we should be able to exhaust that 100 million capacity. We already have a plan in place where we have looked at taking it to 125 million, for which I will need to start work tomorrow, so that I am ready in 2029 when possibly I need that additional capacity.
Okay, thank you. And Vipin, if we can come to you as well, you mentioned the 164 airports within the Airports Authority portfolio. How do you ensure that operations are kind of seamless across that entire network? How are you making sure that all airports are keeping up to pace?
So, Airport Authority of India, am I audible, Sandeep?
Yeah.
So, this is an organization which was established in 1995. Before that also, there were National Airport Authority, National Airport Authority and International Airport Authority of India. The people are so talented, they joined this organization. Because of this huge network, we are having around 20,000 people in different sectors and 20,000 additional people who are on contract. So we have got that flexibility that as per the requirement, we can move the officer, the concerned and the required manpower from one place to other place. Because if you have only few airports, so there is a challenge. But if I know that today I need to expand this airport, so I'll simply assess availability. We have ready-made people, most suitable people, they go, they handle. This is regarding the manpower. As far as the funds are concerned, so we prepare our plan, 5-year plan already is there. We know that what is the future, where the potential is there, in which area, as I told you, the ATC, we know that this is going to be a challenge coming here. The most important resource constraint, if it is going to be, it is going to be the airspace. So we plan in advance, we invest in that, we develop the skills. We are having 3 training centers exclusively for ATCOs. Other training centers also are there. And having huge base, larger base, we have got that flexibility also to get support from other destinations.
Okay. And Gautam, we come back to you. Obviously, Fly 91, a new carrier, you started operations, I believe, in March of last year. You currently serve around 8 destinations, but are looking to expand that to 50 cities within the next 5 years. So what do you see as the biggest infrastructure challenges right now, especially for newer airlines and providing that regional connectivity within India?
So, I mean, I'm going to kind of spend some time, Chloe, if you don't mind. I hope I have the time to kind of explain the requirements of a regional airline. And I'm going to kind of keep it simple to basically 3 aspects, and predominantly the first very critical challenge that we face is connectivity, followed by infrastructure. And infrastructure, we kind of segregate that into infrastructure, which is actually motor, man, material, etc., and the other being space or simple technology, and the third being cost. So for survivability or sustainability that regional airlines require, first things first, I mean, before I get to the cost part of it, let me start by asking you a simple question. We operate in the realm of tier 2 and tier 3 cities, trying to connect them to metros. And I think that's the basic aspiration that any tier 2, tier 3 city passenger or customer has. One of the challenges that we face today is that if we wish to bring So we are a Goa-based airline. We are based out of Goa. We operate from Goa into tier two cities like Jalgaon, Sindhudurg, connecting Sholapur, connecting Agati, which is Lakshadweep, the most beautiful site that you just saw, into places like Goa, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Pune. But is that the only place that people want to go? People want to get to Mumbai. And if you can't connect your tier 2 and tier 3 cities to the financial capital of the country, I think we're basically, it's counterproductive in a sense. We absolutely realize that there is very limited space available in Mumbai, and it's congested to a point of absolutely no scope for smaller airplanes to come in there. But now with the new infrastructure coming up in Navi Mumbai, the least we expect is that that airport should have been planned with the intent to allow the ATRs. Incidentally, it so happens that the intent as of now is to not let the ATRs come there. So if the ATRs don't come there, how do your tier 2 and tier 3 cities get there? So the very aspect of aspiration or getting the tier 2 guys into the financial capital of the country is already in a challenge. Does it mean that they have to always go to a 320 airfield before they come to Mumbai? Maybe it means that, and I don't think that should be the right way to kind of support the regional segment. Two, when I come to infrastructure, I think, again, the airports are being designed predominantly only for the larger planes. I mean, there is very little and limited scope. So the advantage of an ATR is that from the time it aligns for its landing, I think the exact time taken by an ATR and Boeing is almost the same. It doesn't take any longer. We are absolutely super fast in getting off the airport, the runways, primarily because we just need probably 1/3 the runway size. If there are more active exit taxiways or rapid exit taxiways, we could vacate the place fast. Getting to our base, and we can turn around the aircraft within 15 to 20 minutes, but yet we fail to get parking slots in major metros simply because they consider the ATR a non-viable aircraft to land there. Again, when I say metros, I'm not meaning all metros. We're very, very proud about Hyderabad, Bangalore, very encouraging. We asked them for a slot and they're more than welcoming us. It's particularly Mumbai. I mean, if today we want to expand, we want to bring aviation into the real foray of mainstream flying, what we need to do is connect these cities into places like Mumbai. I mean, if I got slots in Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, probably my CEO is going to park about 5 to 10 planes in the next 6 to 10 months over there. And that's what's going to really drive the entire regional aviation space. So these are constraints that we consider from a point of connectivity. Two, smaller airports, or rather the larger airports, the major airports. It's never the smaller airports that are the problem. It's the bigger airports. I mean, everything is designed for the A320. So when we don't even get power in, power out bays, and small things like that, which can actually make our operations a lot more efficient, a lot more reliable, a lot more cost effective, is what stops us from actually, wanting to get there. More parking bays, maybe, if I may say so. Today, if you look at Agati, the most beautiful place that people would like to go, and more than the tourism, it's the locals who actually need to travel out of that place, because the only other mode that they have is an 18-hour ship journey. So it's a tough call for them. And at any given point of time, only one flight can land there because it doesn't have parking bays. If that one flight for some reason cannot take off, the other flight that was supposed to land has to divert. So these are some of the constraints that we currently face. And we are one airline that literally flies to Agati every day. We've never canceled the flight, not because it's commercially viable, but because we care for the people over there. We literally realize the pain that the people over there go through if our plane doesn't land on time, because it's our plane that sometimes carries the food there, our plane that carries the milk there. Some of the perishable products that don't get to Agati in the monsoons get to them through our planes. So it's infrastructure that sometimes holds us back. Things like that. And of course, then the next critical aspect is cost. It's very important that everything that happens in the space of regional aviation, particularly ERA, needs to play a role here. Everything is designed for an A320. An ATR that actually can turn around in 15 to 20 minutes has no choice but to actually take a GPU service and pay for an hour, because that's the concept that ERA suggests. So there has to be a mindset change here. I mean, when you design a certain policy, you must keep in mind regional connectivity, you must keep in mind regional airlines that need a very differentiated price point. So yes, I think these are some of our critical challenges, and if these can be addressed, I think we are on the right trajectory of growth.
Yeah, and obviously you operate an ATR fleet at the moment, but does
Absolutely.
that accessibility into airports, or the lack of accessibility into airports for your aircraft, does that change, your mindset on aircraft you might bring in the future to your fleet?
I actually missed giving you one example. We operate out of this beautiful airport called Jalgaon, also Sholapur, and these were at one point of time the underserved or the unserved airports. In fact, Jalgaon was an unserved airport, and we started operations in Jalgaon 18 months ago. We started operations in Sholapur, which was an unserved airport, about 4 or 5 months ago. These airports, we literally fondly call them 2 BHK apartments and 3 BHK apartments. They're that small, but they're so convenient to work out of. They literally don't even have conveyor belts. But ask a local person from that city, does he care about the conveyor belt? No. He gets his bag within 5 minutes of getting off the plane, right outside the arrival hall. He goes out on the tarmac, picks it up, and goes home. So whilst there is no infrastructure there, it's still convenient. The only problem that we face there is probably the fact that if 2 planes had to land at the same time, the first set of passengers who are already inside the SHA or inside the terminal building will get the convenience of being in the building, but those who aren't will have to wait out till the next set of passengers or till the first set of passengers don't move into the plane. So these are some of the complexities there. But again, the good part is the customer or the passenger there is so keen to fly, he just doesn't mind these inconveniences. But if you can correct that, it's not the mega airport services that they require. They just require basic connectivity. One of the other concerns about connectivity is about daytime, day running airports. We want to have 24/7 running airports. The complexity here is, again, the ATC. Sometimes we don't have manpower to go more than one shift, and that unfortunately curtails our operations to shift 2 or shift 3. So we got to plan our network well within the shift time that the ATC works. And if these constraints, again, if Vipinji has already answered that they're working on it, they're kind of upskilling their guys and training more people come into the ATC. If they can actually come in quicker, we can add a lot more frequency. So these are yet deprived airports because you just have one flight going there. Today, we proudly say we have 21 flights out of Jalgaon, a small town, and it's buzzing with people. I mean, the people there are absolutely keen to move out. And where do we fly to? We fly to Goa, we fly to Hyderabad, and we fly to Pune. Okay, Pune, for that matter, is a constrained airport also. But we're glad to know that there's another airport coming up in Pune, and hopefully it will be designed for the ATR.
Yeah. Great, thank you. And Vinay, if we can come back to you now, looking at kind of the continued growth of the market, new airlines coming online, continued passenger growth. Do you see that balance of power between airlines and airports, that dynamic shifting, and how do you see that changing?
There is no conflict between airlines and airport because basically the two are complementary. So whenever we also design an airport, we typically take input from the respective airlines and make sure that we are able to serve their requirement for the future. So while there will always be this debate between cost versus infrastructure, as rightly pointed out by him, that he doesn't want to have a cost, but he wants all the infrastructure. Now there will always be a balance. That is where ERA actually comes into the picture, and they try to create a balance. And that is where typically also the issue of whether the infrastructure should come first or infrastructure should come later after you have got enough this thing. So for example, if I have got 100 million plus capacity operating at 80 million, the cost currently possibly on the 80 million passengers will be comparatively higher. But when we came up with Terminal 3 in 2010, and we created a 34 million capacity terminal against a total capacity of Delhi airport that time used to be 16 million. So from 16 million, we straight away went to 50 million. Obviously, there were a lot of eyebrows which were raised that how is that you are creating this kind of an infrastructure. But within 5 to 7 years, we were basically out of capacity. And fact is that the same 34 million terminal, could we, were we able to use it for higher numbers? Yes, we sweated the asset. Currently, I operate 51 million from the same terminal. So idea is that how do you create infrastructure to meet the demand after talking to the airlines who are primarily going to bring the passengers, and then make sure that you are meeting their cost expectations also by sweating the asset. So it's always a sort of balance that we need to strike.
Yeah, there's always going to be that challenge as well, isn't there, between the airlines and the airports and the charges? There's always going to be someone that's not happy.
Yeah.
And Mo, if we can come to you now, obviously you provide ground handling and airport services for airports, and you work across 14 airports, all of which are Airport Authority of India airports. There's been a bit of a debate about whether airports should have a single ground handler for efficiency and control, or allow multiple handlers to accommodate that competition. But from your perspective, what's the ideal model?
So I think first of all, there is no single handler at any airport across the country. Even at smaller airports, the tier 3 airports, so-called tier 3 airports, there are 3 handlers. One is a private handler like us, one is the government-owned handler AIASL, and one the IndiGo Airlines self-handles by Agile Aviation Services. So there are 3 handlers. So at a smaller airport where there are only 3-4 flights, there are 3 handlers. And even at bigger airports like a Delhi airport, there are almost 4 to 5 handlers. So there were 2 private handlers, Bird Group, Shelby, then Air India SATS is there, IndiGo is there. So there are all so at all the airports there are more than 3 handlers, I would put it this way. In fact, I would put it the other way around. Because there are many handlers, so the infrastructure put in by all the handlers cannot be adequate, because say for example we are handling Dharamshala airport, so there are 3 handlers there. There are 2 flights of IndiGo, 2 flights of Alliance, and 2 flights of SpiceJet. So ideally one set of team can handle all the 6 flights, but because there are 3 handlers, so we are not even getting adequate business, and at the same time we cannot deploy that much amount of infrastructure which probably is need of the hour. And so I think it's the other way around. There are too many handlers.
Okay.
We need to reduce
Not
the
enough,
handlers.
yeah. Not enough traffic coming in for it. Okay,
Yes.
fair enough. And just looking at some of the kind of investment and financial pressures, Vipin, you spoke about the need to generate investment and looking at kind of private-public partnership models within the airport sector. What is AI's strategy for leveraging private capital?
So AI is having 130, 140 airports locations. The land and the location of airports is, I think, the prime locations, many places. Act provides some activity which we can do, how to monetize the land. There are some limitations, but the time is changing. Now the diversification also, because you know that if you have to survive in the sector, you will have to have different strategies also. So the monetization of land is required, and for that purpose some amendments in the act also are required. We are working on that, and we are learning from PPP airports also, because as I said that it's a cross learning. We also getting some lessons, some learnings from them. So how to take it forward, how to create the revenue. It's not only confined only from the UDF and our navigation charges, but yes, the land parcels which we are having other than at airports, we are going to monetize. We are having the plan and we are doing it.
Okay.
Yes.
And Vinay, how can PPP models be structured to deliver both efficiency and innovation within the airport sector? What lessons can be learned?
I think India has gone through a cycle of privatization, and there have been a lot of learnings. Possibly the first brownfield airport to be privatized was Delhi and Bombay. Before that, Hyderabad and Bangalore were greenfield airport. So there have been a lot of learnings, and I think some of those learnings have been brought in when the next privatizations took place. So some of the things which private player brings on the table, as rightly pointed out by Vipinji also, is possibly a little bit more commercial mindset, which has got a dual benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Dual benefit in the sense that it makes the business sustainable, Secondly, it also reduces the passenger fees. So for example, we have got a hybrid till. So typically whatever is the non-aeronautical revenue that is generated, 30% goes towards subsidization of the passenger fees. So typically I always give an example that if I didn't have non-aeronautical business at Delhi airport, possibly passenger fees would have been 50 to 60% higher. So that is one thing that private airport operators bring on the table. Second thing that they bring on the table is the innovation. So typically it is much faster for a private player to adopt to newer technologies and experiment with them, because it's many of the technologies, it's always good to fail fast or to succeed fast and to take it to the next level. So what overall in terms of Indian airports, in fact, if you have experienced, then most of the Indian airports now are ahead of many of the international airports, which was at one point of time a dream. In terms of technology adoption, so for example, the Trusted Traveler program that has just been brought in is a very good initiative. Even DigiYatra adoption, the way it is growing, close to about 25 to 30% of the people use DigiYatra. We are in the process of developing the AI-based epoch, which is working extremely well, which basically gives us a prediction of the kind of footfall that I will have for the passengers, so that I can have a flexi deployment of people. Similarly, there are other technologies also that are getting developed on the air side movement, that how do you optimize the air taxiing time by actually monitoring the complete from the touchdown right up to the apron. So these are some of the innovations that private airports bring on the table. And there is always, as rightly pointed out by Vipinji, there is a cross learning. So even in terms of the air traffic control, we always share whatever we learn from the other airports where some of the air traffic controllers are privatized. We share with Airport Authority, and Airport Authority has been very adaptive in terms of actually bringing in new technologies.
Okay, great. So it's that collaboration and yeah.
Yes.
And then you touched there on non-aeronautical revenues as well. You just mentioned that. What are you doing at Delhi to kind of leverage the commercial real estate opportunities you might have to generate some more revenue within the airport as a non-aeronautical revenue stream?
Typically, if I look at revenue stream for any airport, there are three revenue streams. One is aeronautical, which basically comes through passenger charges and airlines charges, which are regulated revenues, which are determined by Airport Economic Regulatory Authority. Second is non-aeronautical revenue. So non-aeronautical revenue, we typically have a regular interaction with passengers, try to figure out that what could be the requirement. Like we have seen that there is a premiumization in the normal market because of the overall level of income growing. In fact, overall Indian market is premiumization. So we always keep on doing some sort of a refresh in the kind of offerings that we provide to the Indian passengers. And with younger population actually being more and more, and they having exposure to international brands are something which they keep on looking for. Third is the airport land development. So airports typically are becoming more like a business hub, and especially if I look at Delhi airport, it is almost the center of the city because on both the sides the city has grown. So we try to provide whatever is the requirement of the traveling people who can minimize their travel in the city and actually conduct most of their businesses over there. So it is becoming like more a sort of aerotropolis where they can actually conduct their own business. So these three revenue sources are the ones that we keep on looking at critically.
Okay. And Vipin, is that something that you're able to leverage, that opportunity from non-aeronautical revenues through land and real estate around your airports?
Can you repeat?
Is that something that you're able to benefit from as well? This opportunity to generate revenue from land around the airports.
Yes, what actually Mr. Videji is saying, exactly the same formula applies to us also for the major airports, because the tariff is fixed by ERA. But only issue is that we are guided by the Act, Airport Authority Act, and there is some limitation for the activities that what we can do, what we cannot do. For example, if we have to give the land for more than 30 years lease, we will have to go to the government. So these limitations we are addressing, government is looking into it, because if there has to be a competition, I think that there should be competition. It should be healthy competition. Ultimate beneficiary will be the society, will be the passenger. So with the changing time, the new change should come, and we should adopt or adapt whatever is beneficial for the society.
Okay.
So I think that what we are doing right now in non-aeronautical, over a period of time, we will go for diversification also.
Okay. And I want to bring the conversation now to regional connectivity. And Gautam, obviously you mentioned before, Fly 91 is based in Goa, obviously a sort of tourism-heavy region, and you're connecting to smaller cities, wanting to connect into some of the metros as well. But what are your plans for that network expansion, and how are you working with the airports to kind of increase your network?
So, like I said, I think I first started my conversation on the personal side outside with Mr. Bipin by actually thanking him and saying that we are really appreciative of what AAI is doing and how fabulously they've been working with the airlines as partners. Literally, they are driving the vision that our PMCs and making sure that airlines can progress, and they're quickly supporting us in every possible way. And this is motivation enough for us. So our plan for the next 5 years is to be available in 5 bases. We currently are based out of GOX, that is Goa, Mopa Airport. The very next base that we intend to start is Hyderabad. They're very welcoming, and we've actually parked one of our airplanes already over there effective the 26th of October. The third base, very deep down, we would love to be in Mumbai, and we'd love to start our base in Navi Mumbai. If not Navi Mumbai, then we hope that capacity moves from the existing airport into Navi Mumbai, thereby freeing up space in Navi Mumbai for us. We're looking for any slot. We are as open as any slot in the day, because it's our customers who are very eager to come there. And the moment that happens, we'd be happy to park as many aircrafts as we could over there, because Mumbai is a magnet to the nearby. We have so many airports. There's Amravati, there's Nanded, there's Kolhapur, there's Nashik, there's Shirdi, and all these airports literally cannot operate a 320. So I think there is immense potential for the nearby cities that fall within the range of about an hour and a half from Mumbai that would love to come to Mumbai, and this would be our third base, and that's the aspiration we have. Followed by Jewar. We'd love to come to North, and I was just talking to Mohit and saying that please be ready, because once we come there, you need to support us. And maybe the fifth base thereafter should be somewhere in the Northeast is what we envisage. And each base will have about 5 to 6 aircrafts. This plan is over a period of 5 years. So by the time we turn 5, we should be about 30 to 32 aircrafts based on that. And about 8 to 10 flights out of those 8 to 10 cities that we connect out of each base.
Yeah. And with the new airports coming online, then is slot allocation a big challenge for you, or as a smaller carrier, or do you feel that it's?
If you're talking of resources that we need as our manpower, it's like a dearth of manpower available. The cities, the smaller cities, the tier 2 cities are eager for airlines like us to come there. And there's
the slot allocation, the airports.
Slot allocation. Yeah. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I thought I heard it wrong. So yes, the slot allocation is a cause of concern for us. If that could come our way, if there were opportunities to operate the slots, that is predominantly a roadblock for now. The moment we get them, we're more than happy to operate more flights. Like we're looking for a flight. So we have certain VGF routes, and we're looking to complete that requirement by fulfilling that requirement. And unfortunately, Pune is not able to give us those slots because they have their constraints there. It's finally Air Force Base, and because of which we can only operate for 5 days in a week. and depriving our customers from Sindhudurg to get into Pune or Jalgaon to get into Pune on the weekends when unfortunately there is an OTAM and we can't operate there. So yes, slots are a serious cause of concern for us.
Okay. And Mo, as that regional connectivity grows and more routes come online, how are you working to make sure that the ground services don't lag behind that terminal and infrastructure development?
So just before coming on stage, as Gautam said, we were talking, and I just told him that you can give us a 1-day notice before flying into any of our airports. We are there with our equipment and our team, and we can give him on a 15-minute turnaround. That is what I can assure him, and other players also who are listening. So we are ready, and all of our airports, we have sustainable equipments, all electric fleet already in place, and a very good manpower. We have one of the best teams, and even other ground handlers in the country. They are all doing a great job. We just request all the airlines that please give us business. We'll give you fast turnaround and good affordable rates.
That's the key point.
Yeah.
Good affordable rates.
Yes.
Vinay, I think he's trying to get some business.
Yes.
But you mentioned this about the electrification of ground vehicles. One of the challenges that I've heard with that is that although the charging infrastructure is there, it's not always up to speed. So although you might have electric ground vehicles and GSE, the charging infrastructure isn't always ready to...
I don't think that is an issue, because with AI at whatever airports we are operating, at least we are not facing this challenge. We have enough charging stations, and so the charging infrastructure is there already. And I would really like to compliment Vipin sir and the Complete Airport Authority that they are like very, very sustainable. That the thing he showed in his presentation about the sustainability in the new terminals, they are actually sustainable. Even the smaller airports like a Jharsuguda or a Devgarh, they also have electric charging stations, so we don't face that issue at all.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And Vipin, coming back to you now, looking at regional connectivity, a lot of these smaller regional airports face, as you've already explained, funding issues, but also seasonal traffic issues as well. So how are you working across your network to make regional air travel more affordable and more reliable?
So actually this RCS, Regional Connectivity Scheme, it was started in 2017. And the airlines, they were given the VGF, viable gap funding. But at few locations, it was observed that as soon as this funding was, time was over, so operations were not sustainable. Though demand is there, but it's not making the operations sustainable. So some modifications are required in that scheme. The budget already, there has been budget announcement that we will take 100 plus new destinations under RCS, and there are few options which I think will not be appropriate to share at the, because it's in policy level, but yes, the learning from previous scheme, we are modifying that scheme so that there is not sudden closure, sudden stop of this funding to the airlines, and they also find themselves unviable, economically unviable, and I think that it's going to come very soon. And with the help of this RCS 2.0, we will have new destinations also, and the operations will continue to operate even after the VGF is over.
Okay. And we heard earlier on, Vinay, about bilateral caps and restrictions in India. So how are these affecting the growth and competitiveness of Indian airports, particularly big hubs like Delhi, in terms of international connectivity and your ability to compete with other big hubs like Dubai or Singapore?
I think air service agreements are something which is what the government is looking at very critically. And in my opinion, India needs to be selective in terms of the way the air service agreements are done. Because if I just look at the way Indian aviation has grown, especially international operation. So if I take example of Northern America, then only about 15% of Indians who are flying to North America are taking a direct flight. Now that is possibly because of various historical reasons. One of the historical reasons was that we had only Air India, which was actually flying long haul, and it was short in terms of infusion of fund to actually procure newer aircraft. So because of that, there was a passenger demand for which there was certain air service agreement which was done. Now that there are two strong airlines who are willing to put in money, who have already put orders, I think for Indian operators to work better, I think it has to be selective. And that is where I think the initial focus should be on becoming preferred hub for Indian travelers. So Indian travelers, to a start off with, that is D to I connectivity, is something that we need to focus on, so that most of the Indians who are currently connecting over some international hub, if we are able to get most of them to our own hubs, and there can be various hubs created because India is a large country, then automatically there will be international connectivity also that will happen. Like we have seen in Delhi, that by actually following this particular practice, we have seen some very interesting international to international flow that is happening. For example, Southeast Asia to Europe. Like today, Delhi is connected to possibly more European destinations than most of the Southeast Asia hubs, including Singapore. And we have seen the flow coming from, say, from Phuket to Delhi to Europe. Similarly, some of the newer routes which are getting developed are from Australia to Delhi to Europe. And all this is happening because of a better connectivity, which are primarily supported by D to I movement, and then automatically I to I movement actually takes place. So this is something which is going to actually multiply as more and more airports actually start having that additional connectivity to international destinations.
Okay, and staying on that point slightly, just with the passenger experience coming into the airport, I know that Delhi you've got a strong biometric passenger processing system set up there, and you've also rolled out some check-in stations at metro stations where international passengers can check in and leave their bags and then head straight to the airport. What are your plans in terms of the wider rollout of biometric and digital automated services? Again, what are the lessons you've learned from what you've achieved so far that would benefit other airports, perhaps some of the smaller airports or some of the airports in the Airports Authority portfolio?
Yeah. So I think from the beginning, as soon as GMR took over, we have been focused on making sure that newer facilities are brought in for the passengers. Like, for example, this check-in facility that you talked about, although adoption rate is still low and we are trying to actually promote it very aggressively. We have just refurbished the check-in facility at the metro stations, and we are trying to do very aggressive promotion.
Okay.
Because that is something that reduces lot of angst for the passengers, as well as in terms of it's also very sustainable because they can actually check in there and take the metro. So there is more public transport uses. We are possibly the best used, we have best usage of public transport with almost 20% of our passengers traveling through public transport. Similarly, in terms of even the other technology uses for passenger processing, I think one of the key initiatives we have taken at all our airports, including Hyderabad and Delhi, is APOC. So APOC is something where we have a prediction of the hourly turnout of the passengers, and that we share what we call as plan of the day, and that plan of the day we share with all the stakeholders. So whether it is in security or whether it is in immigration, there is a chance of flexi manning depending on the turn-up profile that we are looking at. And what we have seen is that our passenger waiting time, especially in security, has reduced by close to 15% by actually doing this. Because earlier, typically, the machines were manned after there was a queue buildup. Now that we have got a prediction, so before the queue buildup itself, there is extra machines which are opened up that ensures that there is no buildup, and hence waiting time actually comes down.
Okay.
Next thing that we are putting in place is on the air side. So air side, considering that we have got 4 runways and 3 terminals, so one of the biggest challenge is how do you optimize the taxiing time after the touchdown. So that is something that we are measuring the variable taxiing time based on the computer vision and some of the other IoT devices that we have put. So by capturing that, then we can actually have an AI engine give the allocation of stands based on what is the optimized taxiing time. So that is the next level of optimization we are working.
Okay. Yes.
But I would like to add one thing, like we are providing all these services, bringing automation also, the better facilities also, better passenger experience also, but somewhere unitedly actually, whether airlines, airport operators, or other stakeholders also, we need to have a platform to take the passenger feedback also, because ultimate target is the passenger, means whatever we are bringing, whether he also is liking all these things or not, or what is that special thing which is bringing the happiness or comfort to the passenger. So that platform, because you know that the timing of taking the feedback from the passenger, that is very crucial. Somebody is boarding the flight and I'm just going and asking, can I ask you a few questions? He will simply say, who are you? Please go. Or the type of questions also, because now the passengers who are traveling, it's a common man. So what question I'm asking, the he should be in a position to appreciate my question, only then he can respond. If I'm asking a passenger, miss, how did you find value for money? So it's very difficult to appreciate, miss, what's the meaning of this value for money? Yes or no? So the type of questions, the timing and the platform to give the feedback from the passenger, and then after getting this feedback, means this is the information, this is the data what we get from this feedback, the processing of data and getting the information and find out the areas where we need improvement. That also we need to add to this, then I think it will be a complete picture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Mohit, is that something in terms of, I mean, obviously automated services will and digitalized services will really help on your side as well. Is that something that you're, embracing now, or have you got plans to do more in that space?
So as a ground handling company, we have limited customer touch points in terms of ticketing. Ticketing is not controlled by us. The boarding passes is not controlled by us. The check-in is not controlled by us. But so our customer are typically the airlines, and we are concessionaires for Airport Authority of India. And so what we have done as a ground handler is that we are one of the first companies of the country who has digital flight handling reports. So you just have to enter the aircraft registration number, and the rates and everything else is pre-fed, and you can e-sign the flight, the captain e-signs the flight handling report, and once you submit the flight handling report, the invoice automatically goes in. First. Second, all of our manpower payroll is via Zoho, and so the all the documentation, the offer letters, it is all controlled by Zoho. And so the AI in that is that before the checklist is complete, which includes police verification and number of other factors, the appointment letter or offer letter cannot go to an employee. And similarly, the salaries are all automated. So whatever we can do as a ground handler, we have already adopted, or we are almost on the verge of complete adoption. Yeah, that is where we are.
Okay, I know the bell has gone, and everyone wants to go out for the gala reception, but are there any quick burning questions from the audience? We have one down here. Do we have a microphone? Just here at the front with Neelam. We need to hear you, Neelam. You need a microphone. It's just coming.
Hi, Neelam Matthews, independent journalist. Mr. Jaipuria, how much business will you lose as a result of Noida? And Vipinji, this is regarding the remote towers and the remote airports. Anything at the moment that you're working on, and with whom? Thank you.
Okay. Noida coming up actually is going to benefit the overall NCR penetration of flying. So we don't see business getting lost, we see business getting generated. Because once we did the kind of multiple regression analysis as to how what are the various catchment areas and what are the income levels at various points. Then there is a separate catchment area for Noida itself, which actually is currently underserved. So Noida coming in is likely to improve the overall accessibility of air travel. So overall, NCR, which was typically looking at a growth of about 8% previously, we are looking at possibly going to about 10%, and that is where both of us are likely to do better than what we were doing earlier.
So as far as you said that non-towered airports, obviously, because you know that now we are going to have more and more airports in remote areas also. And after RCS, this number is going to increase. So we have set up CARO at Hyderabad, Civil Aviation Research Organization. This is our research wing. We already have signed one MOU with IIT Chennai also in one field. At the same time, last month also we went to Montreal for ICAO General Assembly, and we have discussed this issue with few organizations. And obviously, because without addressing this issue, it's going to be a big challenge in days to come. Neither we have sufficient number of ATCOs also and the infrastructure. At the same time, it's going to be very costly also. It's not possible. So when we say that eVTOL, so rules regulations will require modification. DGS is working on that. At the same time, we can incorporate all these things together and we can come out with a framework. We already are working on this. Yes.
We have one more quick question here. Oh, we'll come back to you.
Hi, my question is for Mr. Jaipuria. So you spoke about 125 million capacity by 2029. How do you envisage achieving that? Do you factor in removing 224 or what? Using the existing terminals reaching 125 million? Thank you.
So this is very a specific question, but yes, what we are looking at is continuing with our current set of terminals and adding another pier in Terminal 3, Pier E. So currently I have got about 105 million capacity. Pier E will add another 10 to 12 million, which will take it to about 117. And then there is some debottlenecking we will do at Terminal 1 as well as some additional stands. There is a possibility to do in Terminal 3, which will increase it by another 7 to 8 million. So that is how we are looking at doing 125 by 2030 approximately. We will have 125 million capacity.
And one,
T2 stays, yes. Till the time we get the next trigger for the traffic.
And one last question here.
Chloe, thank you. Gentlemen, this is really a question to the concept of airports. Many years ago, when I went to Bangalore, I would land at the HL airport. And in Hyderabad, at the old airport, I think that was called Rajiv Gandhi, if I'm not wrong. Begumpet. The new one is Rajiv Gandhi. Now, at that point, there was a wind that blew, and they said no second airport operating when you're making a new airport in a 150-kilometer range, if I remember that regulation correctly. And I just think this is counter-industry, counterintuitive, because if I was to land tomorrow at London, I could go Heathrow or maybe Gatwick or Stansted or Luton or London City and many cities in the world. What's the position of all of you on this regulation? And is it time that we did away with it in absolute completeness? Thank you.
No, actually,
Politely passing
what
it on.
you are saying is correct. National Civil Aviation Policy is saying that we should not have one airport within a proximity of 150 kilometers. But if I talk about that presentation in which we are the largest country in the world as far as the population is concerned, or second largest, you can see. And we just have started flying in last 10 years, just started. 0.12 passengers per 1,000 traffic per year. Amal, can you name that terminology, what you call this? Per capita. So this is a challenge also, this is the opportunity also. So 150 kilometer and the geographical area, if you see, it's not huge as far as if you compare the population with countries like Canada or US or other countries. So if we confine ourselves up to 150 kilometer, then it is not possible. Airspace is limited. At one airport, Mumbai, if you see, capacity is going to be exhausted. 45 plus 10, 55, Delhi also. Now Jewar is coming up. So we need to, in future, I think that there will have to have flexibility as far as the distance is concerned. At the same time, automation and better utilization of airspace, because airspace is the same, and best technology, so that in the same time, now in one runway, maximum landing taking off is 44, 46. So we will have to take this figure also up around maybe 50, maybe 60, but for that, the skilling also is required. Skilling not only of the ATCOs, but of the pilot also, and better systems in planes also, the technology also. But what is your issue is that 150, I think that for the timing, it can be 150, but seeing the potential in future, we will have to rethink on this.
I will give another perspective to the same thing. The idea of this 150 kilometers was that there was a first time that privatization was happening. So for any private party to actually put in money into a sector which was not tapped earlier, you need to give some sort of a protection till the time the system matures. And right now also, it's not that there is a blanket ban. It is about in case it is not meeting the demand and is not willing to expand and meet the demand, till that time, I mean, after that, it is allowed, there is an NOC required. So,
And this is my point. The concept of protectionism is counterintuitive in a market of this size and growth. And this is my opinion. I do not know the rest of the audience, that we must get away from protectionism, because if airport to airports, and I'd say, why not protect my MRO? I think it's legitimate, or protect an airline, and then we can extend it to every business. I don't see why an airport specifically should get protection at the cost of other industries.
I think this is something that is worth an argument, and I would suggest that let's have a separate argument on this.
So I think that's outside, perhaps afterwards. That's a discussion to be continued, I think. So before Mark chases us off the stage, I just want to very quickly come to each of you just to wrap up, and in a sentence, I mean a short sentence, looking ahead over the next 2 decades, what's the single biggest disruption you believe will redefine India's airport industry? So Vipin, if we start with you, in a sentence.
The affordable and
The single-
accessible
Okay. Sorry.
Travel by air.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Vinay.
I would echo that, because typically we have seen exponential growth in aviation after it was privatized in 1990s, because that is when overall supply actually exceeded demand, and then prices crashed. In fact, today I pay less fare going to Bangalore.
One sentence.
I'm explaining.
It's a long sentence.
So with the newer aircrafts on order coming in, I see that there is again going to be one supply side aplenty, and that is what is going to fuel the demand.
Okay. And Mohit, in a sentence.
So I think the disruption has already begun, specifically with the RCS scheme, because that is something that has grown the aviation leaps, and we've leapfrogged. So all the tier 3 airports and tier 4 airports also, which are opening up, the number of airports are going to be 350 airports. So the common man from a small town can fly to a bigger city and at an affordable rate. So I think the disruption is RCS.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Gautam?
I think the regional airlines are catalysts to economic and social inclusion, and it's the next chapter of growth for aviation. That is the way I'd like to sum it up.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you. Vipin, Vinay,
Excuse me.
Mohit, and Gautam, thank
I just
you.
have a question.
Oh, yes?
My question is to Mr. Mohit. You have taken the example of Dharmashala. There are many such cities like Rajahmundry and many cities where there are operations, but as you said, the self-handling beats your business. And when I consider you as my business partner, what can be the business model that is going to be a win-win situation for both of us?
Sir, first of all, I think thank you for taking up this question. So yes, so there are two. So self-handling is of course a big challenge for a ground handler like us who has to pay royalty to the AI. And I think we are very affordable, and all the other handlers who are working in this space, they're all affordable and they're willing to take this business. But I think airline has to open up to go out of self-handling zone and to probably open up to the handler first. And second, I believe the minimum benchmark rate should be there for even other handlers also. Like for example, government-owned entity AISL is there. So there should be a level playing field for all the handlers at that airport. If I am paying a royalty and a service level, a certain amount of service level equipments, then it should be there for the private handler also, then the airline also. So I think if all of these things are level, if there's a level playing field, I think the airline would come to us. So if we can create a level playing field, the condition which is imposed on the private handler is there on the government handler also, and on the self-handling thing also, then probably airline would probably come to us and in short create revenue for AI.
Thank you. And to Mr. Gautam, I just picked up one point from your whatever you said regarding the infra being created for code C and above. So we'll take note of it. Power in, power out is a good concept. We do have at some of the airports, but still going forward, we'll keep this in mind.
Thank you. And thank you for your question to him. It helped me.
So please do that. I also have to push it. Put in less pushbacks.
It will beat your pocket.
No, in fact,
it will help me, sir. It will help me, sir.
I'd also like to thank Bharat Malkani for bringing up that question. Very pertinent question. Thank you very much. I think this is exactly what we need, the non-monopolistic approach. Yep.
Great. This can certainly continue out in the reception.
Yep.
I think if you want to carry on talking, then please, come and join us in the reception. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chloe.
Let's do the wrap up while we have a quick picture. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you, gentlemen on the panel. Thank you so much for your questions as well. We do now have the drinks reception, you'll be pleased to know. It's sponsored by CPAT Global. It's outside. Help yourself. Please enjoy and be fueled up for your evening and ready for tomorrow. We start at 9:30 with MRO. We've got Alok Singh is at 10:20 from Air India Express. So that's a slight change to the program. Enjoy tonight. Thank you so much for your participation today. Thank you very much.